The donkey had learned its lesson and grown smarter. Perhaps it had finally understood the darkness and evils present in this world after Wang Baol's repeated thrashings and scoldings. It had no choice but to shed its original naivety and learn to be cunning. It learned to conceal itself, to sneak up on others, to wait patiently for the perfect ambush, like what it was doing now. After the food had appeared and it had discovered it, the donkey had become so excited it had started to tremble. But it had worried that it would frighten its food off. That was why it had hidden itself and concealed its tracks. After racing out of the Eternal Fortress, it had predicted that the food would come after Wang Baol. That was why it had practiced patience and quietly hid in a corner. It hadn't even dared to blink. Indeed, heaven smiled upon those who put in the effort. After some time, it finally saw the arrival of its food. The boy approached Wang Baol. Before he could slip through Wang Baol's physical form, at the same time that Wang Baol realized something was amiss, the donkey cried excitedly and dashed forward with a sudden burst of speed. The donkey seemed to have unleashed its full potential as its speed surpassed that of lightning. When Wang Baol looked over, he saw but an afterimage of the donkey. In the blink of an eye, the donkey got itself between Wang Baol and the boy. Excitement shone in its eyes. It widened its jaw at the boy, who seemed to have walked straight into its mouth, and took a loud, crunchy bite. Everything had happened too quickly. The boy was stunned. A moment ago, a fatty had stood before him, and the next moment, the world seemed to have turned upside down. The fatty had disappeared, and in his place was the hateful and terrifying monster. The monster's eyes were glowing brightly. The boy thought he was hearing things. He seemed to hear the monster laughing maniacally as it asked him, "Are you surprised? Are you thrilled?" These thoughts flashed across the boy's mind as the donkey appeared suddenly and bit him. Before he could react, his newly grown right arm was bitten clean off by the donkey. Then, the donkey charged forward again and opened its mouth. It was going to swallow the boy's head whole. The donkey's speed was extraordinary, its movements fluid. There was a great possibility that it had rehearsed this before. The boy was no simple creature, though. He let loose a pained shriek that no one could hear after his arm was bitten off and blood-red light suddenly erupted from his person. He retreated instantly, narrowly dodging the lethal bite from the approaching donkey. The boy fled into the distance. He was on the verge of tears as he stared at his twice-lost arm and the donkey still frantically searching for him. He was furious. He was about to go mad, but in the end he clamped everything down. He stared at the empty space where his arm had been, then, with great sorrow and anger, turned and raced away. Wang Baol had immediately felt the dark fire stir inside his body. It quieted after the donkey arrived in a sudden blur and crunched on something. His eyes flashed. He tilted his head and studied the donkey. The donkey had a contradictory look of satisfaction and regret on its face. Its mouth was still chewing. It seemed to sense Wang Baol's stare and shuddered. It chewed more quickly and hastily swallowed. Then, it turned and gave Wang Baol an innocent-looking stare, its tail wagging. "What did you eat this time?" Wang Baol was speechless. The donkey blinked and pretended it didn't understand what Wang Baol was saying. It brayed a few times. Wang Baol got annoyed and kicked it away, sending the donkey flying. It hit the ground and rolled to its feet, uninjured. It couldn't hide the look of immense satisfaction in its eyes. It felt that it had once again stopped food from running into Wang Baol's arms. It felt the same as stealing Wang Baol's snacks from him. The donkey was extremely pleased, and its longing for the food grew. It was clear that its pure and simple-minded brain had decided that what had eaten had simply been too delicious. It was more delicious than anything it had ever eaten. The sudden appearance of the boy had led to Kong Dao's elimination in the trial. At present, only two parties remained who continued to hold their ground against the beast tide. One was Wang Baol and the other Li Yi. What this meant was, the four Dao colleges were the clear victors in the contest for the new Mars region. They had fought and won against the other political forces. They would definitely hold an edge over the others when the divine armament was uncovered and up for grabs. Many political forces in the Federation fell into a dead silence. It was clear they felt sore about their defeat. The 5-generation Sky Clan, especially, gnashed their teeth as they watched Wang Beol. Xianxia's preparation might not compare to Li Yi's, but if he had been able to survive the early stages of the trial and complete his city model in the later stages of the trial, he still stood a good chance of winning. Unfortunately, lifetimes of accumulated bad karma made him neighbors with Wang Beol. He had been sabotaged and his city model completely demolished and taken apart. He had been eliminated. The factors resulting in the other candidates' defeat were many, but Wang Beol was undeniably involved in their eventual elimination from the trials. He had disappeared and pretended he hadn't existed. His megaphones, that mysterious mystic technique that he used to terrorize the beast tide. All these antics he had conjured had driven the monsters headed for his zone into the zones of others. From the beginning of the trial, the other candidates had been placed under stress much greater than that of Wang Beol. Li Yi and Kong Dao had been luckier than the rest. Their zones were further away from Wang Beol, and, as a result, they hadn't suffered as much collateral damage. Kong Dao's luck had run out though. That was why only Wang Beol and Li Yi remained. If Wang Beol chose to give up now, Li Yi would become the new city zone's mayor. The White Deer Dao College immediately contacted the sect lord of the Ethereal Dao College. Their tone was no longer as harsh as it had been before. Toned down considerably, they tried to negotiate tactfully for Wang Beol to throw in the towel. In exchange, the White Deer Dao College was willing to arrange a posting for Wang Beol in the Federation capital that was at the same primary rank 4 noble. The sect lord of the Ethereal Dao College didn't even consider the proposal. He turned it down instantly. He knew Wang Beol's character. The young man wouldn't agree to something like that. A primary rank 4 noble in the capital city would be a mere deputy to the head of a key department. This couldn't compare with being the mayor of the New Mars region. They were worlds apart. He knew that if he presented the proposal to Wang Beol, he would lose his integrity as a sect lord. He would have been undeserving of his title. The significance of him turning down the offer and Wang Beol turning down the offer was different. The consequences were different. He would rather the White Deer Dao College be displeased with him. He was, to a certain degree, trying to protect Wang Beol. The conflict between White Deer Dao College and Ethereal Dao College played out. At the same time, on the battlefields of the New Mars region, explosions rang in the air as the 8th wave of Beast Tide began. The 6th wave hadn't yet been completely decimated, while the 7th wave was still going strong and attacking relentlessly. Li Yi and Wang Beol struggled to hold the fort, but the arrival of the 8th wave immediately turned the battlefield into a critical situation. Victory seemed to be in sight. The outcome of the trial was going to be decided. Li Yi started to panic. She poured her full concentration into keeping the city running. With the aid of her servants, the city's array formation suddenly unfurled to reveal 3 gigantic rings inside. They were intertwined with one another and spun ceaselessly. The 3 giant rings spun rapidly and let loose an immense power. It seemed to be able to cut through anything. The surging beast tide was immediately stopped in its tracks. This didn't last for long, though. The outermost ring soon showed signs of cracking. That's all right. I just have to hold on longer than the fatty. Li Yi gritted her teeth in the face of danger. She couldn't stop herself from sneaking a glance at Wang Beol. The sight that greeted her sent her trembling with shock. Her eyes widened. There was an incredulous look on her face. This is simply... Li Yi wasn't the only one stunned. Her servants, the anxious Federation residents watching the live stream, the powerful figures from the various political forces, and even the Martian colony governor and the giant tree were all in shock. Many rose to their feet, gasping. Heavens! Wang Beol's eternal fortress. This is... Tens of thousands of eyes stared in shock as Wang Beol stood atop his stronghold and pressed his fingers together into a series of hand seals. With a wave of his hands, his stronghold suddenly started rumbling. As countless monsters in the series of beast tides charged at him madly, the earth quaked and his stronghold rose to the skies. The stronghold didn't simply rise into the air. That would have been shocking, but it wouldn't have blown everyone's minds like it was doing now. As the stronghold hovered in midair, Wang Baol completed a series of rapid hand seals and unleashed the full power of his stronghold. He unleashed the final and ultimate attack that he had designed for his eternal fortress. The stronghold instantly dismantled itself before everyone's eyes, in the face of the approaching waves of beast tides. 19 pages separated from the stronghold and scattered in the air. The front and back covers did the same. They started circling in midair, and countless Baal cannons and fire god cannons appeared on the pages. Numerous other Dharma artifacts, which had appeared before in the earlier attacks, were all revealed. The dismantled stronghold blanketed nearly half of the divine armament zone. Its presence cast a looming shadow over the approaching beast tides beneath it. It unleashed its full power suddenly. Thunderous booms resounded in the air and shook the heavens. Construction puppets moved swiftly across the pages, repairing the artifacts frantically. What followed was utterly mind-blowing. When the artifacts on a single page were deemed to be completely irreparable, the page would fall from the skies and slam straight into the beast hordes, self-destructing instantly. Wang Baol had spent a lot of time designing the inscriptions for the self-destruction mechanism. The explosion was extremely powerful, and the force of the explosion surged outward in strong waves. It was the result of hundreds of Baal cannons blowing up at the same time, the destruction of a page formed from vast quantities of resources and materials. It was the result of the inscription's frantic absorption of spirit chi from the surrounding air before its eventual self-destruction. That had been part of Wang Baol's design as well. One page exploded with a thunderous boom. The beast tide suddenly halted in its tracks. This wasn't the end of it. The second page lost its ability to battle and fell crashing into the horde. A series of explosions sounded as that happened to a third page, fourth, fifth. Wang Baol was going mad. He knew that this was the moment that decided whether he would emerge victoriously or instead be defeated. This was the moment that decided his mayorship for the new Mars region. Everything banked on him holding strong and lasting longer than Li Yi. He no longer had the time and energy to observe what was going on with Li Yi. In the midst of this very critical period, Wang Baol continued to maneuver his stronghold. He heard nothing else except the booming explosions that drowned out the roars of the beasts and kept ringing in his ear. The 9th page followed, then the 10th. The 14th page fell and sent the ground quaking. Everyone in the Federation watching the live stream was stunned. Their scalps were prickling with numbness. Their eyes widened, and their jaws dropped. Both Wang Baol and Li Yi had gone to their limits at this very key, decisive moment. Wang Baol's book was left with 2 pages while Li Yi's city had been invaded. Waves of beasts, eyes mad with violence, howled and charged at Li Yi's helpers. 2 core formation realm beasts headed straight for Li Yi. Wang Baol encountered a similar problem. 2 core formation realm beasts dashed at him. They were about to draw near when Wang Baol suddenly lifted his head and, with a loud roar, slapped his storage bracelet. A full suit of armor flew out and enclosed him entirely within its protection. He held his dermic armament in his hand and sent it slashing at the 2 charging core formation realm beasts. A loud explosion thundered. The armor on Wang Baol shattered into pieces. He spat out a mouthful of blood and shuddered. His face was drained of blood. Wang Baol clenched his teeth and violence colored his eyes as he swept his arm across the air, summoning 9 mosquitoes. He held firm instead of shattering his jade slip. The last 2 pages in the air exploded at the same time. Li Yi was gritting her teeth and holding on for dear life as well. She was relying on the emergency, life-saving array formation that the giant tree had given her to resist the attacks from the core formation realm beasts. She unleashed the remaining power from the city and continued to retaliate, in hopes that she would last for a little longer. Both Li Yi and Wang Baol were reaching the end of their ropes. This was the deciding moment. It all depended on whom would outlast the other. The viewers watching the live stream, the residents of the Federation and the various political forces, held their breaths and dared not blink. At present, not even the 4 Dao colleges dared to assert whom the final victor would be. It all comes down to their fighting spirit. The same thought appeared in the minds of everyone viewing the battle. Wang Baol had come to the same conclusion as well. He had also been observing the array formation around Li Yi. He knew clearly that, in terms of resources, he still couldn't compare with Li Yi, who had the support of the 4 Dao colleges and the giant tree. If nothing unexpected happened, he was bound to lose. He had fought so hard and gotten so far. Wang Baol didn't intend to lose without putting up a fight. His breath quickened and grim determination flashed in his eyes. Li Yi! Wang Baol leaped into the air and shouted at Li Yi as the 2 core formation realm beasts were temporarily held back by the simultaneous blasts from the pages. Li Yi, who was struggling to defend herself against 2 core formation realm beasts with the array formation that the giant tree had given her, turned her head when she heard Wang Baol's yell. She saw Wang Baol pull out his teleportation jade slip. As soon as the teleportation jade slip was shattered, it would teleport whatever was in its immediate vicinity away. Li Yi's breath quickened when she saw Wang Baol pull out his jade slip. As for those who were watching the live stream, the residents of the Federation, those from the various political forces, the sect lord and members of the Ethereal Dao College, Jin Duaji, and the others from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy, everyone's eyes fell on Wang Baol unanimously. Some of them had a look of shock on their faces, others mockery, and some others relief. Some showed regret that Wang Baol seemed to be giving up. It was then that Wang Baol let out a loud laugh. He flung the teleportation jade slip at 1 core formation realm beast. As the jade slip approached the beast, Wang Baol howled and sent his blade slashing. The light from his blade erupted with a thundering boom and snaked after the jade slip. It hit the jade slip the moment the latter reached the core formation realm beast. There was a loud boom as the jade slip shattered under the slicing light of the saber blade. The teleportation spell was released amid the explosion. It swept over the struggling, retreating beast. There was a sudden blinding light, and then the beast vanished. It had been sent away. The scene shocked everyone. No one had expected Wang Baol to do that. They were all reeling from the decisiveness and viciousness of Wang Baol's action. He was asking for death. Wang Baol, the sect lord of the Ethereal Dao College, stomped his foot after witnessing the scene. He was fraught with anxiety. The Grand Supreme Elder was watching the battle in the college as well. He hadn't made a single comment throughout the entire trial, but at present, even he was alarmed. Besides the Ethereal Dao College, the other political forces were also stunned at Wang Baol's move. Those from the 5-generation Sky Clan sucked in a sudden breath. They were all shocked by Wang Baol's brutal decisiveness. It was easy to be brutal and hard on others, but to exact the same kind of viciousness on oneself was something few could achieve. Wang Baol was doing just that. He was leaving himself with no way out. The Federation populace was stunned. Even Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming were alarmed. The governor of the Martian colony had a stern look on her face and was silent. She didn't bother with the core formation realm beast that had been teleported away. It wasn't a candidate, so it wouldn't survive the Martian array formation during the teleportation. It was highly likely it would be torn apart by the array formation during the process. Li Yi was caught by surprise as well. Her breathing grew uneven, the look on her face that of alarm and shock. She gasped aloud. "Wang Baol, you're crazy." Wang Baol lifted his face skyward and laughed out loud. He had his saber in his hand. In the sky, the pages continued to circle and erupt with explosive force. His voice rang out and resonated in the air. "Li Yi, I don't plan to leave the fight. If you have the guts, you can do what I just did. If not, scram and go back to being the baby that you are." The power of Wang Baol's dermic armament saber erupted with an explosive boom. He coordinated with the pages in the sky and clashed with the core formation realm beast. Despite not engaging the beast in direct battle, despite the aid from the pages of his stronghold, Wang Baol was still not the beast's match. But he had a strong physical body. Blood continued to flow from his wounds. It was a tragic sight, but he held strong. In his mind, he considered chanting the scripture as a last resort if it came down to that. At the moment, though, he could still afford to display a bit more of his fearsome figure in battle. The donkey's eyes burned red with madness. It charged and bit every beast it saw. Li Yi had a dark look on her face. She wanted to do what Wang Baol had just done as well, to leave herself with no way out and hold her ground bravely, but she didn't have the courage or decisiveness. She knew clearly that without the jade slip, there would be no immediate rescue should she be faced with extreme danger. The governor and her people might be able to teleport themselves over, but that required time. Time was a luxury in such moments that could determine one's life or death. Her will was weakening. Under the attack of the two howling core formation realm beasts, her array formation started to show signs of falling apart. Cracks appeared. It was about to collapse. If Li Yi's fighting spirit had remained strong, and she had been left with no retreat, she might have been forced to continue fighting with her life. But now, in the midst of her panic, as the array formation exploded and fell apart, as the two core formation realm beasts lunged at her, Li Yi instinctively shattered the jade slip she had been holding in her hand all that while. Instantly, she was teleported away, eliminated. On the battlefield stood the last candidate. It was Wang Beol. The fight had ended. Wang Beol had achieved a grand victory. The trial for the new Mars region ended. It had been an exhilarating and heart-stopping watch filled with exciting moments for the Federation residents who had been watching the trial from the start to the end. Wang Beol had monopolized the limelight almost from the beginning. He had drawn the eyes of many viewers since his appearance and held them captive throughout the entire trial. The Federation masses had gained a greater understanding of Wang Beol. They had seen a fatty who dug a hole and buried himself, a dermic armament cultivator who used his wits and gigantic megaphones to fight against the beast tides, and a jerk who muttered to himself and kicked his donkey. They had also seen him face the beasts alone and rush into the beast hordes, slaying the leader of the beast tide. They had seen a striking figure who unleashed a mysterious mystic technique that terrorized the beast hordes, the spectacular attacks from the Eternal Fortress, and finally, the most memorable sight that they had seen was Wang Beol, casting aside his teleportation jade slip, leaving himself with no escape and emerging victorious from the battle. Wang Beol's grim, almost brutal determination had been fully displayed before the entire Federation populace. They hadn't been the only ones moved. The powerful warriors from the other political forces had been silenced by his action. A singular thought rose in their minds. Unless it were the only option available to them, it would be unwise to offend such a character. They also recalled what had happened in the lunar incident. They might have had some things to say about that or had their doubts regarding the matter then. But now, after they had placed the lunar incident next to what had happened in the trial, they were left with a clear and deep understanding. This Wang Beol was someone who was willing to put his life on the line. In a time of peace, such a man would either die or suffer a boring, mundane life. In the current Spirit Inception era, though, he would rise to become a hero. Wang Beol hadn't yet fully grown into his own. However, now that he had emerged victorious in the trial, he would become the mayor of the new Mars region and a primary rank for noble. He was going to become an important figure in the Federation. Once he reached the core formation realm, he would undoubtedly rise to become one of the powerful personalities in the Federation. As the entire Federation was overcome by emotion, Wang Beol remained inside the new Mars region. He noticed Li Yi's teleportation but had no time for joy or relief. He retreated hastily while shrieking at the top of his voice. "Save me, Governor!" His scream was sudden and high-pitched. The speed he was fleeing was much greater than any speed he had displayed earlier. He kept shouting as he ran away. "Quick! Save me! I'm the mayor of the new city zone. This is going to be embarrassing for Mars if I die. Governor, come save me! Quick!" The scene stunned everyone who had still been dwelling on the earlier intense battle. The expression on their faces froze. It was as if they had just mistaken a dog for a person. The immense impression that Wang Beol had left them when he had stared death fiercely in the eye had been too great and shocking. His transformation had been so sudden they couldn't get used to it. That alone would have been fine. But Wang Beol, upon seeing the core formation realm beast's relentless pursuit as he ran away, panicked. He maneuvered another page to crash down and explode in the hopes of slowing the beast down. Then, he grabbed his donkey and jumped onto its back. The donkey was used to such treatment. It kicked its hooves and sprinted away, desperate and fleeing for its life. It was just that the Federation populace wasn't aware that the donkey was used to this. When they saw what Wang Baol had done, there was an odd expression on their faces. Wang Baol's figure was so shapely that one could hardly see the donkey after he sat on it. My heart goes out to the donkey. The tens of thousands of families across the entire Federation didn't know whether to laugh or cry. An indescribable feeling emerged in these ordinary folks' hearts. They didn't even realize that when they had been looking at Wang Baol with admiration and respect, they had also been feeling an unbreachable distance between Wang Baol and themselves. But now, as they watched Wang Baol yelling for help and bullying his donkey, it was like they were looking at their neighboring family's kid. A sudden warmth and sense of familiarity surged inside each ordinary citizen. They liked the little fatty. The governor didn't know whether to laugh or cry either. She had half a mind to delay rescue to punish Wang Baol. This was being broadcast live to the entire Federation. His shrieking and cries for help were an absolute embarrassment. After all, he was the mayor of the new Mars region, a primary rank 4 noble. The giant tree couldn't help his glee when he saw the scene. He couldn't control his resentment. He really wished that Wang Baol would just die there. That would be the end of it all. But he remembered the fruit inside Wang Baol's body and was torn. Alive, Wang Baol was a nuisance. Dead, he was still a source of frustration. What is he up to? The giant tree snorted. Next to him, the governor had also decided to delay her rescue. Suddenly, her voice transmission ring started to vibrate fiercely. The governor lowered her head. She had an exasperated look on her face, and she glared at the spirit screen. Wang Baol was slapping his donkey's ass and yelling at it to speed up. She murmured inwardly, then raised her right hand. She directed the Martian array formation, immediately transporting herself, the giant tree, and the other upper Martian administration away from the command center. They appeared in the air above the new Mars region. As they descended, the governor issued another command. The seal over the divine armament catacombs erupted with a blinding light. It transformed into tens of thousands of beams, like arrows that shot out in every direction and pierced through beasts in their wake, slaughtering the beasts instantly. The core formation realm beasts that had been pursuing Wang Baol weren't spared such a fate either. They were only at the early stage of the core formation realm. They had been mutations born from the divine armament catacombs' radiation and were hardly intelligent creatures. They were defenseless against the power of the array formation. The beams of light pierced through their bodies and killed them on the spot. Everything happened within the span of a few seconds. Every beast on the battlefield of the divine armament zone was killed. Wang Baol was overjoyed at the sight. He stopped running and was thinking whether he should make a show of his courage and heroism when, suddenly, a thundering roar rang out from inside the divine armament catacombs. As the roar resounded in the air, the seal over the divine armament catacombs seemed to suddenly swell outwards. A giant face appeared, and with it, earth-shattering energy suddenly erupted. The spirit chi was so overpowering that Wang Baol was struck by fear and alarm. His legs felt weak, and the donkey shuddered and almost fell to its knees. Wang Baol's heart raced. He could sense that this spirit chi had surpassed that of the giant tree and even Duan Myuk. Is that a nascent soul? Wang Baol's eyes widened. His heart leaped into his throat. He saw a fearsome-looking face, its features contorted into a gruesome expression, pressing against the seal from inside the catacombs. It seemed like it was trying to get out but was stopped by the seal. Its features pressed hard against the seal, forming an imprint on the seal. The giant tree, hovering in midair, was also affected. He had heard about the secrets surrounding the sealed divine armament catacombs, but he had still been struck dumb by the immense power that surged from the catacombs. Next to him, the other Martian high-ranking officials, who were either from the military or from the administration, and were all core formation realm cultivators, had somber looks on their faces. Only the governor remained unfazed as she lowered her gaze at the face trapped beneath the seal. She was expressionless as she formed a series of hand seals and pointed. The seal instantly shone with a bright light and sank downward. It forcibly shoved the face back down into the catacombs, and the howling gradually faded. Silence returned. Wang Bao's heart was still racing. In the sky, the governor appeared in the live streaming screens across the Federation as the last parting image. As everyone was still reeling in shock from seeing the giant face, she spoke coolly. Her musical voice was like a decree from Mars itself. On this day, the new Mars region is established. Wang Bao, I have been appointed by the Federation to take charge over and defend Mars on behalf of the Federation. The Martian government is empowered to appoint any office below the secondary rank 3 noble. Today, I appoint you the first mayor of the new Mars region, a primary rank 4 noble. I hope you will not disappoint the hopes that the Federation and Mars have placed in you, and will do your best in setting up the new Mars region. Everyone watching the live stream became very serious as they listened to the governor's words. Anyone who knew something about the Federation structure knew very well that from this day onwards, Wang Bao was going to become a rising star in the Federation's political realm. He would wield actual political clout in the Federation. He wasn't a deputy head in any ordinary department, but the mayor of a Martian city zone. This new city zone was going to be hotly fought over by the various political forces in the Federation in the near future. He had won his appointment before tens of thousands of people. This meant that as long as he committed no mistake, his position in the new Mars region was secure. Even though Wang Bao had known that his appointment was guaranteed, when he heard the governor's words with his own ears, he still experienced a moment of dizziness. It was followed by a trembling that spread across his entire body. His breathing quickened. His eyes sparkled like stars. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Wang Bao inhaled a deep breath and extended a salute towards the heavens. He said loudly, "Yes, ma'am." The mayor of the new Martian city zone was declared before the masses. The announcement stirred the entire Federation. Countless media agencies continued to broadcast and report about the news even though the live stream of the trial had been seen by almost everyone. Those who hadn't tuned in to the live broadcast soon learned about Wang Bao's name as well. Wang Bao's parents hadn't watched the live stream. As soon as the live stream ended, their voice transmission rings started vibrating fiercely with transmissions. The city lord of Phoenix City personally paid them a visit. He had treated them cordially in the past, but his attitude had grown even friendlier now. It hadn't yet reached the point of being ingratiating, yet when he greeted them and exchanged a few friendly words with his parents, he was obviously more polite and respectful than he had been before. Indeed, things seemed to have changed. The Wang Bao who had come from this family and had left Phoenix City currently possessed a cultivation that vastly surpassed his own foundation establishment realm cultivation. Wang Bao's noble class was above his as well. In fact, if he wasn't the city lord of Phoenix City, he might not even be worthy of visiting his family. He knew very clearly the extent of power the new Mars region's mayor held. Wang Bao would be the most powerful primary rank 4 noble in the entire Federation. Wang Bao's parents had first been stunned by the visit. After they realized the reason for the visit, they experienced more worry than happiness. But they knew, from the moment Wang Bao enrolled successfully in the Ethereal Dao College, that he had made his choice and decided his own path. That was why they buried their worries deep in their hearts, so that Wang Bao wouldn't worry for them. The archaeology team that Wang Bao's father was in had also decided, as Wang Bao rose higher up in rank and status, to appoint his father as the leader of the team. Under the Phoenix City Lord's orders, Wang Bao's mother was also transferred to a city administration department. She was given a comfy, leisurely job with considerable authority. In addition, she wouldn't be held accountable if anything went wrong. As soon as Wang Bao's parents recovered from their days and good fortune, they began to discuss privately. "We can't let the rascal keep fooling around like that. I'm going to get him to go for matchmaking sessions when he visits the next time." "That's right. Old Huang's daughter seems not bad. He's spoken to me about her a few times." The two concurred on their plan of action. As for the Ethereal Dao College, as soon as they heard the announcement, loud thunderous cheers spread throughout the college. Wang Bao had become a legend in the Lower Academy Island. He was a role model they idolized and strove to emulate. The teachers of the Lower Academy Island often shared stories about Wang Bao to encourage and inspire the students. The reactions in the Upper Academy Island weren't as dramatic, but the cheers were still endless. Everyone had been simmering with resentment over the 4 Dao colleges supporting Li Yi instead of Wang Beol. Be it cultivation, battle capabilities, or achievements, Wang Beol overwhelmingly crushed Li Yi. But the ethereal Dao College only had 1 vote. They couldn't steer all 4 Dao colleges from their final decision to support Li Yi. Regardless, it was almost as if Wang Beol had staged an ambush with just him and his donkey alone, wiping the floor with the other candidates and emerging as the mayor of the New Mars region. The students of the ethereal Dao College basked in his glory. The sect lord of the ethereal Dao College too was heartened. Even the Grand Supreme Elder, who stayed out of politics, had smiled faintly. Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yaming had sent their congratulatory messages to Wang Beol while they remained at their stations. Zhao Yaming, especially, had told Wang Beol that they could always put their heads together to help him solve any problems he encountered. The trial that had just passed, for example. If Wang Beol had required their help, she and Zhui Yifan would have tried their best to come up with something. Wang Beol was moved by what she had said, but he didn't think too much about it. On his way back to the city, he saw the messages overflowing in his voice transmission ring and started to read and reply to them, one by one. He saw Lu Daobin's transmission as well. Lu Daobin had been overcome with excitement at first. Then he recalled his bets and froze. He did some simple calculations and concluded he did earn some winnings. He still regretted dearly though. If he had placed all his money on Wang Beol instead, he would be so rich now. Wang Beol continued to receive and reply to his voice transmissions on the journey back to the Martian colony city. He didn't know if the governor had done this intentionally, but he had not been given the privilege to be teleported back with them. He could only take the cruiser. While he wasn't afraid to fight for his rights, Wang Beol felt that he wasn't a mean-spirited person. He had already forgiven the governor for her oversight. Wang Beol coughed, then got off of the cruiser. When he returned to the academy, he could sense the enthusiasm of his students. He was inwardly pleased. He said a few words of encouragement and had a brief exchange with Lin Tianhao and his staff before returning to his residence with his donkey. Now that the order had been issued, he simply had to wait for the governor to call for him. He began his preparations for the setting up of the new city zone. During his trip back earlier, he had received a voice transmission from the governor herself. She had informed him to quickly hand over the responsibilities he had on hand within the next few days. She had provided him with some recommendations for potential successors to take over his position as dean at the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. Wang Beol already had someone in mind to take over as the next dean. It was going to be Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao was the most qualified and suitable person for the role. Of course, Wang Beol could choose a junior brother from the Ethereal Dao College to take over his position. This would allow the Ethereal Dao College to expand its political influence on Mars through its control over the Dao Mountain Mist Academy, whose status had been steadily rising in the colony city. However, to do so would be rather unfair to Lin Tianhao. Wang Beol would also incur the displeasure of people on Mars. He didn't think further on this matter. He decided that Lin Tianhao would become the next dean. He was showing his gratitude to Lin Tianhao's father, who had helped him during the fight for mayorship. At the same time, his final decision was also the natural outcome of Lin Tianhao's growing support for him and the strengthening relationship between the both of them. After he had some rest, Wang Beol sought out Lin Tianhao and had a long conversation with him. When Lin Tianhao left, his eyes were shining with excitement. He looked radiant and in high spirits. He was extremely thankful for what Wang Beol had done for him. He sighed happily. His father had been right. Lin Tianhao had been qualified to compete for mayorship as well. However, Lin Yu had considered the pros and cons carefully and decided not to let his son participate in the fight. He had told his son that Wang Beol was a man who knew gratitude and would return the favors he owed. If Lin Tianhao stepped out from the fight willingly, and Wang Beol succeeded in becoming the new mayor, the latter would definitely remember how the Lin family had helped him in his quest. Even though there was a higher chance of Wang Beol failing, but even if he didn't succeed, he would still remember how the Lin family had helped him. If Lin Tianhao had joined the fight, things might have turned out fine if he had won. If he had lost, he would have no choice but to transfer out from the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. Lin Yu was clearly well-versed when it came to assessing the grand scheme of things and picking the best option possible to move forward. After the excited Lin Tianhao left, Wang Beol got down to business immediately. He sat in his office with a stern face and turned on his voice transmission ring. Inside was a highly confidential document that the governor had sent him. Only secondary rank 3 nobles and above were allowed to view the information in the document. Wang Beol hadn't been qualified to access it previously. Now that he was the mayor of the new city zone, though, his status and office had changed. He had been given special permission to read the document. The document contained information on the Divine Armament Catacombs and detailed the reason for setting up a new region and building a new city there. The Divine Armament Catacombs had been discovered by Kong Dao years ago. He had reported his findings to the Martian administration. Prior to his discovery, it would have been difficult even for the Martian array formation to identify anything amiss in the region. The Federation had placed great importance on Kong Dao's findings. The governor herself looked into the matter multiple times. Finally, with the joint support from the many powerful cultivators of the various political forces in the Federation, they carried out a secret exploratory exercise. Through the exercise, they found out that it extended deep underground. Its depth was immeasurable. It was impossible to determine how deep it went through means of human investigation, mystic techniques, or even technology. Despite the joint efforts of some of the most powerful cultivators in the Federation, no one had managed to reach the deepest and lowest level of the catacombs. They had fought through countless waves of beast tides and had been finally stopped by a wall. This wall was later called the Divine Armament Wall. The wall was ice-cold. It was impossible to break through even with their combined forces. The only way to break through the wall was if the Federation president used his divine armament. However, they could sense the similarly strong power of a divine armament behind the wall. If they forcibly broke through the wall, they would be faced with an inevitable battle between divine armaments. Should such a situation occur, the resultant collateral damage from the fight would likely cause a dramatic transformation on Mars. The planet might be torn apart. Such a possibility existed. Those caught in the middle of the fight would suffer grievous injury and even death. The Federation president himself might face a backlash and turn to dust, while the divine armament remained unharmed and whole. This was a price the Federation had been unwilling to pay, and the Martian colony governor had found unacceptable. That was why the excavation ceased. The project had been terminated, and the colonization of Mars postponed. They had originally wanted to wait until the Federation was ready and had the means, and for the conditions to be ripe, before they restarted the project to colonize the area. Based on their estimates, it would be at least 30 years before they were ready. That was why when they had left the catacombs, they had set up a seal. That had been to prevent the beasts, who had absorbed the radiation from the divine armament and mutated, from escaping from the catacombs and causing chaos. That had been how peace had resumed in the region. If not for the blood-colored mist and winds that had suddenly swept across half the Martian planet, the current situation might have persisted. The plans might even have been postponed further. But with the appearance of the blood-colored phenomenon, and strange villages and the corpse in the blood cave, investigations had been carried out by the Martian administration. Their findings all pointed towards the Divine Armament Catacombs. Their findings had already proven that the seal over the Divine Armament Catacombs had prevented the Divine Armament's radiation from spreading and resulted in a buildup of pressure within the catacombs that had, in turn, resulted in the appearance of the blood-colored mist and winds. There had been no conclusive findings on the strange villages that had appeared, though. None of the powerful figures in the Federation had any clue why they had appeared, but they guessed that it had something to do with the divine armament as well. They had reason to believe that if they continued to maintain the seal over the catacombs, more catacombs and underground caverns might begin to appear on Mars. Based on their deduction, they might have another 10 years or so before something like that began to happen. Once that happened, they wouldn't be able to continue with their colonization. The Martian colony would be faced with incredible danger as well. After serious deliberation and weighing their options, the Martian colony governor came up with a bold plan. They would set up a gigantic array formation above the sealed divine armament catacombs. The array formation had two functions. The first was to release beasts from the catacombs on a regular basis for extermination. That would lessen the pressure building up inside the catacombs and provide Mars with countless materials that could be farmed from the dead beasts. Not only could they conduct studies on the farmed materials, but they could also observe in detail the changes inside the catacombs through what they had scavenged after each extermination. Its second purpose was key. This was akin to gradually smoothing a stone with the continuous trickling of water droplets. They would use the power of the array formation to slowly wear down the wall. Based on the governor's studies, it might take them only 10 years to wear the ice wall down to an extent that they wouldn't need to unleash the divine armament to break through it. They needed only the combined powers of the core formation realm cultivators in the Federation to blast through the wall. The governor had handed the proposal over to the Federation. The Federation had conducted their own studies and research, and finally, they had given the governor permission to build a large array formation outside the divine armament catacombs. The name of this array formation was the Chi Fostering Spirit Array Formation. The array formation was immensely powerful. After the ancient green bronze sword had appeared, they had discovered the Chi fostering art on a gigantic sword fragment. This array formation had been recorded on that same fragment. It could be viewed as a supplementary array formation to the Chi fostering art. It had a special feature. The greater the number of people practicing the Chi fostering art inside the array formation, the more powerful the array formation. Every political force had unanimously promoted and encouraged the practicing of the Chi fostering art. There hadn't been any opposition from any of them. The official reason put out to the public for pushing the Federation populace to practice the Chi fostering art was to refine spirit stones so that the Federation would have a supply of spirit stones to serve as both currency and resources. But the hidden objective that was concealed from the masses was to sustain the Chi fostering spirit array formation. Every political force used the array formation. After a city on Earth was built, the Federation would send over specialized array formation cultivators to set up the array formation. Be it Mars, the Moon, or the Federation capital, all their major array formations were Chi fostering spirit array formations. The Federation made minor adjustments and modifications to the array formation after conducting some research. Each array formation was encrypted. They might all be sustained by the same source, but as long as the core of the array formation wasn't being controlled or hacked into, they remained independent entities separate from the other Chi fostering spirit array formations. The unique feature of the array formation dictated that its power grew with more people practicing the Chi fostering art. Further studies showed that it posed no harmful effects to the Chi fostering art practicing public. The only side effect was people expending more energy when they used the Chi fostering art to refine spirit stones. That was why population size became a focal issue for the Federation. That was the reason for the countless immigration to Mars after the new colony city was built. Similarly, in order to build the array formation outside the divine armament catacombs, they would have to build a city zone there as well, and after that, transport numerous Federation residents over to form the new residents of the new city zone. Only with a sufficient population size could they sustain the array formation. After the population reached a sufficient size, it would then have an impact on the excavation of the divine armament catacombs and the wearing down of the ice wall. All this was highly confidential information that was restricted from public eyes. Even the exposure of the Chi fostering spirit array formation would incite public terror in the Federation. Even though it was harmless, the energy drain that came from refining spirit stones would draw public unhappiness. Wang Baol gasped after he was done reading everything. I was wondering why I felt a severe diffusion of my spirit Chi leaking into the surrounding when I was using the Chi fostering art to refine spirit Chi. This is the reason. I was also wondering what the new city zone had to do with the excavation of the divine armament. So this is why. Wang Baol was clearly affected by his discovery. He took a while to calm himself down. He started thinking about the Federation. Gradually, a thought formed in his head. The politics inside the Federation are too complex. As you climb up the ranks, it's like unveiling layer after layer of secrets. Every new discovery is more shocking than the previous. Also, is it really true that the Federation has never had a nascent soul? A myriad of emotions flashed across Wang Bao's face. The knowledge that had been instilled deeply in him since he had been a boy had just been exposed as superficial. There had been another layer of truth hidden beneath all along. The discovery unsettled him, and he couldn't control the surge of emotions he was feeling. After a very long time, Wang Bao finally accepted the truth that had been laid out before him. He fell silent as he stared at the voice transmission jade slip before him. The Federation had kept this matter under wraps too well. Every political force also didn't wish for too many people to find out about this secret. Now Wang Bao was aware of it as well. But he knew that he could never disclose this. No one could ever disclose this truth. Fortunately, he had never heard of any cases of someone being sucked dry by an array formation and then dying. He had first-hand experience as well, and he had never felt any discomfort inside the array formation. Besides, Wang Bao firmly believed that both the Sect Lord and the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ethereal Tao College knew about this. They had chosen to remain silent. This meant that the only harm the array formation had on the general populace was limited to the energy they expended while refining spirit stones. After all, they were all living inside the array formation. Wang Bao released a sigh of relief at that thought and continued reading the document. When he was finally done with it, it was already late into the night. He noted the warning on the document that instructed its readers not to leak any part of the information to anyone else. That would amount to treason. The document self-destructed after he was done reading it. Not a trace of it remained. Wang Bao stared at the emptied voice transmission jade slip and shut his eyes. He slowly digested the contents of the top-secret document while waiting for the Martian colony governor to call for him. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During those 3 days, Wang Bao stayed in his residence and didn't leave. He began to meditate and train while waiting. He could sense that his cultivation was reaching the peak of the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm. When the time arrived, he would try for a breakthrough and enter the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Due to his practicing of the Lightning Tao, first volume, the lightning bolts resting within both his legs were fully charged. He needed only a single thought to unleash them. After the initial breakthrough in his practice of the dark art, his progress grew exponentially. He could sense the negative spirit body during every practice session. He had also successfully formed the second dark fire inside his body. The presence of both dark fire sped up his cultivation tremendously. The green lotus inside his body had grown as well, and he no longer needed to train his physical body. It grew stronger naturally without any aid from him. It reached a point where Wang Bao felt that there wasn't much use in him practicing any more mystic techniques. If he encountered an enemy that couldn't be downed in a single blow, he would simply hit him another 10 times or 100 times. He was filled with endless energy anyway, and he healed at a startling rate. His only regret was his very own dark corpse face art. The dark art. He hadn't had the opportunity to try it out. He itched with curiosity every time he thought about it. He really wanted to find out how powerful the dark corpse face art was, and what it actually did. It's a pity there's no opportunity. Wang Bao sighed. He didn't want to risk being associated with the Divine Armament Catacombs should he be found out for using the dark art and then dragged off to become a specimen in a lab. He might be able to convince others to disregard his knowledge of the scripture with his status in the Ethereal Tao College and as the new mayor. If he exposed the fact he was practicing the dark art, he would be very surprised if nobody tried to pry the truth out of his mouth and find out exactly what was going on. Caution is the word. Wang Bao sighed and reminded himself. He continued his cultivation. For days later, noon came. Wang Bao was deep in practice when his voice transmission ring suddenly vibrated. A stern voice, sending him a message on behalf of the Martian administration, rang in Wang Bao's ear. Mayor Wang, the governor has a 15-minute window in an hour's time. Please arrive at her office on time. Wang Bao perked up instantly when he received the notice from the Martian governor's office. He had been waiting for it while training the past few days. He was no longer the young, naive boy who had just joined the Federation. He knew the importance of his new office. He was going to set up an entirely new city zone. The resources and labor required for the project were immense. That was why the governor needed to speak to him. She needed to pass along her instructions so that her mind could be put to ease. Wang Beol immediately got to his feet upon receiving the notice. He changed his clothes, then stood before the mirror. He had admired himself 1,000,000 times, but he thought that still wasn't enough, so he did it once again. Such a slim figure, such a good-looking face. Who knows which lucky girl will get to have me, a beautiful man, in the future. Wang Beol lost himself in his own beauty. Pleased, he left the academy and boarded his cruiser, heading straight for the governor's office. The cruiser sped the entire way to the office, and Wang Beol soon reached his destination. He immediately drew the attention of the people rushing in and out of the office as he got out of his cruiser. Men and women extended a bow towards him instinctively. They all knew that this fatty had ascended the ranks and now sat amongst the powerful. Amongst them were many female cultivators who saw past Wang Beol's slim figure and good-looking face. It was as if they could see the very essence of his soul, and there was a strange light in their eyes. Their stares pleased Wang Beol tremendously. He was torn as well, as he felt he shouldn't be so cold towards them and should be friendlier. On his way to the governor's office, he would stop and say hello to the prettier cultivators and exchange contact details with the surprised and overjoyed women. When Wang Beol finally reached the governor's office, he had the contact numbers of 12 female cultivators, which caused him to sigh. It's a troublesome thing to be so good-looking. Who should I call first? Wang Beol was troubling himself over the matter when he heard a stern voice filled with authority inside the office. He set aside his feelings of self-satisfaction and put a serious expression on his face as he pushed the door open. When he saw the governor, he immediately puffed his chest out and lifted his head, speaking loudly. "Your humble subordinate greets the esteemed governor." The governor had her head lowered as she read through some documents. She ignored Wang Beol, leaving him to stand in the office for a while. She finally lifted her head and glanced over at him, her face expressionless when she asked him a question. "You enjoy collecting female cultivators' contact numbers?" Wang Beol didn't know if he was imagining things, but he could feel a chill behind his back when he heard what the governor said. He felt that this was his own private affair. Even his parents didn't involve themselves in his matters, so why was the Martian colony governor getting herself involved? Maybe she has a daughter, and she's looking to make me her son-in-law? It was unclear how Wang Beol got to that conclusion, but his eyes widened, and he stared at the governor. It was clear that she was getting on in terms of her age, but she still looked beautiful despite that. Wang Beol was instantly torn. "No, Wang Beol, am a man of principle." Wang Beol took in a deep breath. He was thinking about how to turn the governor down in a tactful manner when the governor snorted. "You're still young and immature. You shouldn't be obsessing yourself with romantic dalliances. How could you take on the heavy responsibilities of your office with such a character?" The governor gave Wang Beol a cold stare. Wang Beol was instantly alarmed. He knew he wasn't imagining things this time. He could feel a murderous intent behind her chilly stare. He shuddered. He pulled out his voice transmission ring without hesitation and deleted the contact details of all the female cultivators he had spoken to earlier right before the governor's eyes. The governor seemed to remain dissatisfied despite Wang Beol's swift reaction and immediate regret of his earlier actions. She couldn't comment further, however. He had shown repentance, after all. She didn't speak further on the subject and instead went straight to business. The Federation and the Martian administration will provide some resources for the setup of the new city zone. However, I can let you know now that with the current financial situation Mars is in, the resources we can provide you will be limited. This should also be the case with the Federation. The resources that we can provide will only help to set up the basic infrastructure of the new city zone. You'll have to think of something to continue further development of the city zone. That's the first thing I want to tell you. Secondly, I'm giving you 6 months for the city zone construction. Thirdly, after the 6 months of construction, we will be moving 100 million residents to the new region. I'll also be making a trip to the new city zone to assess if it has been constructed in a satisfactory manner, and if it can indeed host 100 million people. That is all. You will be traveling to the new city zone alongside all the resources prepared in 3 days. I will be dispatching 100,000 people to help you with the first phase of construction. You will decide how to use them to build the city zone. Wang Baol, I hope you won't disappoint the people who are watching this with interest. In addition, I want to remind you that the main focus of the project is not the construction of the new city zone, but the setting up of the array formation. The governor gave Wang Baol a jade slip after she was done speaking. The jade slip contained the blueprints of the new Martian city zone's array formation, which was top-secret information. She instructed Wang Baol that no one else was to access the full blueprints. She gave Wang Baol another look. Her expression was calm, her thoughts indiscernible. She said coolly, "I have a meeting shortly. Do you have anything else to say?" Wang Baol was stunned. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. The governor hadn't picked up her teacup and started sipping her tea, but it was clear from her actions that she was done with him and was sending him away. He panicked. The first condition that the governor had mentioned already posed a challenge. It was impossible for him to make up the rest of the resources that were required and hadn't been allocated to him. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to cough up so much. The second requirement on the half-year construction time limit and the third on the population size were also challenging to fulfill. Based on Wang Baol's knowledge of his eternal fortress, he knew that the resources and labor required to create a city zone within 6 months that could host 100 million people would be immense. It was almost an impossible feat. "Governor, it's almost impossible to fulfill all 3 requirements," Wang Baol said hastily. "That's your problem. If you can't do it, we'll just have to find someone else." The governor frowned slightly. It seemed like her dissatisfaction towards Wang Baol was growing. She had a rather positive impression of Wang Baol prior to his performance during the trial. Now, though, it seemed like she had started nitpicking. Wang Baol started to sweat. He felt unjustly treated. He had fought for this mayorship with his life, but he would become the joke of the town if he didn't do a good job. It was clear that the governor wasn't going to provide any help with the problem of insufficient resources. Wang Baol tried hard to control his emotions. Gears started spinning furiously in his head as he recalled the tactics he had read about in the high officials' autobiographies. The frown on the governor's face started to deepen. She was about to order Wang Baol to leave when Wang Baol raised his head and stared straight into the governor's eyes. "Governor, it's all right if the resources allocated are insufficient, but the responsibilities of constructing the new city zone are too heavy. I, Wang Baol, may be able to do the work of 100,000 men, but I don't wish to disappoint the expectations you have placed on me. I am asking for your permission to give me the right to choose my deputies. The office of the vice-mayors must be secondary rank for nobles." Wang Baol was making a gamble. He remembered what the sect lord of the Ethereal Tao College had said regarding vice-mayors. He had no choice but to use the promise of vice-mayorships to buy more resources. The governor remained expressionless when she heard what he had said. She stared at Wang Baol, then said coolly, "You can have 2. Wang Baol's eyes brightened when he heard what she said, as he originally only wanted 1 vice-mayor. He didn't expect the governor to allow him to have 2. He started thinking furiously. He put on a wronged expression on his face and said loudly, "Governor, I'll be the one who has to answer for it if problems crop up in the new region. Since I'm to be held responsible, I'll need 10 vice-mayors. That's the only way to ensure that everything goes well. You can stop that. You'll get 4. The governor saw through Wang Baol's devious plans immediately. She replied coolly and left no room for negotiation. Then, she added that Wang Baol had the power to recommend people to the position of vice-mayor, but the final decision rested with her. That meant that while it was still possible to become a vice-mayor despite Wang Baol's strong and vehement protest, the chances of that happening were very low. The governor had to consider Wang Baol's views and opinions, after all. Wang Baol understood that this was part and parcel of the process. He didn't comment further on this. He knew that the final pool of candidates would be those he had recommended. There wasn't a need to make everything so transparent. He let loose a breath of relief. He informed the governor of his recommendation for Lin Tianhao to take over as the dean of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy before leaving. The governor reminded him again before he left that the main focus of his task wasn't the city construction, but the setup of the array formation. Wang Baol could tell how much this matter meant to the governor after her repeated reminders. His focus also aligned with hers. The governor's expression softened after Wang Baol left. She rose to her feet and walked towards the windows. Soon, she saw Wang Baol board his cruiser and leave. "This fatty's not that stupid," she laughed. She seemed consoled by the fact, and her feelings were shown in her eyes. She viewed the setup of the new city zone even more seriously than Wang Baol did. If Wang Baol hadn't reacted quickly enough and hadn't known how to gather more resources for the city zone's construction, it would have resulted in her disappointment. However, she would still give him a few pointers to ensure that nothing went wrong during the construction process. Of course, if that had happened, she would begin to have doubts and might even start considering the most suitable person to become the next mayor. But Wang Baol had clearly reacted quickly to the challenges posed. She couldn't help but approve of his reaction. But as she started thinking further, her approval lessened. There was a tinge of criticism and assessment to her views. "Kid, if that's all you've got, it's not going to be enough." Wang Baol's enthusiasm towards his new office as the mayor of the new city zone diminished after he left the governor's office. His head started throbbing when he thought about the 3 conditions the governor had set. "She's forcing me to prostitute myself." Wang Baol simmered with resentment. He returned to the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. He sighed. He knew he didn't have much time left. He was leaving in 3 days' time, which meant he only had 3 days to find a solution to his problems. "That's all right. Why should I give myself so much stress? Even if I can't solve everything within these 3 days, I can still try to come up with something during the construction of the new city zone." Wang Baol released a sigh of relief. He brainstormed furiously for solutions. He felt that his current situation was no different from his situation prior to the trial, as he had had no resources then either. He only had his blueprints for his eternal fortress and his construction puppets. His current situation was similar. He was still impoverished in terms of resources. Only, instead of blueprints and puppets, now he had potential vice-mayorships as his only bargaining chips. To think that I, Wang Baol, a man of honor and principles, and extremely good looks, who never stooped to underhanded means, am now forced and coerced by the Martian colony governor to do whatever it takes to achieve one's goals. Fine, I'll go against my principles just this once. Wang Baol sighed. He got his mind to settle down as he thought about how best to use his bargaining chips and get the best deal out of them. He knew very clearly in his heart that every political force would eye the vice-mayorships greedily. They might not be able to get one of their own to become the mayor, but a vice-mayorship would guarantee that they didn't lose out in the long run. It'd be great if I could host an auction for them. Wang Baol thought with great regret. He only considered the idea briefly. If he really did that, he believed he would be arrested and taken away by the relevant authorities the next day. Wang Baol thought about the best way to make use of the vice-mayorships he had. Then, that night, whilst he was meditating, he received a voice transmission from a stranger. The caller was an old man. His aged voice immediately revealed who he was as soon as Wang Baol picked up the call. "Wang Baol, I'm the sect lord of the White Deer Dao College. According to the agreement amongst the 4 Dao colleges, Li Yi will become your vice mayor and support your work in the new Mars region." The sect lord had mixed feelings while he spoke. He tried to control his agitation and anger. His tone seemed authoritative and commanding, but this was already the best he could do. Before he could finish speaking, though, Wang Baol hung up on him without saying a single word. The sect lord of the White Deer Dao College froze. He could no longer control his rage and exploded in anger. "That rascal! He actually dared to hang up on me." The sect lord slammed his desk. A loud thud rang out inside the White Deer Dao College. He had a bad impression of Wang Baol all along. Wang Baol had disobeyed the Dao colleges and went ahead to join the trial. He had gone against the Dao colleges, which was akin to treason. The 4 Dao colleges had agreed to support Li Yi. Who could have thought that Wang Baol would suddenly throw a spanner in the works and rise to become a candidate? It would have been all right if he had stopped there. But no, he had actually gone ahead and succeeded. The sect lord would have had a different view towards the matter if Wang Baol had hailed from the White Deer Dao College. But Wang Baol wasn't one of his own, and he had disobeyed him. The sect lord felt nothing but annoyance and irritation for him. After Wang Baol had dared to hang up on his voice transmission, his anger grew. He snorted in disdain. To be so arrogant at such a young age. I'm going to make you understand that Li Yi will become your vice mayor even without your agreement. No matter how much you resent it, you will have to swallow your resentment. At that thought, the sect lord immediately contacted the deputy governor of the Martian colony. They spoke for a while. The sect lord was stunned when the giant tree told him that he didn't have the authority to interfere either. After inquiring in more detail, he became more incredulous. He heard the giant tree sigh as he told the sect lord that he had inquired about the vice mayor openings for the new city zone as well. The governor had said firmly that no one was to interfere with the selection. The giant tree was clearly dissatisfied with the entire matter. He said, with resignation, that everything still boiled down to Wang Baol and his recommendations. The sect lord's head immediately started throbbing. He was of half a mind to send another voice transmission to Wang Baol, but he really didn't know what to say. Wang Baol, who had just hung up on the sect lord, was overcome with excitement. His eyes burned. He had intentionally hung up because the other's tone of voice displeased him greatly, but Wang Baol had also done so to test the other. What's next? Who will the old man seek help from? The giant tree? The governor? Or maybe even the ethereal Dao College's sect lord? As Wang Baol enjoyed a moment's self-satisfaction, his voice transmission ring started vibrating again. He lowered his head and saw that the transmission was from the sect lord of the ethereal Dao College. He wasn't surprised. He immediately put the call through. After a short exchange with the sect lord sighed. Baol, the sect lord of the White Deer Dao College called me earlier. If you really find his proposal unacceptable, I will turn him down. The sect lord was himself overwhelmed with emotions. He was proud of what Wang Baol had done. But he was also troubled by the difficult position he had been placed in. Regardless, he would always stand by Wang Baol. Wang Baol would never refuse what his sect lord asked of him. He thought for a bit and decided to share with him the 3 requirements the governor had set him openly. Sect lord, I'm fine with having Li Yi, but she has to bring along resources as well. The White Deer Dao College has to be responsible for 2/10 of the resources required to set up the new city zone. If she can do that, she'll be a vice mayor. Wang Baol didn't mince words when speaking to someone on his side. The sect lord heard what he said and laughed. The resources won't only come from the White Deer Dao College. It will come from the 4 Dao colleges. The Ethereal Dao College will do our best as well since the resources will be for your use. But you're still too soft-hearted. How could you only ask for 2/10? You should at least be asking for 40%. Wang Baol's eyes brightened instantly. The sect lord really treated him very well. His belief in the sect lord's favor towards him grew. He chatted a while longer with the sect lord before ending the transmission. Within half an hour, the sect lord sent another voice transmission. He said only one thing. The 4 Dao colleges will provide 40% of the resources required by the new Mars region. Wang Baol's eyes brightened. He let loose a sigh of relief inwardly. For the sake of the resources, he decided to disregard the tensions between himself and Li Yi. He also knew that even if he disagreed with the choice, with the power the White Deer Dao College held, they would be able to persuade the governor eventually and get Li Yi her vice mayor's position. Of course, they would have had to pay a greater price, but they wouldn't be of much help to him. Next, we still have 3 more positions to fill. Wang Baol's eyes burned. He stared at his voice transmission ring. He had a feeling that he didn't need to worry himself with coming up with solutions, as the fat sheep would line themselves up before him and await slaughter. As he expected, he received voice transmissions from the 5-generation Sky Clan, the Plume Manifestation Khanate sect, and the Galactic Dusk sect shortly thereafter. They seemed to have heard of what was going on. They started their transmission with how many resources they were willing to contribute. The Galactic Dusk sect promised 50% right from the start. Wang Baol was extremely tempted by their offer. Just as he was weighing the pros and cons of their offer, he received a voice transmission from General Zhou. Wang Baol had known the general since the battle at the 7th line of defense. He didn't mince his words and said honestly that both the military stationed on Mars and Earth wanted Kong Dao to become a vice-mayor of the new city zone. Wang Baol considered the matter. He knew that he had a close working relationship with the military, and it would be difficult to reject their offer. They had provided him aid during the selection process for the candidacy after all. Just as he was considering the matter, his voice transmission ring vibrated again. This time, it was a call from the headquarters of the Federation President, Duan Myuk. The caller was not the president but one of his deputies. His tone was polite and respectful. He said that he was following the president's orders when he congratulated Wang Baol on becoming the new city zone's mayor and gave the latter some words of compliment and encouragement. The two voice transmissions came one after the other. Even if Wang Baol was an idiot, he would still be able to realize what was going on. The Federation President, Duan Myuk, was Kong Dao's godfather. The meaning behind the voice transmission was very clear. I want a godfather too. Wang Baol smacked his forehead. He sighed and informed General Zhou that he would be recommending Kong Dao as a vice-mayor. However, Kong Dao would have to be responsible for 40% of the resources required for the city's construction. Li Yi was going to provide the same, after all. Because of his relationship with the military, though, he was willing to accept 20%. General Zhou laughed out loud when he heard what Wang Baol said. He knew what was going on and enjoyed the young man's honesty. He nodded and said that he would pass on the message and let the others know the favor Wang Baol was doing them. After a day's busy work, Wang Baol confirmed the names of 2 of his vice-mayors. He had also guaranteed 60% of resources required for his new city zone. Together with the resources the Federation and the Martian administration were giving him, he should have sufficient resources to tide him over. This lessened the burden on Wang Baol immensely. He remembered that he still had 2 openings and perked up at the thought. He might be able to amass more resources and build a greater city zone than he had initially planned. The news that Wang Baol was given the right to choose his vice-mayors spread. The various political forces had also guessed the important role Wang Baol was going to play in the process, and their guesses were confirmed after some checking with their sources on Mars. 2 names from the 4 Dao colleges and the military had been confirmed, which left the political forces with 2 remaining openings to fight over. The competition became intense. It was then that Jin Duoming came looking for him. Wang Baol thought Jin Duoming would use the agreement between the both of them to get himself a vice-mayor's position in the new city zone. However, the strange thing was, Jin Duoming didn't mention a single word of their initial agreement. Brother Baol, I'm here on behalf of my father. We, the Trillionaires Corporation, are willing to sponsor the resources Mayor Wang requires for the construction of the new city. Our master has spoken. Regardless of the size of your stronghold, we will provide you half the resources you need. There is only one condition. I get to be a vice-mayor. Jin Duoming glanced around inside Wang Baol's residence, as if he was trying to catch a look of the donkey. He spoke casually, as if he couldn't care less if he did become the new city zone's vice-mayor in the end. After failing to find the donkey, Jin Duoming coughed. He strayed from the main topic of their conversation, leaned towards Wang Baol, and whispered, Brother, I did some research. Your donkey should be some sort of mutated beast. There's a great chance of it rebelling against you and consuming you in the future. There were instances of people rearing such beasts in the past. I've reconsidered the matter and decided I want to buy it over. That's right. Where has it gone? Jin Duoming blinked. He knew no one in hell would believe a single word he had just said. After Wang Baol brought the donkey along for the trial, it was the donkey instead of Wang Baol that had become extremely famous. There was nobody in the entire Federation who hadn't heard of the donkey. It was clear that there had been great public attention garnered during the live stream of the trial. The adorable behavior the donkey had displayed, as well as its intelligence and cute physical appearance, had all been captured on screen. the value of the beast spiked as well. There were people on Earth who had offered high prices to buy over the donkey. Wang Baol had been busy with gathering resources for the new city zone and hadn't been following such news. However, he did hear something regarding the matter. He gave Jin Duoming a side glance and had half a mind to ignore what he had just said. However, it would be rude considering their friendship. In order to maintain the cordial relationship between them, he coughed instead and said, "The donkey? I didn't bring it back. It should still be inside the Divine Armament Catacombs." Jin Duoming froze when he heard that. "What? You didn't bring it back?" "Yup. I promised that I would let it eat for 3 whole days if I became the new mayor. You must know that the eternal fortress that I built during the trial suffered great damage and was on the verge of collapse. The city structures of the other candidates were also severely damaged. There was little point in recycling them. I need to clean out the area as well before I can build the new city zone. It should have cleaned out the entire area by now." Jin Duoming immediately lowered his head and turned his voice transmission ring on. He pressed a few buttons and suddenly, a screen was projected from the voice transmission ring. On the screen was the location of the trial at the Divine Armament Catacombs. The area had been transformed. It was no longer a mess. Everything seemed to have been cleaned out. One could see a donkey prancing about happily, wagging its tail and munching happily on a damaged page of a book. Regardless of how damaged it was, it still spanned thousands of feet. However, it shrank steadily as the donkey munched at it. Jin Duoming gasped at the sight, and his eyes were filled with shock. The donkey's capacity to eat had once again exceeded his wildest imagination. It was as if he had been kicked by a donkey in the head. As there was no other reason to explain why he had reconsidered buying the donkey. If he did buy it and brought it home, the donkey was likely going to eat him out of house and home. Since Brother Jin likes the donkey so much, let's start discussing how much to sell it for. Wang Baol patted Jin Duoming on the shoulder and grinned at him. "Brother Baol, I, Jin Duoming, am not the sort to snatch a beloved possession from someone. I'll never covet the donkey. That's right, I still have a date with Li Yi. I'll be taking my leave now," Jin Duoming said seriously and left in haste. He was terrified of Wang Baol mentioning the subject again, as well as the consequences of him becoming impulsive. Wang Baol sighed as he saw Jin Duoming off. His spirits were high. He welcomed the idea of Jin Duoming coming on board, especially the wealth of the Trillionaires Corporation and the overpowering promise to provide half of the resources required regardless of the scale of his city construction. It reminded Wang Baol of when he had first stepped foot into the Federation capital and received the spirit card with limitless credit from Zhao Yaming's family. "I'm starting to miss our Yaming." Wang Baol shut his eyes. The image of Bunny surfaced in his mind. As he stared at her in his mind, he soon felt as if something was missing. The image of Zhao Yaming slowly appeared next to Bunny. "It's a pity I couldn't transfer her over to Mars. Else, with Zhao Yaming and Zhuo Yifan here, the Adonis Association would be able to take over the whole Martian planet. We still don't have enough members in the Adonis Association, though." Wang Baol sighed. He started considering who should fill the last opening for vice mayorship. He kept thinking, then suddenly he thought of Lin Tianhao. Even though he had recommended Lin Tianhao to become the dean of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy, he started thinking about how well Lin Tianhao followed his orders and how powerful his father was. He considered adding him as a member of the Adonis Association. "I can't have my enemies fill the positions of my vice mayors. Li Yi and Kong Dao definitely won't cooperate with me. Jin Duoming's just interested in being around Li Yi. So who knows how much help and support I can get from him during critical moments." Wang Baol's caution grew as he thought further. He realized that he couldn't allow his vice mayors a chance to gang up on him. He couldn't lose sight of that possibility while trying to get as many resources as possible for his new city zone. He immediately realized that he needed an ally as one of his vice mayors. After some thought, Wang Baol didn't hesitate as he sent a voice transmission to Lin Tianhao. He told Lin Tianhao that he intended to recommend him as a vice mayor. Lin Tianhao hadn't yet recovered from his shock of becoming the dean of the academy before he was stunned again by what Wang Baol told him. Emotions of joy and extreme excitement flashed across his face. "Dean, Tianhao, do a good job. Remember what I told you before? Wang Baol will never forget my friends. As long as I get a promotion, I'll pull you along as well. At first, I wanted you to take over my position in the academy, but I've since given it greater thought. With the capabilities you have, you should be standing on a greater stage so that you have a chance to showcase your abilities. Tianhao, I've given you this stage. Let both of us build and realize our dreams in the new Mars region. Wang Baol spoke with passion. Lin Tianhao shook with excitement, and his brain was buzzing. He didn't know what else to say. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Lin Tianhao took in a few deep breaths, then said, I have to inform my father. Go! Wang Baol was pleased with the outcome. He wanted Lin Yu to know that he was a man who knew how to return a favor with a favor. He knew that the more he groomed and pulled Lin Tianhao up the ranks, the greater the alliance between himself and Lin Yu would grow. It was a reassuring thing to have such an experienced and cunning man with elevated status and authority as an ally. He needed only to handle the matter of Lin Tianhao properly. Wang Baol grew pleased with his deepening understanding of what he had learned from the high officials' autobiographies. Lin Tianhao ended the transmission with him and excitedly sent a voice transmission to his father. Lin Yu simply smiled faintly when he found out about the matter. His eyes were colored with deep satisfaction and approval. He hadn't told Lin Tianhao, but he made a gamble when he decided to stop his son from participating as a candidate for mayorship. He had gambled on Wang Baol's success. Once Wang Baol became the mayor, he might not immediately decide to promote Lin Tianhao and transfer him to his city zone, but as he started work in the foreign environment, he would start to consider pulling familiar people over and placing them as deputies in his office. When that time came, the only person he would and could think of would be Lin Tianhao. Even if he made a losing bet, he would still push for Wang Baol to become a vice mayor. Lin Tianhao would still become the dean of the Dao Mountain Mist Academy. He would win either way. This was where Lin Yu showcased his full cunning. Lin Yu had another virtue. He never treated anyone as an idiot. Even though he felt that Wang Baol hadn't yet seen through what he was trying to do, he knew that as Wang Baol became exposed to more situations and gathered more experience, he would soon realize what had been going on all along. It wouldn't be to Lin Tianhao's advantage if he were made to come to that realization then. That was why Lin Yu decided to make full use of the experience he had accumulated. Now that Wang Baol had reached a critical stage in his career, Lin Yu was going to give him an intensive lesson. He was confident that the advice he was going to give Wang Baol would resolve any tensions between them. Even if Wang Baol realized what he had been up to all along, he wouldn't carry any unhappiness or displeasure towards him or Lin Tianhao. Wang Baol didn't have to wait long for his lesson. After ending the transmission with Lin Tianhao, Lin Yu made himself a cup of tea. He took a sip, waited for a moment, and after he drank half a cup of tea, he took out his voice transmission ring and called Wang Baol. The timing wasn't too hurried or too delayed. It was just right. The other party would be able to sense his sincerity as well as his composure. This was a life lesson that Lin Yu had distilled from his long life. It was something that those who hadn't experienced it personally wouldn't be able to understand. Wang Baol had been expecting Lin Yu to call and thank him when his voice transmission ring vibrated. He saw Lin Yu's name on the device and was about to pick it up. Then he thought for a bit. He waited for a few moments before putting the call through. Wang Baol's interactions with Lin Yu were limited. Lin Tianhao acted as their intermediary most of the time. The last time Wang Baol had contacted Lin Yu was because of Lin Tianhao's disappearance, and he had made the call while feeling extremely guilty for what had happened. Despite their limited interactions, they were able to converse with ease. Lin Yu was an extremely charming person. His charm wasn't limited to his physical appearance but came from the way he treated others and his attitude towards other people. He congratulated Wang Baol and thanked him for giving Lin Tianhao such an important task. Lin Yu then paused, seeming to be taking a sip of tea before he spoke again, softly. Baol, you and Tianhao are of the same age. That's why I'm going to treat you like a nephew. Have you ever thought about your future progression in the Federation? I've heard about your ambition. You want to become the Federation president. That is a good ideal to strive towards. I envy your father. If Tianhao could be as ambitious as you, I would be able to put my mind at ease as well. Lin Yu sighed. He had said that from his heart. He had lacked for nothing in this life. He was gifted with above-average talents and was confident that with time, he would be able to reach the nascent soul based on his talents and resources. His greatest regret was Lin Tianhao. That was why he was so grateful towards Wang Baol. Wang Baol coughed after hearing what Lin Yu said. Uncle Lin, you are right. I thought the same since I was a little boy. I envy my father for having such a good-looking, talented, and ambitious son as well. Lin Yu fell into momentary silence. He seemed to have come to his senses after hearing what Wang Baol said. He had an odd expression on his face, and he hastily changed the topic and spoke immediately. Baol, you have now reached an important point in your career. The times have changed. It's no longer what it was before when I was young. When I was young, as long as your cultivation was sufficient, as long as you possessed certain maturity and will, and were willing to showcase yourself, you would either fall from grace or rise up the ranks to stand above the rest. Now the climate has stabilized. Every political force desires a prolonged period of stability and security. Even if Duan Myuk has grand visions and ambitions for the future, he finds great difficulty in each progressive step he's taking. That is why, what I mean is, in such times, a primary rank for noble is the highest rank a person without power and authority can hope to achieve. If nothing unexpected occurs, you have now reached the pinnacle of your life. Nothing will change unless you are like our fellow Taoist Osmanthus, who reached the perfected core formation realm and broke through the glass ceiling. However, you must pray that when that happens, the Federation President and people like us haven't advanced to the nascent soul realm. Baol, do you understand what I'm getting at? If you wish to progress, it'd remain difficult to do so even if your cultivation reaches the core formation realm. After all, currently, the 4 Dao colleges aren't headed by the ethereal Dao College. Lin Yu's words were straightforward and honest. He was analyzing Wang Baol's future based on his vast experience. That was why Wang Baol grew more serious as he listened to Lin Yu. He pondered over what Lin Yu said and couldn't deny that most of what Lin Yu said was true. He became slightly depressed. He wondered if there might be any major contributions that he could make in order to advance from a primary rank 4 noble to a secondary rank 3 or even primary rank 3 noble. However, you have become the mayor of the new Martian city zone. You have made a correct move. In fact, this could be an opportunity for you. You must know that you have just made something out of nothing. You've created a new path for yourself where none existed and risen to become a primary rank for noble. There hadn't been a new Mars region prior to this. Setting up a new city zone might not be the same as founding a new land, but it's still an impressive achievement. That is why the various political forces have fought so hard for this opportunity. On the one hand, they were doing it for the divine armament. On the other, they were also fighting for a future accolade for their own heirs. As the world stabilizes and peace reigns, the opportunity to make such impressive and extraordinary contributions to the Federation can no longer be found. Such achievements could only be made during the past fearsome war with monsters and when the 17 strongholds were built. This is an opportunity given by the gods. That is why you must remember to treasure it dearly. You must be cautious of others taking credit for your work after the new city zone is built. You must ensure that your name is remembered for all the effort you put in, and not the names of others. It was clear that Lin Yu was bearing his soul to Wang Baol. Wang Baol was instantly moved when he heard those words. His breath quickened. He had read about such incidents in the high officials' autobiographies. He knew clearly that if others successfully took credit for what he had done, then his efforts would be wasted. He would become an accessory to someone else's success. You must know clearly who your friends and enemies are. You must identify them clearly. Li Yi, for example. I believe the 4 Dao colleges have not given up hope on her. That's because she has the support of our fellow Taoist Osmanthus. She will become your greatest enemy. That is because the both of you have the mark of the 4 Dao colleges on you. She is the official representative while you are the unexpected challenger. Most importantly, she hails from White Deer Dao College while you are from the Ethereal Dao College. This is no longer a conflict between you and Li Yi. It has become a problem of which college between the White Deer Dao College and the Ethereal Dao College has the final authority. The White Deer Dao College will never allow you to have authority over Li Yi. Even if the Ethereal Dao College wants to help you, they won't do so too openly because they need to consider the overall pros and cons of the four great Dao colleges as an entity as well as the Dao college traditions. To them, the political stability of the Dao colleges comes above everything else. The current sect lord of the Ethereal Dao College isn't extremely assertive either. These factors are to your disadvantage. Wang Baol listened to everything carefully. He didn't say a word and took every word Lin Yu said to heart, ingesting them and mulling them over carefully. He felt that he had a greater understanding of his future. Since the four Dao colleges support Li Yi, your top priority then is to single out Li Yi's flaws and mistakes. You have to do your best to force her out of the competition in an open and legitimate manner. You will then become the four Dao colleges' only representative in the new Mars region. When that happens, they will have to support you regardless of whether they're willing to do so. No matter how displeased they are, they will need to give you their full support. When that time comes, even if the Ethereal Dao College's sect lord isn't an assertive man, he will be smart enough to seize the opportunity and seize the control the four Dao colleges have within the new Mars region. That is when you will be able to reap the rewards of your labor. Lin Yu finished what he had to say and took a sip of his tea. He heard Wang Baol's fast breathing over the voice transmission ring and smiled lightly. Wang Baol's breathing quickened. Lin Yu's analysis and assessment, and his final solution to Wang Baol's troubles, had cleared Wang Baol's mind and lifted his spirits. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lin Yu was indeed a man with a clear mind and whose thoughts were thorough. He had an extraordinary way of weighing and deliberating his options, isolating the best option available. Now that we're done talking about enemies, let's talk about your friends. Baol, when one is surrounded by enemies, he will find it hard to accomplish great deeds. What you need to learn is to differentiate those enemies whom you can befriend and those you will never be able to become friends with. Those whose hostility towards you cannot be resolved must be swiftly brought down in the shortest time possible. Kong Dao, for example. He is the foster son of the Federation president and a member of the native Martian military. You cannot afford to isolate him. That is because you aren't the four Dao college's only option. You still need the support of the Martian natives. Your relationship with the military allows them to naturally give you their support. Kong Dao will serve to provide you with this support in the background. You have to analyze the various political forces in the Federation. Are they willing to join forces with the Martian administration and share control over the new city zone? The answer determines that Kong Dao will only ever be a vice mayor. Do you believe that if Kong Dao had gotten first place in the final trial, the positions for vice mayorship wouldn't be 4 but 5? In addition, Kong Dao will never reside inside the new city zone. That is why you only need to ensure that he appears to listen to your orders. Don't worry. He will never try to seize power independently. Wang Baol's eyes widened. Lin Yu's analysis and explanations seemed to have opened a door. He seemed to suddenly grasp the lessons that he had read in the high officials' autobiographies and had been slightly confused over. I understand now. Based on this analysis, I can apply the same approach to Jin Duoming. I only have to remain as friends with Jin Duoming, as there aren't any conflicts of interest between the both of us. Wang Baol immediately said. His voice traveled through the voice transmission ring. Lin Yu picked his teacup up and took a sip. He smiled. You're right. You should know that the Trillionaris Corporation is in a difficult place, politically speaking. There are too many factions within the corporation fighting to control the corporation in the future. Jin Duoming is not the only competitor. They will face fierce competition in the future. Even though Taoist Jin acknowledges and recognizes Jin Duoming as the heir to the Trillionaris Corporation, he had been severely injured during the past monster war. He is still suffering from the side effects of his injuries. It is likely that he will never be able to break through the core formation realm and enter the nascent soul realm. The only option left to the Trillionaris Corporation is to bind their survival tightly together with the Federation's survival. After all, the Federation would take more care in maintaining its image and reputation as compared to the other political forces when they are trying to devour the wealthy and resource-rich corporation. Why do you think the Trillionaris Corporation spent so much energy and resources in helping you set up the new Mars region? It's to ensure that you remain friendly towards them, and also to maintain a friendly relationship with the Martian administration as well as the Federation. Taoist Jean is a businessman. He isn't the same as the rest of us. What Lin Yu said showed his understanding and analysis of the various political forces. His words were priceless. They couldn't be given a price tag. The only ones in the entire Federation who were qualified to have such a level of understanding and analysis of the situation would be those who shared his rank and status. It was clear that this conversation was Lin Yu bearing his true thoughts to Wang Baol. He held nothing back. He was standing in Wang Baol's place and helping the latter plan for his future. Wang Baol took a deep breath after listening to everything that had been said. A strange light glimmered in his eyes. He recalled the agreement between himself and Jean Duoming. It had been between him and a Trillionaris corporation that was headed and represented by Jean Duoming. The meaning behind Jean Duoming's words seemed deep and layered as he pondered them. The Trillionaris corporation isn't to be underestimated, though. Even though Taoist Jean doesn't have a chance to break through to the nascent soul realm, and his corporation is plagued by faction politics, the situation would change if someone achieves a breakthrough. In addition, this Taoist Jean is extremely innovative. He has joined forces with the Federation to come up with an anti-spirit bomb. In theory, if the bomb is successfully made, its power will be immense. A nascent soul is nothing in the face of the anti-spirit bomb. The various political forces have tried hard to dig up more information but failed to find out more details. There have even been rumors that the anti-spirit bomb has been tested and proven to be a success multiple times. This is all for your information and understanding only. You only need to remember that Jean Duoming's status dictates that he has to remain neutral in the face of Federation politics. What he needs isn't a friend, but an ally. Lin Yu spoke carefully and with great emphasis. He seemed to have heard the quickening of Wang Baol's breathing after he was done speaking. He placed his teacup down, and a flash of approval flickered in his eyes where Wang Baol couldn't see. He thought for a moment, then said softly, "Baol, do you feel that the politics are much too complicated? Like you are stepping into a deep, bottomless lake." Wang Baol raised his head and stared at his voice transmission ring. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Even though Lin Yu couldn't see Wang Baol nod, he could imagine him doing so. He lowered his voice. Regardless of how clear a lake may seem, when you first wade into the middle of it, you will think the lake deep and bottomless. It is vast and murky and seems to hide countless secrets. But once you leave the lake and stand at its edge, when you look at it again, you will realize that the waters are clear. You can see right to the bottom of the lake. Why is that? You know the answer. Your sight is obscured because you are in the waters. This doesn't mean that you should leave the lake. It means that when there comes a day when you are no longer standing at the edge but are above the lake, in the sky, gazing down at it, you will find out that the waters are not only clear, but will realize that the lake is only as big as the size of your palm. If you look further into the distance, you will be able to see a vast ocean many times bigger than the lake. If you rise further up and lift your head skyward, you will find a greater universe that is even more extraordinary than the world you are in. There are some things I'm not in the position to share openly. Baol, we humans are but mere grains in a vast ocean. Lin Yu seemed like he wanted to continue, but due to some unknown reasons, he decided not to. He only sighed a sigh that seemed to reveal powerlessness and an inability to control his own fate. That marked the end of their conversation. The sigh echoed in Wang Baol's ears and his head even after the transmission ended. He grew silent gradually as he mused over what he had been told. A grain in a vast ocean. After a long while, Wang Baol lifted his head and gazed out into the starlit skies. He stared for a very long time. Then he shut his eyes. He wasn't someone who tried to strive for things beyond his means. He knew very clearly that his only immediate concern was the new Mars region. He would handle whatever came in the future when the future arrived. With that thought in mind, Wang Baol continued his preparations. Time passed in a blur. Soon, the day of departure arrived. Wang Baol had submitted his recommendations for his vice-mayors prior to the date. They had been approved by the governor without a hitch. His vice-mayors were Li Yi, Kong Dao, Jin Duoming and Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao would accompany Wang Baol and head for the new region, while the remaining three would follow after. They needed time to prepare the resources their respective political forces had promised. Wang Baol had a condition for making them vice-mayors. They had to bring along the resources they had promised before they could take up office. Regardless of how resentful Li Yi and Kong Dao felt regarding the arrangements, they could only swallow their resentment. Jin Duoming had no opinion on the matter though. He didn't care whether he went or not, or if he did, when he would depart. The new city zone was just going to be a barren, deserted land. It was going to be so boring if he departed sooner. In fact, there had been no disputes raised by any other political forces regarding Li Yi's and Kong Dao's candidacy during the fight for vice-mayorship. Jin Duoming, however, almost lost his spot. It had been a narrow fight despite the Trillionaris Corporation offering to foot 50% of the bill. Both the Galactic Dusk Sect and the Five-Generation Sky Clan had eyed the vice-mayorship hungrily. Due to the tensions between the Galactic Dusk Sect and Wang Baol, their request for a position had been rejected. The Five-Generation Sky Clan, however, had met all the conditions. They even promised more than what the Trillionaris Corporation promised. However, in the end, they had still failed. Wang Baol had heard about it as well. It seemed that the head of the Senate had spoken at the most critical stage. This had caused the Zhua family of the Five-Generation Sky Clan to back down in resignation. Zhua Yixian had also been transferred away out of Mars. After slicing up the entire cake and dividing it amongst the various parties, he had been left with no cake and kicked out of the fight. An outsider might have seen this as an internal fight amongst the various political forces. Wang Baol had thought about it for a while though and felt that Zhua Yixian's persistent and foolhardy investigation into the incident when Wang Baol and Li Wanner had spent a night together had been one of the reasons for his current predicament. Well, there's no way around that. He chose his own grave and buried himself in it when he insisted on investigating the matter. Wang Baol had been rather pleased with the outcome and viewed the matter with relish, after which he had set it aside and didn't think about it further. The day of departure arrived. Wang Baol and Lin Tianhao took up their new office. The Martian colony governor and the other high-ranking officials of the Martian administration saw them off as an enormous fleet of 500 cruisers slowly rose off the ground inside the Martian city port and into the sky. Out of the 500 cruisers, 300 carried the 100,000 men charged with constructing the new city zone. They were to follow Wang Baol's orders. The remaining 200 cruisers were packed with the resources given by the Federation and the Martian administration. Loud booms thundered in the air. Wang Baol stood on the deck of the cruiser heading the fleet, and Lin Tianhao stood next to him. The two of them lowered their gaze at the land beneath them. They turned their eyes towards the Martian city, then raised said eyes towards the direction where the new city zone lay. Lofty aspirations and grand ambitions filled Wang Baol's thoughts. Tianhao, give the orders. Move forward at full speed. Wang Baol barked his orders. Lin Tianhao inhaled a deep breath and immediately complied. The 500 cruisers soon rumbled and sped forward. From afar, it looked like 500 arcs of rainbow dashing across the heavens, racing into the distance. Hours later, the 500 cruisers reached the divine armament zone. The ruins that had littered the lands had vanished, and Donkey sprawled on the ground, lazy and pleased. Its cultivation had erupted during the period where he had been clearing the trash after the battle. It appeared to have reached the perfected true breath realm. Wang Baol ignored the donkey. The cruisers landed, and with Wang Baol's orders, the blueprints showing the first construction phase of the Eternal Fortress were distributed. Only the core components of the Eternal Fortress were excluded from the plans. 100,000 people immediately went to work and commenced construction. Wang Baol's puppets were activated as well. Every one of those puppets followed Wang Baol's orders and participated in the construction process as the main architects. Together, they were building the Eternal Fortress. The Eternal Fortress in the New Mars region would be 10,000 times the scale of its prototype. It covered a shockingly large area, and the Eternal Fortress of Wang Baols would also be equipped with facilities that were previously uncompleted during the assessment. They would be fully furnished through the construction of the new city zone. Wang Baol was extremely busy throughout the process of the stronghold's construction. After all, this Eternal Fortress was an independent structure of his. After going through the initial construction process during the assessment, some issues had surfaced, despite it looking extremely imposing. Those issues, however, weren't obvious to outsiders. Wang Baol was, after all, the person who was most familiar with the workings of the Eternal Fortress throughout the Federation. According to his estimations, it was possible to construct a new city zone that could house 100 million people within half a year. However, a lengthy period of time was still needed to test the quality of the new city zone, as well as its ability to withstand the beast tide. Therefore, the deadline Wang Baol set for himself to construct the prototype of the new city zone was 3 months. In the 3 months following that, construction would continue while the city zone underwent continual tests to see if it could resist the beast tide. That would take place until a total of 6 months had passed, when the initial stage of the new city zone had been completed and undergone some tests. That way, the safety of the people who were to move into the new region would be guaranteed. In order to achieve this goal, it was necessary to have sufficient resources and manpower. With the 100,000 workers available right now, Wang Baol analyzed the situation and felt that it was still far from what would be required. The 3 vice mayors of mine will probably arrive within a few days. Along the way, Wang Baol had already planned out where his 4 vice mayors would be positioned. He knew well that he had the advantage afforded to him for winning the assessment. He could forcefully pressure others at the start, but once they gained a footing, it would require some effort to pressure them. He naturally wouldn't let go of this early-stage advantage. Therefore, after thinking about it silently in his mind, he made a decision. Li Yi's responsibility will be to construct the stronghold according to my plans. This is a responsibility that she cannot shrug off and perhaps would even delight in doing. After all, that position gives her the greatest power, secondary only to mine. This way, the White Deer Dao College will have nothing to be unhappy about. As for me, I will be able to make my stance this way. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. Being familiar with the teachings of the high officials' autobiographies, he knew that in order to find fault with someone, the first step was to give them a task. If not, it would naturally be difficult to pinpoint that person's weaknesses. As for Kong Dao, even though City Lord Lin mentioned that it wasn't necessary to care about him, and that I could even try to become friends with him after resolving the grudges between us, that is challenging as well. I'm annoyed the moment I see him. After thinking about it, Wang Baol felt that it was most appropriate to position Kong Dao in the military zone in order to guard the divine armament catacombs. After all, the most important area of the New Mars region was the divine armament zone. Wang Baol analyzed the situation and concluded that Kong Dao wouldn't reject the arrangement. At the same time, the military would be satisfied, since that would allow the military to acquire first-hand news about the divine armament catacombs. This way, I remove the chances of us meeting, since there would be less of a chance of us being in the same area. This makes it easier to manage the situation. Wang Baol sat in his unadorned office and took out a bag of snacks to munch on, while thinking about the task to allocate to Jean Duoming when he arrived. Since Jean Duoming has the potential to become the director of Trillionaris Corporation, he would naturally be confident in management affairs. Even though his abilities aren't obvious, this task shall be given to him. After finishing the snacks in a mouthful, Wang Baol came to a decision to place Jean Duoming in charge of managing the internal affairs of the new city zone. As for Lin Tianhao, Wang Baol didn't have too many concerns. He was one of his own and would be in charge of the disciplinary and law enforcement departments. After making arrangements for the placement of his 4 vice mayors, Wang Baol felt that his understanding of the high officials' autobiographies had deepened yet again. After all, real understanding comes with putting what was learned to use. With delight in his heart, he took out a bottle of ice spirit water, feeling emotional as he took a gulp. As the leader, I need to learn not to be suspicious of the people under my lead. This could also be considered a platform that I have provided for them to show their capabilities. As for me, it is sufficient as long as I have a grasp over manpower and finances. With manpower and finances in my grasp, I will be able to oversee the entire operation. Wang Baol felt that his status was different from before. He hummed a happy tune while walking out of his unadorned office. He looked at the busy construction going on and immediately corrected any aspect that he deemed was out of place wherever he passed. That was especially so for the location where the seal of the Divine Armament Catacombs was located. Wang Baol was clear about the purpose of the stronghold. He was even more clear that if there were no Divine Armament Catacombs, the new city zone wouldn't garner the attention of the various factions in the Federation. Therefore, the Divine Armament Catacombs was the key. The goal of constructing the stronghold is to support the Chi fostering spirit array formation, and the purpose of this array formation is to demolish the barrier under the Divine Armament Catacombs' seal. At the same time, once the stronghold is in operation, the Divine Armament Catacombs seal would then be activated once in a while to relieve the internal pressure. The stronghold would also require an automatic killing mechanism, as well as facilities with protective purposes. It is only through this manner that a cycle could be initiated. Only when the cycle has begun could the new Mars region be considered to have been constructed successfully. Wang Baol thought silently, as he arrived outside the Divine Armament Catacombs. Right now, there had already been transformations to its appearance. Bases had already been erected in the area, and over 10,000 workers were hard at work in the construction process. There were so many workers that the crater was about to be completely filled. The donkey was also there, behaving suspiciously like a thief. It occasionally looked at the pile of resources, its saliva uncontrollably flowing out of its mouth. It would then look at the Divine Armament Catacomb seal, as if waiting for its dream food to fly out of it from within. Seeing that the donkey was behaving like a good-for-nothing, rage arose in Wang Baol, and he went forward to give the donkey a kick. The donkey had endured Wang Baol's beatings so frequently that its skin had already thickened, and it didn't feel anything after being kicked. Instead, it looked energetically at Wang Baol, instinctively revealing a look that implied that it was trying to get into Wang Baol's good books. Dumb donkey, know that the resources here are all accounted for. It doesn't matter whether you eat them or not. As long as something goes missing, I will bash you up and shut your mouth as punishment. Wang Baol stared sternly, and the donkey grew shocked and nervous after hearing his words. It appeared that it had already developed some consciousness to be able to understand the meaning of what Wang Baol said. It would be his fault regardless of whether he ate the resources or if others stole them. Therefore, it hurriedly rubbed its head on Wang Baol's thigh as if asking for forgiveness. After being kicked once again by Wang Baol, it seemed to have lost all hope, understanding that appealing to him was futile. The donkey sneezed loudly, and its eyes reddened as it looked ruthlessly at the construction workers like a supervisor. Soon, as the days passed, Wang Baol delightedly found out that he had gained another pair of eyes, which was in the form of the donkey. It was working day and night within the new city zone, continuously checking whether resources were lacking. Once it found that something didn't match up, it would roar like crazy, reminding Wang Baol and Lin Tianhao to take a look. Lin Tianhao thought nothing much of it initially, but after finding issues repeatedly, he looked at the donkey in shock as he realized that the donkey could count, which could be considered a miracle. When he conveyed his surprise to Wang Baol cleared his throat, feeling that he was indeed smart to be able to extract the best use out of trash. When he looked at Lin Tianhao and recalled that Lin Tianhao's workload for the past few days had significantly exceeded that of his own, he satisfyingly patted his shoulder, deciding to send him an invitation. Tianhao, you've heard of the Adonis Association, right? Now, Zhuo Yifan, Zhao Yaming, and I are the members, as our appearances are of a certain standard. That was how the Adonis Association started. Even though your figure isn't as impressive, and you don't look as handsome as me, we are brothers. Therefore, I officially declare that from now on, you are the fourth Adonis of the Adonis Association. Lin Tianhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that Wang Baol's judgment of figure and appearance was perhaps different from his own. However, he knew that he was completely entwined with Wang Baol and would live and die with him. Furthermore, through the time he had spent with Wang Baol on Mars, he has been transformed under his influence. Therefore, after hearing Wang Baol's words, Lin Tianhao, who was half-sitting before Wang Baol, suddenly stood up and agitatedly announced, "Greetings, Chairman." Wang Baol sat there feeling satisfied as he accepted Lin Tianhao's greeting. Seeing how agitated Lin Tianhao was to be accepted into the Adonis Association, Wang Baol was heartened. "I have toiled all my life, sacrificing my youth for the Federation, for the people, and for the Adonis Association, all without rest." Wang Baol chatted briefly with Lin Tianhao before sending him away. He sat on the chair, munching on a chicken leg as emotional thoughts flooded his mind. "I can imagine that perhaps in the future, there would be a day when I recount my deepest regrets. That would be creating the Adonis Association, as my greatest desire would be to live life peacefully like an ordinary person." As he spoke, Wang Baol felt that his life was tough, as every few days, he would be kept busy for hours on end. Sighing while shaking his head, Wang Baol ate a chicken leg and drank 3 bottles of ice spirit water. After, he patted his stomach and took out a bag of potato chips, munching on them noisily as he walked out of his unadorned office to continue his inspection. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye just like that. In the 2 weeks that passed, Wang Baol didn't forget to continue his cultivation while eating and busying himself with various affairs. He was clear that in the spirit inception era, cultivation was foundation. That was especially so when he realized that as he proceeded with cultivation, the rate at which his cultivation was improving had been significantly increased, perhaps due to the emergence of the dark fire. Right now, he felt that he was just a step away from achieving a breakthrough. Wang Baol had originally planned to wait and achieve a breakthrough naturally. In this way, he wouldn't waste time used for eating and handling official affairs. However, the thought had emerged for less than 2 days when he realized that the donkey had achieved a breakthrough. In the process of endless supervision and inspection of the resources, the donkey had somehow stepped into the foundation establishment realm. That shocked Wang Baol, especially when he noticed that after the donkey reached foundation establishment realm, that it put up a resistance when he wanted to check if it had gained any additional abilities, and even ran away. At the same time, a look of arrogance appeared in its eyes, which made Wang Baol gasp as he stared on. He felt that the donkey no longer knew who his daddy was, and dared to resist the commands from a handsome person like him. Trying to rebel, huh? In his anger, Wang Baol felt that he needed to teach the donkey a lesson so that it would understand that he would raise his son not just by calling it his son, but through beatings. With that anger, Wang Baol activated his cultivation and caught up with the donkey. Without waiting for it to speak, he ordered it to shut its mouth, and then beat it up. Immediately, the donkey was reduced to a pitiful state, but was unable to make a single noise and couldn't escape. Wang Baol was only satisfied and stopped after the donkey revealed a look of obedience in its eyes. He then lifted the order for the donkey to shut its mouth. Noticing that the donkey wanted to make noise again, he kicked it hard. Instantly, the donkey hurriedly shut its mouth, looking at Wang Baol obediently with a clear look of wanting to curry his favor. "You know where you stand now, right? Say it, who are you to me?" Wang Baol spoke calmly, with his hands behind his back. "Son, son." The donkey trembled. Even though it was unwilling, that was the only sound it could make. In its helplessness, it could only scream. That scene was watched by the others who were busy with the construction work around them. They were bewildered, confused, and frightened, as they were also clueless as to how to treat the donkey. It took its responsibility as a supervisor seriously and had reached a maniacal level in its inspection of the resources, such that it would know even if a screw was missing. That made many who were looking to earn a small fortune through the construction of the new city zone annoyed. But now that they noticed the donkey being beaten up, they were secretly happy. However, they were delighted too early. When Wang Baol turned to leave while swaggering in an exaggerated manner, the donkey that seemed to have been beaten to the brink of being handicapped previously immediately leaped up, shivering as there was no damage to its roughened skin. When it turned, it looked ruthlessly at those busybodies and sneezed, growing even more enthusiastic and diligent in inspecting the resources. It seemed to have realized that it was no match for Wang Baol, the tyrant. The helplessness it felt in its heart was channeled towards the busybodies instead. Wang Baol could see that the little donkey had become even more maniacal and diligent, but didn't care much. Right now, he was experiencing a lot of stress. As to him, the rate at which the donkey's cultivation was improving was increasing swiftly. If there happens to be a day when the donkey reaches core formation realm before me, thinking about the consequences of that possibility, Wang Baol shuddered. His head felt numb as the scene of himself being savagely beaten by the donkey, while he tried to run away, surfaced continuously in his mind. Eventually, he might still have to yield to the donkey as he heard the donkey shouting, "Son! Son!" That image was so frightening that Wang Baol's heart palpitated rapidly. He hurriedly tried to wipe that sinister scene from his mind. After that, a look of determination appeared in his eyes as he immediately went into seclusion. That shall never happen. It must be mentioned that the breakthrough in the donkey's cultivation agitated Wang Baol significantly, such that he put everything aside and went into seclusion. In the seclusion process, he didn't bother about external affairs, having passed the responsibility to Lin Tianhao. On the one hand, he believed in Lin Tianhao's ability. On the other hand, the construction was going according to plan. As long as there were no hiccups, everything would go smoothly even without Wang Baol overseeing it. Therefore, he settled down and immersed himself fully in cultivation. As he meditated with his legs crossed, he continually activated the force of his cultivation according to the initial teachings of Lightning Tao. First volume in order to nurture the 2 heavenly thunders in his legs, while trying to carve the 3rd lightning tattoo on his left arm to form the 3rd heavenly thunder. Other than that, Wang Baol also began practicing for the cultivation of dark fire while in seclusion. He soon realized that the rate of practicing the dark art outside the Divine Armament catacombs was significantly faster than inside the Martian city by at least 10 times. That shocked Wang Baol. He vaguely felt that if there was no blockage by the seal of the Divine Armament catacombs, the speed of his cultivation could be even faster. As for the level that he would eventually be able to reach, Wang Baol couldn't put his finger on it. To him, matters like these were both like a sharp blade and a matter of fate. Wang Baol breathed rapidly, taking a while before he finally calmed down. He thought about it with a bizarre look in his eyes and didn't attempt to try it out immediately in a rash manner. Instead, he calmed himself further, practicing the dark art in conjunction with the Lightning Tao. First volume, continuously nurturing the 3rd heavenly thunder and the 3rd dark fire. Days passed just like that. After a month, Wang Baol, who happened to be meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, and a chilly look was immediately revealed, as if dark fire was burning in his eyes. The ground around and beneath him instantly turned cold, with visible black sheets of ice forming on the walls around him. That was not all. There was a current running through the ice. The area of seclusion looked extremely bizarre. As for his cultivation, it had directly broken through Foundation Establishment midstage, reaching late-stage Foundation Establishment realm the moment he opened his eyes. By the time he achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, the construction going on outside the area of seclusion was more than 50% complete. It could be seen that the location where the prototype of the New Mars region was located, which was where the Divine Armament Catacombs was, had been changed. The appearance of the Divine Armament Catacombs had been transformed, with a large wall encircling it, enveloping it completely. There was a gigantic cover where waves of spirit energy were churning within, forming several invisible spirit threads. The spirit threads circled continuously in the area, occasionally criss-crossing over one another to form a huge net. That was part of Wang Baol's plans to form a dermic artifact meant to destroy the Beast Tide. The Beast Tide wouldn't be able to escape, and would immediately be torn to pieces by the spirit thread. Their corpses and blood would fall to the ground and be absorbed by the array formation, forming the nourishment of the chi fostering spirit array formation, resulting in the production of a cycle as it broke down the Beast Tide within the catacombs. Now, the initial stages of the array formation had been completed. There were also many people guarding and repairing it. However, at that moment, within the Divine Armament Catacombs, a loud roar suddenly emerged, and the face that had appeared previously and shocked the entire Federation suddenly appeared again from under the array formation. It was more vigorous this time, as if there was an existence it desired that made it want to dash out like a maniac. This sudden change immediately threw everyone into a state of shock. As they retreated in fright, the emergence of that face activated the alert system, and ear-piercing alert rings reverberated in the large prototype of the new city zone. Instantly, innumerable figures rushed to the location. Of those people, there was Lin Tianhao as well as Li Yi and Kong Dao. During the period of Wang Bao's seclusion, Kong Dao and Li Yi both arrived. Kong Dao didn't do much, but Li Yi immediately interfered in the construction of the new city zone, even putting forth hard-headed suggestions in many areas, requesting that changes be made. Those requests, which were unreasonable in Lin Tianhao's eyes, were immediately rejected by him. In front of Wang Bao, he had suffered and therefore yielded, which made him seem weak. However, as the son of a senator, Lin Tianhao was considered prominent regardless of which faction he was in. Comparing his background, he didn't lose out, and comparing his noble, he had caught up and was now a secondary rank 4 noble like Li Yi. Comparing his cultivation, even though he was merely someone who had perfected the early-stage foundation establishment realm, Li Yi was still nowhere near superior to him. This way, Lin Tianhao's prominence was strongly conveyed. It wasn't a simple rejection, but outright disregard. During that period of time, the clashes between them grew. Even so, with the sounding of the alarm, the group of them charged towards the area in all seriousness. When they saw the huge face within the seal, they jumped out of their bodies in shock. Suddenly, the face was no longer screaming and was instead slowly calming down. The alarm also stopped ringing at this moment. The instant the face sank, Wang Bao heard the alarm and retracted his dark fire. When he stood up, the chilliness around him visibly disappeared. When everything returned to normal, Wang Bao, who emerged out of seclusion, rushed to the divine armament seal, looking extremely serious. He didn't know what the issue was, but according to his plans, the alarm would only sound when an extreme crisis occurs. Therefore, even though the alarm had stopped ringing now, he was still charging at an extremely fast speed. He arrived not long after Lin Tianhao and company were inspecting the situation. He neared the area immediately, stepping out of the circular array formation. Lin Tianhao immediately noticed him and hurriedly greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, Mayor." Kong Dao and Li Yi stood looking coldly at Wang Bao without greeting him. If it were in another situation, Wang Bao would definitely throw them a death stare. However, right now he didn't have time to think about all that. He hurriedly neared and immediately inquired, "What's the situation?" Lin Tianhao didn't dare to cause any delay, immediately speaking in a hushed voice and telling Wang Bao everything they knew and saw. That shocked Wang Bao, as he looked at the divine armament catacomb seal that had returned to a state of calmness, and he thought about the time. That was the exact time when I achieved cultivation breakthrough, the moment when the dark art wasn't suppressed. When I heard the alarm, I immediately withdrew the dark art, and with that, the alarm stopped and the face sank. Wang Bao was deep in thought as he checked everything thoroughly. After that, he began inspecting the construction, ensuring that there was nothing wrong with it and that everything was going according to plan, before leaving. From start to end, Li Yi and Kong Dao stood there without speaking to Wang Bao. Wang Bao also disregarded them and muttered under his breath as he left, "Putting on airs in my territory?" With that thought, he turned to look at Lin Tianhao, speaking with a look of dissatisfaction in his eyes. "Tianhao, I spent about a month in seclusion, right? It's been almost 2 months since we've arrived here, hasn't it?" Lin Tianhao estimated the time in his mind and immediately agreed. "Yes, it's been almost 2 months. My 3 vice mayors haven't reported to work. That's interesting. It seems like they don't wish to suffer here. Tianhao, go to the Martian city to meet the Martian colony governor now to inform her about what happened. Tell them that if they're unwilling to come, I don't want them either." Wang Bao spoke arrogantly, wanting to leave after that. However, Li Yi and Kong Dao, who were standing nearby, were immediately angered. "Wang, are you blind?" Li Yi had initially wanted to take over whatever Wang Bao refined, but since losing, she had lost all will, feeling that she must have been kicked by the donkey to have made Wang Bao fall in love with her. Listening to Wang Bao's words now, she grew even more furious. Oh! Wang Bao turned around, throwing a glance at Li Yi, before turning to ask Lin Tianhao. Who's that? Li Yi was about to explode from anger. A fire was raging in her eyes, and she looked furiously at Wang Bao while speaking with gritted teeth. Wang Bao, don't go overboard and feign ignorance here. Do you think? Shut up. Without waiting for Li Yi to finish what she had wanted to say, Wang Bao bellowed, the late stage of his foundation establishment realm cultivation exploding, instantly forming a strong force that directly suppressed Li Yi. Li Yi trembled violently, feeling as if her eardrums were about to be broken apart. At the same time, she sensed the transformation in Wang Bao's cultivation and immediately gasped. Even Kong Dao, who was beside her, was shocked, his facial expression changing wildly. He hadn't noticed it with the alarm sounding previously. Furthermore, Wang Bao instinctively tried to hide it when he arrived, which made this sudden activation of Wang Bao's cultivation catch the attention of Kong Dao. You still know that I am Wang Bao? Vice Mayor Li, do you know then that you're just an assistant? You don't greet me when you see me and are instead waiting for me to greet you. Wang Bao reprimanded, without a hint of politeness. His cultivation, status, and responsibility were all superior to Li Yi. Right now, whatever he said reigned, putting so much pressure on Li Yi that she was aghast with shock and hyperventilating. Kong Dao also fell silent, knowing that it was unwise for him to say anything right now. Seeing that Wang Bao was reprimanding Li Yi, Lin Tianhao gloated in his heart. He had grown extremely annoyed at Li Yi during this period of time, and now he opened his mouth to speak. Mayor, I would like to confess, after Vice Mayor Li arrived here, she made many suggestions that weren't in line with the foundational blueprint for the Eternal Fortress that was given by you. I didn't dare to apply them, which resulted in delays in the construction process. Wang Bao raised his brows upon hearing Lin Tianhao's words, and he looked towards Li Yi. Mayor Wang went into seclusion the moment he arrived and didn't care about how things were progressing over here, eventually resulting in chaos. As the vice mayor, I would naturally have to oversee the construction of the new city zone. What is wrong with expressing my opinion about it? Li Yi raised her head, recovering from being reprimanded previously as she looked coldly at Wang Bao. You can. From now on, Vice Mayor Li won't only be in charge of the area of the seal, but also the construction of the entire Eternal Fortress. Tianhao, pass a copy of the blueprint for the Eternal Fortress to Vice Mayor Li later on. Wang Bao spoke decisively, shocking Lin Tianhao. Even though he wasn't sure why Wang Bao responded this way, he still hurriedly nodded his head. Li Yi was taken aback as well. She had originally planned to find a chance to interfere later on, eventually gaining the power to oversee the construction through a dramatic underhand scheme. Her goal was only to be in charge of 20 to 30% of the entire process. However, she had never imagined that Wang Bao would hand over the entire responsibility for the construction to her. However, even though she was suspicious, she immediately accepted the power that she had been bestowed. Without bothering himself further with Li Yi, Wang Bao turned to look at Kong Dao. Kong Dao was silent. He thought about the time he made a pact with his foster father and the Mars military when he first arrived, and how Wang Bao had flipped between being the leader and relinquishing his power in a give-and-take manner, which gave him an indescribable gut feeling. He didn't know what it was, but he instinctively felt that there was danger lurking. However, he still greeted Wang Bao expressionlessly. Greetings, Mayor Wang. Wang Bao smiled vaguely, nodding his head before speaking calmly. Mayor Kong. Say no more, Mayor Wang. Kong Dao interjected Wang Bao mid-sentence. Didn't you already communicate my role with the military previously? I won't participate in any construction, and will only be responsible in guarding the divine armament catacombs while periodically releasing the seal to do an internal cleansing. As for the resources, I have already reported to Mayor Lin, and I won't participate in any audit. The alarm just sounded here, and I need to inspect in greater detail. If nothing's the matter, I will be taking my leave. As he spoke, Kong Dao didn't pay any further attention to Wang Bao. Instead, He turned and led his army of military cultivators and began stringent inspections outside the divine armament catacombs. Wang Baol looked at Kong Dao and squinted his eyes. He didn't say anything and turned to lead Lin Tianhao out of the divine armament catacombs' seal. Li Yi threw a glance at Kong Dao before looking away. Thinking about the power she had just gained, her heart palpitated. Even though she was still suspicious, she was no longer hesitant. Even if there were to be anything amiss with this matter, she wasn't afraid. Perhaps this is a sign that Wang Baol is bowing down to the White Deer Dao College. As he left with Wang Baol, Lin Tianhao had wanted to say something but stopped himself, until he could no longer bear it when the two of them reached the mayor's office in the new city zone, which now had its initial stage completed. He cupped his fists at Wang Baol and spoke. "Mayor, this Li Yi must be plotting something." Furthermore, when she came, she brought along thousands of escorts, behaving in an imposing manner as she interfered with each and every matter. Now that Mayor Wang has given her control over the new city zone's construction, I am worried that problems will arise. Lin Tianhao couldn't understand what Wang Baol was thinking. Even though he felt that Wang Baol wasn't one to let others take advantage of him and that those who opposed him wouldn't be any better off either, he was still worried about Li Yi's presence, and he softly reminded Wang Baol. Seeing how much effort Lin Tianhao had put in, Wang Baol was heartened as he patted his shoulder. He sat down and took out a bag of snacks, cheerfully speaking as he munched on them. "Tianhao, I know what I'm doing in my handling of the matter. What I need you to do next is to keep a close eye on Li Yi. Don't stop her for anything. Instead, report everything to me as soon as you can." Lin Tianhao blinked in a confused manner. He wasn't ignorant, and after hearing Wang Baol's words, he thought about what Wang Baol had been through. Immediately, a look of realization flashed across his face, as he finally understood that Wang Baol was trying to trick Li Yi into making a mistake. Therefore, Lin Tianhao heaved a sigh of relief and agreed. He then discussed matters regarding the construction of the new city zone and left after receiving instructions from Wang Baol. As he watched Lin Tianhao leave, Wang Baol patted his stomach in a satisfied manner and chuckled. "Li Yi, right now the cave has been dug for you. What's next is to see how you would jump into it yourself." While Wang Baol was basking in delight, Li Yi was leading the escorts arranged by the 4 Dao colleges, arriving at her designated workplace. She fell silent, as she still felt that something was amiss, but was excited to start work at the same time. She understood that this was a golden opportunity for her. In reality, she was extremely unhappy that Wang Baol had become the mayor. To her, she found it easier to accept Kong Dao as the mayor instead. However, as fate would have it, that pig became the person in charge of the new city zone, which made her feel indignant and disgusted. This time, her goal wasn't to become the vice mayor. Instead, it was to kick Wang Baol away and take charge of everything. This wasn't approved by the White Deer Dao College, but Li Yi felt that the Dao College would support her if it became a reality. The people from the Dao College obviously hate Wang Baol to the core. However, they are too pedantic, giving excuses about stability and about how the time isn't right. Everything is in the control of our own hands, and that is the greatest form of stability. As for the right time for things to happen, that is created by humans too. Li Yi sneered, unhappy that the Dao College didn't support her views. As a result of her goal and attitude, she immediately took initiative and grabbed hold of power when Wang Baol went into seclusion previously. She wanted a part in every matter, as her goal was to remove Wang Baol from power. She had planned to do everything step by step and estimated that she would need a year's time to slowly and successfully reach her goal. However, now that Wang Baol had relinquished his authority to her, Li Yi was agitated, her eyes revealing a look of bewilderment. She was very clear that Wang Baol had become the mayor with the entire federation as his witness. That meant that he had a strong backing and foundation, which made it difficult for the situation to change unless, "I just have to prove that his eternal fortress isn't as perfect as others have imagined, and is no match for my global Dharma city," Li Yi mumbled. She understood that in order to achieve this, she couldn't do it in an obvious manner, and should instead appear to abide by the rules on the surface while going against them in secret. It would appear that she was constructing the Eternal Fortress, but was actually waiting to ambush. At the same time, she belittled the Eternal Fortress. In her opinion, she was the representative of the 4 Dao colleges. Even though her global Dharma city had failed in the assessment, it still lasted until the end. Wang Baol may have won, but his stronghold was destroyed eventually as well. That was what made Li Yi so confident. Once I have proven this point, the Dao College would naturally take action and collaborate with other factions to kick Wang Baol away, in order for me to smoothly ascend to the position of the new mayor. With that thought, Li Yi grew even more passionate as she immediately pushed aside her suspicions and became determined. She secretly made plans to pretend to be constructing the Eternal Fortress on the surface, while building her own global Dharma city in secret. However, she also didn't dare to make her movements too obvious. Therefore, she focused her attention on a corner of the Eternal Fortress, designating it as an area for the global Dharma city. There was something that she wasn't too clear about, and that was that Wang Baol seemed to be responsible for constructing the stronghold, but was actually facilitating the Qi fostering spirit array formation. After all, this new city zone was constructed in order to form the array formation. This matter was considered a secret, and people who were secondary rank 3 or below didn't have the authority to know about it. Wang Baol was an exception, as he had a unique identity and was informed by the Martian colony governor. Even though Li Yi also knew about it, she didn't have a complete view like Wang Baol did. Naturally, she couldn't possess the blueprint for New Mars region's array formation like Wang Baol. In reality, minor adjustments had been made to Wang Baol's Eternal Fortress, so that the stronghold and the array formation could integrate with each other perfectly. That meant that no matter how powerful Li Yi's global Dharma city was, it would be difficult for it to integrate perfectly with the array formation. This way, errors would be obvious. Right now, however, Li Yi didn't seem to realize that and was instead very excited for the day to arrive when she could prove that her global Dharma city was superior to the Eternal Fortress. Just like that, time passed. The construction of the new city zone officially began, with transformations visible every day. Areas of construction and plots of land were constantly being constructed at an astonishing speed. It was also at this moment that Jin Duoming finally arrived. As the last vice mayor, he may be late, but he brought along an astounding amount of resources and manpower. The speed at which the new city zone was being constructed had visibly increased by the second day he arrived. After meeting Jin Duoming, Wang Baol relinquished more of his power, passing Jin Duoming the responsibility to act like a housekeeper responsible for the internal affairs of the new city zone. He even told Jin Duoming that this was a chance for him to prove himself. That surprised Jin Duoming. He felt that what Wang Baol said made sense, and since he had nothing better to do, he was enthusiastic about his job. However, after a few days he felt tired and bitter. There were simply too many things to handle and oversee in the new city zone's construction process. If everyone worked equally hard, it wouldn't feel so miserable. However, Wang Baol was the one who became the freest, having time to either cultivate or bring the donkey walking in the new city zone. Therefore, after bearing with it for a few days, Jin Duoming finally exploded in unhappiness, realizing that he didn't even have time to flirt with the ladies anymore. However, the way he expressed his unhappiness wasn't to argue with Wang Baol. Instead, he sent an order to Trillionaris Corporation, assigning hundreds of management elites from Mars to become his assistants, helping him to manage the internal affairs of Mars. This way, he could relax and had the time to pursue Li Yi. The way Jin Duoming went after girls in the past was to give them a ton of money until the other party gave in. However, this time he decided to try a different method to see if he could move Li Yi, not by giving money, but by pursuing her with his capabilities. He already had this idea when he was in the Martian city, and this thought had remained now that he was in the New Mars region. He was around Li Yi every single day, which made Li Yi extremely annoyed. However, when she thought about Jin Duoming's status, she rolled her eyes and bore with the annoyance, occasionally stirring discord between Jin Duoming and Wang Baol. In response to Li Yi trying to sow discord, Jin Duoming always appeared to be angry at Wang Baol, wanting to go against him. In reality, however, he wasn't the least bit affected, as he understood the implications of the matter, and didn't want to be part of the battle between the two of them. However, he still hinted to Li Yi that as long as she became one of his Dao partners, he would immediately roll up his sleeves and bash Wang Beol up. This attitude of not committing oneself until success is certain made Li Yi grit her teeth. Seeing Li Yi's response, Jin Duoming was heartbroken, as he felt that it was a beautiful sight. He decided to secretly support Wang Beol. That was because the more he supported Wang Beol, the more powerful Wang Beol would be. At the same time, Li Yi would become more angry and annoyed, and that would perhaps make Li Yi agree to become his. In order to agitate Li Yi even more, Jin Duoming didn't hide his support for Wang Beol and instead made it very obvious to Li Yi. Can you see that with the resources I hold, whoever I help would be at an advantage? How's this? If you become one of my 300 Dao partners, I will help you. You asshole. Get lost. Li Yi exploded at Jin Duoming angrily. It's so troublesome to pursue a girl. After Jin Duoming was hurled out of Li Yi's office, he entered his luxurious cruiser, leaving dejectedly with his bodyguards surrounding him. Jin Duoming lay in the embrace of one of his servants while snacking on fruits that had been peeled by the other beautiful servant ladies surrounding him. He was filled with emotional thoughts, as he felt that Li Yi was a challenge to pursue. Therefore, he was thinking about whether to adopt his previous method, which was to overwhelm her with money. No, I should move her with my sincerity and let her know that she would be safest in my arms. Jin Duoming put on a look of seriousness, thinking about how he needed to plan carefully before executing anything. While Jin Duoming was in deep thought about how to improve the relationship between himself and Li Yi, Wang Beol finally managed to completely stabilize his cultivation. In reality, during this period of time, he appeared to be inspecting the construction of the stronghold, but most of the time, he was searching for a place where the speed of his dark art cultivation could take place at a faster speed. He realized that even though the speed of dark art cultivation increased the nearer he was to the divine armament catacombs, similar effects could be obtained at a few other areas as well. However, the divine armament catacombs still afforded the most convenience. It could also be imaginable that once he entered into the seal, the extent of his cultivation there would reach an unimaginable state. It was similar to there being a giant cake that was inaccessible for Wang Beol to eat. It wasn't out of bounds, it was just too dangerous. Caught between a mix of struggle and disappointment, the initial stage of the new city zone's construction gradually reached completion. There was still other construction work to follow, but according to Wang Beol's plans, this was the time to test out the degree to which the array formation integrated with the stronghold. Not only was there only 3 months left before the deadline set by the Martian colony governor to relocate the people would arrive, but these 3 months were also crucial for Wang Beol to ensure that there were no issues with his new Mars region. Even if problems were to surface, they would need to be rectified immediately. Never should he wait until after the 100 million people had moved in to solve the problems. Otherwise, if he didn't do a good job, disaster might occur. Wang Beol placed a lot of emphasis on this matter. Therefore, after the initial stage of the new Mars region's construction had been completed, he immediately notified the Martian colony governor. Eventually, the Martian colony governor bestowed Wang Beol with authority over the seal, and after all the preparations had been made, Wang Beol tried to activate the divine armament seal. As a loud boom reverberated and all the necessary protective measures had been put in place, a corner of the divine armament catacomb seal was opened. Immediately, a roaring noise resounded in all directions, and numerous beast tides emerged without control. The moment they emerged, the invisible array formation threads suddenly became obvious in the sealed area where the divine armament catacombs was located. The threads slashed in all directions, and immediately, painful screams reverberated, and flesh and blood flew in all directions. Countless limbless bodies fell onto the ground after being cut into pieces. Wang Beol, Li Yi, Jin Duoming, Kong Dao, Lin Tianhao, and all the other people put on a serious look as they stood inside the command center, watching everything unfold through the spirit screen. No one said anything. Their eyes were all fixated on the spirit screen. They saw the flesh and blood flying in all directions and also noticed how the corpses and flesh dissolved rapidly upon falling to the ground. Wang Beol narrowed his eyes. The other people didn't have a full understanding, But Wang Baol knew very clearly that the corpses and the flesh had all become the driving force and energy of the array formation. Before long, the continual acts of defense and killings going on in the divine armament catacombs ended, and everything returned to normal. Wang Baol tried to increase the opening of the seal, releasing even more powerful ferocious beasts. Tests like these took place for several days. During that period, they discovered many problems. After that, Wang Baol immediately shut the seal and gathered manpower to rectify the issues immediately. 3 days later, all the repairs were completed, and the seal was lifted once again. This cycle continued for an entire month. As the repair and improvements happened continuously, the protective covering outside the divine armament catacombs was perfected. Sometimes, core formation realm ferocious beast could also be killed by the force of the array formation there. It was only at that moment that Wang Baol could fully heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, the lifting of the seal that happened the past 2 months significantly reduced the number of beast tides that emerged. Therefore, after asking for permission, Kong Dao began carrying out his actual role, and that was to periodically inspect the melting process of the chilly ice barrier in the catacombs. Even though danger still lurked within the seal, the military had arranged significant manpower to enter the seal during relatively safer times to begin the inspection and discovery process. It was only relatively safer, as the bizarre-looking face had reappeared twice. It wasn't present all the time, and according to the Federation's judgment, the faces that were transmogrified previously while the barrier was present were merely formed by other gods. As the masses watched the situation nervously, Kong Dao gritted his teeth and led the men into the seal. No one knew what it was like inside, and after 5 minutes, Kong Dao and company rushed out. Following them was a large crowd of ferocious beasts that were chasing after them while roaring, who were then killed by the array formation. This happened again and again for half a month. With every inspection, information regarding the divine armament catacombs was summarized and reported to Wang Baol, who then relayed them to the Martian colony governor. Wang Baol felt solemn looking at the information. Even though Kong Dao and company entered the seal during safer times, there were still many deaths and injuries. At the same time, until now, no one had managed to reach the location where the barrier was located. There were just too many ferocious beasts, and they grew in numbers the deeper they went. At the same time, Wang Baol sensed that each time the seal was opened, the dark fire in his body burned more furiously when he stood near the divine armament catacombs. If there weren't so many people around, Wang Baol wouldn't have controlled his urge to cultivate. In the end, Wang Baol didn't manage to control his urge. He released the mosquitoes to follow the military personnel as they entered the seal once again for inspection. The moment they entered, Wang Baol immediately saw the deep tunnels within the catacombs through the eyes of the mosquitoes. The surrounding mud was of a dark red color, and a sinister vibe continuously stimulated Wang Baol's psyche. The deeper they went, the brighter the red color of the mud grew. In the end, it appeared as if blood was circulating within. At the same time, he noticed the ferocious beasts as well. They were in the form of uncountable globs of flesh wriggling non-stop on the mud walls. Every time one of them broke open, either ferocious beasts or frightening corpses that could move appeared. That was extremely similar to the blood-colored cave in which Lin Tianhao had met with danger and gone missing. It was little wonder that the Martian colony governor, as well as others, had thought that the blood-colored cave was somehow related to the divine armament. Holding his breath, Wang Baol controlled the 9 mosquitoes to follow the military cultivators to an assembly point. That was the deepest point that the military, under the lead of Kong Dao, could reach. Even though it was still a distance away from the barrier, there were just too many flesh globs. The slightest movement would awaken them, and unless they were all cleared, it would be difficult to advance further. Therefore, after placing dermic artifacts all around them, the military quickly retreated. However, the mosquitoes controlled by Wang Baol stayed behind. Wang Baol was silent, and with a look of determination, he controlled the 9 mosquitoes and charged deeper within the catacombs. Without the military cultivators, the 9 mosquitoes charged forward at an even greater speed. Even Wang Baol didn't know how far they went, and could only depend on a rough estimation. With his current level of cultivation, he still almost lost all connection with the mosquitoes. When he reached the limits of control, he finally saw the end of the cave. There was a gigantic piece of chilly ice seal, which gave off a frightening cold. At the same time, even before Wang Baol could take a detailed look, the chilly ice suddenly vibrated, and a huge face that looked extremely frightening appeared. It stared intently at the 9 mosquitoes controlled by Wang Baol as it suddenly spoke. Dark child. That voice didn't speak in Earth's language and was instead a language that Wang Baol had never heard before. It sounded like a curse, and the moment it emerged, it blasted loudly inside Wang Baol's mind through the mosquitoes, causing him to tremble and his breathing to quicken. Even the dark fire in his body was almost out of control. What made him even more shocked was that even though he had never heard the language used by the other party before, for some reason, when it reverberated in his mind, he found out that he actually understood it. There was no need to overthink the matter. Wang Baol knew why he could understand what was being said. He was practicing the dark art. Wang Baol was at the New City Zone's command center, and there were people all around him. The dark fire inside his body had stirred suddenly and summoned chills inside the command center. The sudden chill startled Li Yi and everyone else. They were about to investigate its source when the sealed divine armament catacombs suddenly rumbled. A shocking chill erupted from the catacombs suddenly. The giant face appeared again, pressed against the seal. It seemed different from its previous appearances. It seemed to be howling. It howled the same few words repetitively. Dark child. Dark child. The unexpected and sudden eruption drew the attention of everyone instantly. The sudden chill didn't affect only the divine armament zone. It spread outward with the appearance of the giant face and led Li Yi and the others into instinctively concluding that it was the source of the earlier chill. They didn't give the matter further thought. Alarm and terror flashed across their faces, and Wang Baol grew stern as well. He immediately formed a series of hand seals and sealed the catacombs shut. He intensified the defenses as well. The layers of array formations interwove with one another rapidly. The hordes of numerous beasts that had surged out alongside the sudden appearance of the giant face shrieked in agony as they were sliced into pieces. It took a long moment before the giant receded. The area around the sealed catacombs descended into silence once more. The people in the command center released a sigh of relief. They continued to monitor the situation for a while longer before scattering off. Wang Baol hadn't spoken a single word throughout the entire ordeal. He headed straight back to his residence. Then he started heaving. There were shock and alarm in his eyes. He knew why he could understand what the other creature was saying, and had known that there was some sort of connection between the dark art and the divine armament catacombs, but he had still been shocked and alarmed when he had been called a dark child. That's a form of address. Are all cultivators of the dark art called a dark child? Wang Baol began to grow uneasy. He took out the mask hastily and went in search for little Missy to answer his doubts. However, little Missy seemed to have vanished without a trace. He didn't know why that had happened. It didn't matter how many times he called out for her. She didn't reply or show herself. Wang Baol's anxiety grew. However, he could sense his cultivation of the dark art growing significantly just by releasing his mosquitoes into the sealed catacombs. His 3 dark fires burned fierce and strong. He could imagine the speed at which his cultivation would grow if he stepped inside the catacombs personally. It would be so swift it was unimaginable. Based on the typical rate of progression, I'll need a year or so to progress to the perfected foundation establishment realm, regardless of my natural talents and proficiency. That's still a secondary concern. The main concern is progressing from the perfected foundation establishment realm to the core formation realm. That would be a giant leap. Wang Baol's eyes were bright. He was no longer an inexperienced beginner in the ways of cultivation. He had read up on plenty of materials and information on breaking through the foundation establishment realm. Wang Baol knew very well that every political force in the Federation had core formation realm cultivators. From the perspective of the entire cultivator population, a core formation realm cultivator stood at the pinnacle. Regardless whether one kept their core formation realm cultivation a secret or made it public, there were likely about a few hundred of such cultivators in the entire population. Most were at the early stage of the core formation realm. The number of mid-stage and late-stage core formation realm cultivators tapered off sharply. As for those at the perfected stage of the core formation realm, they numbered less than 10 across the entire Federation. Compared to the core formation realm cultivators, the number of perfected foundation establishment realm cultivators in each political force was significantly higher. There were multiple scores more. However, most of them had reached their limits. It was simply too difficult to achieve another breakthrough in their cultivation. This was why Wang Beol had been agitated to find out the effects the divine armament catacombs had on the dark art. He didn't act recklessly, though. Wang Beol knew that as the mayor of the New Mars region, he held partial control over the native array formation as well as the seal over the divine armament catacombs. He could enter the catacombs any time to practice. He had the right to do so. However, the dangers within the sealed divine armament catacombs were unpredictable. Wang Beol's eyes flashed. He shoved down his strong desires and decided to wait for a while longer, until things had stabilized and gotten safer inside. It wouldn't be too late for him then. He weighed the pros and cons of the matter. Time passed steadily, day after day. The construction of the new city zone continued, and Li Yi became more brazen as she carried out her secret plans. She started to believe that if she were able to modify the defenses of the divine armament catacombs, it would display a greater effect. This wasn't something she could interfere with, though. The seal and defense of the divine armament catacombs fell fully under the jurisdiction of Wang Beol. Even Kong Dao would find it difficult to interfere. The 6-month mark approached. The waves of beasts escaping from the divine armament catacombs shrank after repeated exterminations, and the array formation grew stronger, forming an endless cycle. Kong Dao and his party of military cultivators still suffered casualties in the repeated exploration of the catacombs. However, they had also brought back first-hand information that deepened the overall knowledge about the divine armament catacombs. Wang Beol sent the information back to the Martian colony governor for analysis and evaluation. The repeated explorations led to Kong Dao and his team progressing further and deeper into the catacombs. They were now able to accurately time their exploratory exercises. They would approach the wall. Despite being unable to venture near it, they were able to observe the rate of erosion from afar and document the changes. However, the dermic artifacts installed inside the divine armament catacombs only worked for a short period of time. Otherwise, the exploration exercises would be significantly less challenging. If everything went according to plan, Wang Beol would be able to submit his evaluation report to the governor in 2 weeks' time. Then, they would be able to arrange for a mass migration of residents to the new city zone. The entire new city zone's infrastructure had been completed. Be it residences or industrial estates, they had all been built and equipped with basic necessities. What the new city zone lacked now was a population. Even though the new city zone had approximately a few 100,000 workers, it was still a vast space waiting to be filled. Wang Beol decided to monitor for another 2 weeks before arranging a mass migration. They were 7 days away from the half-year mark when something unexpected happened. Wang Beol's training was interrupted by a sudden, hasty alarm. He opened his eyes abruptly. Lin Tianhao's voice transmission seemed to arrive swiftly. At the same time, Mayor Kong Dao ran into danger while exploring the divine armament catacombs. We don't know if he survived the encounter. Alarm flashed across Wang Beol's face. He rose to his feet and rushed to the sealed divine armament catacombs. Lin Tianhao and Jin Duoming were already there when he arrived. The two had grave expressions on their faces. Through the defense barriers, they could see hordes of beasts howling inside the sealed catacombs. They were being sliced into bits by the numerous strands of the array formations. They saw Wang Beol's arrival and immediately approached Wang Beol, reporting the situation in hushed tones. There were numerous military cultivators around them with anxious and panicked looks on their faces. They all turned and looked at Wang Beol. Mayor, everything had been running smoothly, but soon after Kong Dao brought a party of people into the catacombs, there was a beast tide. We hadn't expected it. Based on our records and forecasts, it arrived a lot earlier than expected. When the beast tide erupted, Kong Dao was... Lin Tianhao didn't finish his sentence. It was clear what he was trying to say, though. It was likely that Kong Dao had met his death deep inside the divine armament catacombs. Have we informed the governor? Wang Bao's head started throbbing. Kong Dao held a unique position. Despite that, he continued to helm the exploration teams personally. Wang Bao had no idea what he was busy with. He had tried asking a few times, but the other man ignored him completely. Now that there was a problem, as the mayor, Wang Bao wouldn't escape unscathed. He couldn't help his growing agitation and frustration. Jin Duoming observed Wang Bao at his side and whispered, "We've blocked the news, but it's not going to stop the news from leaking." "How can you block it?" "We should report it immediately." Wang Bao frowned. The military cultivators around him immediately started speaking. "Mayor, the danger posed by this wave of beasts isn't high. I believe Vice Mayor Kong is alive and is awaiting our rescue. Mayor, please issue the order. We're willing to brave the beast tide and enter the catacombs to mount a rescue. Mayor, you can't just watch him die." Wang Bao was already agitated. He became furious as he listened to the cacophony of voices from the people around him. He roared, "Silence!" His voice boomed like thunder, exploding in the ears of the people around him. Wang Bao released his mosquitoes. They rushed into the beast tide and followed the path deep into the catacombs. They flew speedily, in search of Kong Dao. He soon found Kong Dao and 3 other military cultivators in the middle segment of the catacombs. They were inside a sunken segment of the catacombs that had been dug up earlier, and they were fighting off the hordes of beasts trying to rush in. From the look of it, they wouldn't be able to hold off the beasts for long. The beasts in the sunken pit were too many. They had no chance of survival if they were to rely only on themselves to fight off the beasts. They were all injured and were straddling the line between life and death. Wang Bao had 2 options before him. He could wait for the governor to arrive, or he could make haste and mount an immediate rescue. There was no need to deliberate further. Once he found out that Kong Dao and his team were in a life or death situation, he couldn't find it in himself to leave them to die. He didn't hesitate. He immediately maneuvered his mosquitoes, and they dashed into the horde of beasts surrounding Kong Dao and team. At the same time, Wang Bao opened his mouth and said inside the command center, "Mount a rescue." As soon as he said that, the military cultivators erupted. Their cultivation surged, and they rushed towards the sealed catacombs without hesitation. Wang Bao barked an order, and Lin Tianhao and Jin Duoming immediately issued commands and gathered their servants, joining the rescue party. Wang Bao could choose not to enter the catacombs, but if he did that, the others wouldn't be able to determine Kong Dao's exact location. They wouldn't be able to find Kong Dao immediately when they entered the catacombs. Wang Bao didn't want others to know he had the mosquitoes and was able to rely on their vision. He was silent for a few moments. Then, he gritted his teeth and personally led the team into the catacombs. "Mayor!" Lin Tianhao and Jin Duoming were stunned. They saw Wang Bao dash out hastily from the command center and straight into the region of the sealed divine armament catacombs. The array formation erupted and exterminated numerous beasts. An opening presented itself then, and Wang Bao and the thousands of military cultivators charged into the catacombs. The sight of Wang Bao charging into the catacombs didn't only shock Lin Tianhao and Jin Duoming. It also moved the military cultivators. They started seeing Wang Bao in a different light. There was no need for words as they quickly gathered around Wang Bao in a protective cluster as they descended into the catacombs in a rush. Lin Tianhao took a few deep breaths. His eyes were slightly red, colored by uncertainty. Eventually, he gritted his teeth and charged in as well. At his side, Jin Duoming grimaced. He didn't hesitate too long before he also entered the catacombs with his army of guards. An army of more than 10,000 people rushed in, rumbling, and fought their way through the beast tide. Even more cultivators who had received their orders rushed over from all directions and entered the catacombs as well. The flow of cultivators into the catacombs was ceaseless. Li Yi had rushed over by then, but she frowned at the sight and sneered. "Fools!" She was clearly disdainful of their actions. It was clear she wouldn't choose to enter the catacombs. She clearly felt it a losing bargain to risk so many lives in order to save a few. As a vice mayor, it wasn't right for her to enter as well. She viewed the actions of Wang Beol and the rest as irresponsible and immature. At that thought, a flicker flashed across Li Yi's eyes as she stood inside the command center. A thought arose in her mind. If Wang Beol perishes inside, I'll naturally become the mayor. As Li Yi was deep in thought, inside the divine armament catacombs, tens of thousands of cultivators began their furious extermination and rescue efforts under the leadership of Wang Beol, Lin Tianhao, and Jin Duoming. The influence of the array formation was present inside the catacombs, but it was severely weakened. This meant that the array formation couldn't provide that much help. Fortunately, many of the beasts had already been killed. In addition, under Wang Beol's leadership, the party was able to progress steadily without any breaks or delays. They were like a torrent of waves sweeping through the catacombs, rumbling and thundering, pulling everything that stood in their path under. Howls continued thundering throughout the slaughterings and collisions. Shrieks of pain pierced the air. The beasts grew fewer in numbers. The ceaseless killings brought them deeper into the catacombs until they reached its middle segment. They weren't far from where Kong Dao and his party stood, fighting for their survival. It was then that a sudden howl thundered from the end of the catacombs. It rang out suddenly, and as it resounded in the catacombs, a sudden chill exploded. It was a strange chill like winter had suddenly descended. A layer of ice formed on the walls all around them. The cultivators who were mounting the rescue started to shudder violently. Alarm and shock flashed across their faces. It was as if an invisible force had descended alongside the chill and was eating into their bodies, assimilating them, and making them part of the catacombs. When the chill descended, the beasts around them started to spiral into a mad frenzy. They seemed to grow mindless with violence. They lunged forward unthinkingly and attacked. Wang Bao's breath stilled for a moment in the face of danger. Others might not know what the chill signified, but not Wang Beol. As soon as the chilly presence appeared, he could feel the dark fire inside his body stirring awake. He could feel the dark fire's hunger, as if it desired to devour the aura. Negative spirit body. Maybe this is the dark chi that little Missy mentioned before? Wang Beol had no time to deliberate. He saw everyone's faces around him growing paler. Some began to look dazed as a layer of ice started to form on their bodies. Wang Beol clenched his teeth at the sight. He didn't hesitate and activated the dark art and started sucking. The chilly presence around them seemed to falter. Then, instead of spreading itself across the entire area, it headed straight for Wang Beol. Wang Beol shuddered suddenly as the dark chi surged into his body. The dark fire inside him burned brighter and fiercer than it had ever burned. It was as if a parched land had just received an unexpected first rainfall. His cultivation grew exponentially. There was a light in his eyes that brightened. He was moving faster and fighting more fiercely, better. His blade landed and slashed a beast that had lunged itself at him into halves. But Wang Beol was still wrought with anxiety. Even though he had begun absorbing the chilly dark chi in the catacombs, he alone was still not enough to save everyone. All around him, the rest were infiltrated by the chilly presence. What he was doing was only slowing it down, and it wouldn't take long before everyone fell to the chilly presence. Wang Beol had never personally witnessed the aftereffects of being completely taken over by the chill, but he could imagine it. It was a transformation from the living to the dead. If the tens of thousands of people who had entered the catacombs fell to this extreme injury, Wang Beol's decision to mount a rescue would become a grave mistake. Damn it! In his panic, Wang Beol knew that he could either choose to retreat immediately or increase his speed of absorbing the dark chi. Devouring seed. Wang Beol roared inwardly. He threw caution to the wind in the face of danger. The devouring seed inside his body erupted, and the eruption had been spurred on by the dark fire. Its absorption intensified, and the chilly dark chi in the air started racing madly towards Wang Beol, in greater quantity and speed than it had before. It was as if Wang Beol had transformed into a black hole invisible to an outsider's eyes. He absorbed the chilly presence furiously, causing the cultivators around him to shudder and slowly begin to regain their conscious minds. Shock and alarm flickered across their faces. They were still recovering from the danger they had escaped when Wang Baol roared. "Follow me. Our priority is to rescue the men." Wang Baol's holler shook the people, including Lin Tianhao and Jin Duoming, around him. They charged forward in a race against time, pushing forward another short distance. Finally, they saw Kong Dao, grievously injured, covered in blood, shaking while struggling to fight back. His servants had become mere dead bodies. Kong Dao had been prepared to die. He knew that there was still a chance of someone mounting a rescue to save him, but he also knew that his relationship with Wang Baol was tense and distant. Wang Baol would likely choose to report the matter to the governor and await the governor to mount a rescue mission. Even if the process was carried out swiftly, it was unlikely that he would live to see the rescue party. He watched as his guards fell one after another. His eyes reddened in his despair. He had amassed great knowledge about the catacombs during this period. There were many things he hadn't told Wang Baol. He knew that if he didn't self-combust, perhaps, before long, his dead body would become a part of the divine armament catacombs and a part of its army. Then, his subordinates and his friends would see his corpse appearing in the beast tide, like any other beast. At that thought, Kong Dao watched the beasts surrounding him attempting another lunge. He smiled a tragic smile, howled, and was about to trigger a self-explosion. It was then that, suddenly, he heard gasps of shock. He heard human breathing and explosions. He hadn't the time to see clearly what was happening when spell after spell erupted around him in a blinding glare. Dermic artifacts shot into the pit he was at and exploded. The beasts, who had the pit surrounded and had been trying to charge inside, screamed amidst the series of explosions. They were torn into pieces, their flesh bloodied. Kong Dao, who escaped death narrowly, saw Wang Baol, dermic armament in hand, charging towards him and appearing before him. Wang Baol grabbed at him. Behind Wang Baol were hordes of cultivators with varying degrees of injuries. "You?" Kong Dao was dazed. He struggled instinctively. Before he could finish what he wanted to say, Wang Baol shut him up with a glare. "Kong Dao, did you knock yourself too hard in the head?" Furious, Wang Baol swept his large hands and snaked around Kong Dao's instinctively struggling arms. He grabbed Kong Dao's robes and flung Kong Dao towards the military cultivators behind him. "Quickly retreat." Wang Baol was wrought with anxiety. He had a bad feeling. He could feel that a presence inside the catacombs was slowly stirring awake with his arrival. Just as Wang Baol and the group were about to make their escape, a howl that seemed to come from the depths of the catacombs rang out suddenly. It erupted without any warning from the deep end of the catacombs. It thundered and deafened, shaking everyone to their core. Blood spilled from everyone's lips, and Wang Baol shuddered violently as the three dark fires inside his body wavered and became unstable. They almost extinguished. As he lowered his head, he thought he could vaguely see a warped, translucent giant hand reaching out from the depths of the catacombs. It seemed to stretch endlessly towards where Wang Baol was, reaching out for him. "Dark child." The voice howled. Its howl thundered and rang in the catacombs and drained all color from Wang Baol's terrified face. He shouted back angrily, "To hell with your shouting." Wang Baol's skull was about to explode with the terrible howling. He and the rest around him charged madly towards the catacombs' entrance, but they were too late. The giant hand was too swift. It had been a distance away a moment ago, but in the next moment, it was but 100 yards away from Wang Baol. Everywhere it passed, it left catacomb walls frozen in ice. There would be waves of crackling as the giant hand approached. Then after, ice everywhere. It approached him and was about to catch up. Wang Baol started heaving and was about to silently chant the scripture to fight back. It was then that they heard a snort over their heads. It erupted suddenly and without warning. 3 silhouettes leaped across the crowd of people like lightning bolts, appearing behind their backs and before the giant hand that was about to grab them. They were the Martian colony governor, the giant tree, and a red-haired elderly man dressed in military uniform. The three of them were all at the perfected core formation realm. Their cultivation erupted, and they joined forces as they clashed against the giant hand. A thunderous boom erupted. It was deafening. The giant tree and the elder grunted under their breaths and retreated hastily. Only the governor stood firm, raising her right hand. An enormous war hammer was instantly summoned and appeared in her hand. As soon as it appeared, its presence shook the heavens and earth. A force that paled only in comparison against the divine armament erupted. It was a ninth-grade dermic armament. One hit from it seemed to shatter heaven and earth. The giant hand shuddered violently and split apart instantly. Only the howling remained, echoing in the catacombs. It seemed to be filled with hate and resentment, and it contained fury and madness. "Go!" The governor's face was stern. After that single blow, she didn't speak again and fell back hastily. She flung her sleeves and, together with the giant tree and the elder from the military, guarded Wang Baol and the tens of thousands of cultivators as they fled with increasing speed. Their journey back was smooth and without obstacle. They immediately reached the entrance and charged out. When they reappeared in the open again, the governor quickly formed a series of hand seals. The seal over the divine armament catacombs erupted and once again sealed the catacombs shut. Wang Baol's heart was still racing after they escaped outside. He couldn't help but stare at the governor and her accompanying duo. He knew that the governor had immediately teleported over after receiving his notice. If she hadn't done so, the rescue mission would have been a complete disaster. Supported by his fellow cultivators, Kong Dao swallowed a pill that prevented him from passing out despite his serious injuries. He knew that he had made a misstep this time and had narrowly avoided death. He also knew that if Wang Baol hadn't come for him, it was likely that he would have died in the catacombs. He felt a complicated array of emotions regarding this. He didn't know what to say to Wang Baol when he looked at him. He chose silence instead. "Wang Baol, you've gone too far." The governor sealed the catacombs and turned on Wang Baol. There was fury in her eyes, and she had an extremely stern and disapproving expression on her face. Wang Baol grimaced. He was about to speak when Kong Dao clenched his teeth and said softly, "Governor, this entire incident is a result of my recklessness. It has nothing to do with Wang Baol." "Silence. So you do know that you've been rash? What did I tell you before you came?" Without giving the governor a chance to speak, the red-haired elder in military uniform flew into an instant rage. As the primary priest of the Martian military, he had a close friendship with Duan Myuk. The reason Kong Dao was here on Mars was that he and Duan Myuk had found him in the Sea of Beasts when he had been only a baby. Kong Dao was clearly very important to the elder. That was why when he heard that Kong Dao had fallen into danger, he had immediately left his seclusion and joined the rescue party. Whilst he raged at Kong Dao, the elder still spared the occasional glance at Wang Baol. The expression he showed Wang Baol was different from what he was showing Kong Dao. It was colored with approval as well as gratitude. The elder knew that if Wang Baol had waited for them to arrive before taking any action, Kong Dao would have been dead by then. Wang Baol blinked under the elder's gaze. The governor glared at Wang Baol again, then scolded Jin Duoming and Lin Tianhao. Finally, she said, "This will never happen again." Wang Baol finally released a sigh of relief when he heard that. He realized that there was nothing he feared in the entire universe, except the Martian colony governor. He didn't understand why. He stepped forward hastily and was thinking about how best to suck up to the governor when she snorted. "You can stop that now. Put away that pitiful look on your face. Since I'm here, I'm going to check out how far the construction of the new city zone has progressed. If there's anything not in order, you're going to be punished. Don't worry, Governor. I won't dare to make guarantees for anything else, but this definitely is in order. Your humble subordinate has been foregoing sleep and food for the past 6 months." Wang Baol thumped his chest and immediately started rattling off. A glare from the governor stopped him mid-track in his exaggerations. She didn't say anything else, only walked ahead and started her inspection. It was a detailed inspection but hardly slow-moving. The governor's cultivation often allowed her to identify any flaws or oversight with a mere glance. Within an hour, the governor had found a few problem areas and instructed Wang Beol to resolve them quickly. She ended the inspection and left. During the entire process, she hadn't spared Li Yi a single glance, nor had she spoken a single word to the latter. She had seemed to have completely disregarded her presence. Li Yi, who had been expecting praise, had been stunned. The red-haired elder had done the same. He had been stern towards Kong Dao, but towards Wang Beol, Lin Tianhao, and Jin Duoming, he had shown apparent approval. He had smiled and displayed friendliness towards the trio. He similarly ignored Li Yi. Before he left, he had given her a deep, meaningful look and snorted. Li Yi had grown nervous. She hadn't been able to control herself from sneaking a glance at the giant tree, but he remained silent. Then, just before they left, he sighed. He looked at Li Yi with an unfathomable look in his eyes, filled with thoughts he found difficult to express. There had been slight regret and a certain sense of speechlessness. When he first arrived and noticed that Wang Beol and the others had entered the catacombs while Li Yi alone had remained outside, he had immediately known that Li Yi had made a grievous mistake. It would have been fine if there had been no basis for comparison, but that hadn't been the case. Everyone knew that the relationship between Wang Beol and Kong Dao was strained. However, despite the tensions between them, Wang Beol hadn't hesitated to put his life at risk in order to mount an immediate rescue. Even though his actions might have revealed an impulsive nature, they were all young men and women. Some passion and impulse was essential. His actions might not have been appropriate, but he had gained points for his character in people's hearts. Li Yi, on the other hand, regardless of the reasons she might have had, chose not to follow them. She seemed to have made the right decision from the grand scheme of things. However, in reality, while what she had done wasn't exactly wrong, she had lost points in the hearts of the people. In fact, she hadn't simply lost a few points. In the political landscape of the Federation, one's character was key. Others' impression of them were equally important. Often, it was important to accumulate points for one's character. This was especially so because of the special status Kong Dao held. Li Yi started trembling under the giant tree's gaze. She had grown pale gradually. Then, she had come to her senses and snuck a glance at Kong Dao. She then saw the look that Kong Dao had been giving Wang Beol. It was one filled with complicated emotions. Even Jin Duoming had shaken his head inwardly. He had wondered if Li Yi had directed all the nutrients towards nourishing her body and had left her brains malnourished and inadequate. Everything seemed to revert to normal after the governor and the other two cultivators left. However, Li Yi could clearly feel herself being ostracized. Kong Dao hadn't said anything, but the military cultivators under his supervision treated Li Yi more coldly compared to how they treated Wang Beol. Lin Tianhao had been like this from the start. Though Jin Duoming's attitude towards her seemed to have grown less fervent. Wang Beol, you must have done this intentionally. A sullen Li Yi returned to her residence. She gnashed her teeth as her eyes shone bright with hate and resentment. She swore that she would kick Wang Beol out and take his place. While Li Yi swore vehemently under her breath, Wang Beol had just returned to his residence. He released a sigh of relief as a strange light glimmered in his eyes. He recalled what had happened in the catacombs earlier. The absorption by his devouring seed had enhanced his cultivation tremendously during that short period of time. He couldn't control himself. He started thinking. Then, he realized that while most of his mosquitoes had been destroyed after they had rescued Kong Dao, 2 remained. They were alive and were inside the catacombs right now. Wang Beol relied on the 2 mosquitoes' vision and saw the chill inside the catacombs rapidly dissipating. After everything returned to normal, he maneuvered the 2 mosquitoes with slight difficulty and got them to rapidly fly deeper into the catacombs. Slowly, they reached the end of the catacombs, where the wall was. Inside the divine armament catacombs, silence reigned. It was as if the governor's 9th-grade dermic armament had destroyed everything with a single blow. Within a short period of time, there would be no beasts in the catacombs. Even the meatballs previously hanging on the walls had all been destroyed and disintegrated into dust. Wang Bao's mosquitoes flew ahead, their journey undisturbed. They easily reached the end of the catacombs. Wang Bao had reached the limits of his control by then. He could vaguely see the wall. His eyes widened, and his breathing stopped. Incredulity colored his face. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the wall before. It was true he had never seen it with his own eyes, but he had seen images and videos of the wall through the mosquito's eyes and via the reports that Kong Dao submitted on a regular basis. He remembered the wall as a thick wall of ice that exuded a frightening chill. It was like a hardy fossil resistant to erosion, one that required the constant wearing down by the array formation all hours of the day and night in order to chip away slowly at it. The rate of erosion was indiscernible to the eye across a brief period of time, and changes were only apparent after decades. Now, however, the wall appeared before Wang Bao's eyes. It was clearly more eroded than what he had seen a week ago in Kong Dao's reports. The erosion seemed like the result of months of wearing down. This shocked Wang Bao. A strange light glimmered in his eyes, and his breathing quickened. He couldn't pinpoint the cause that sped up the rate of the wall's erosion. Is it because of the appearance of the giant hand? Or maybe the blow from the governor's 9th-grade dermic armament? Or perhaps it's because of the dark qi that I absorbed at an increased rate using my devouring seed? Wang Bao was unclear of the exact cause. However, he could sense that this was an opportunity. Even though he couldn't say for sure what sort of opportunities the quickened erosion opened up for him, he had studiously read the high officials' autobiographies and through that honed a keen instinct. His instincts were telling him that he could try exploring further on this matter. With that thought in mind, Wang Bao immediately summoned Kong Dao. Kong Dao hadn't yet fully recovered from his injuries, but he had healed well and was in fine condition currently. If it had been in the past, he might not have given great consideration to Wang Bao's summons and got a deputy to respond in his stead. Now, however, he fell into momentary silence and made a personal visit. He heard Wang Bao's inquiries regarding the wall. Kong Dao didn't attempt to conceal what he knew. He shared everything he knew about the wall, including the video recordings he had taken during his observations of the wall yesterday, with Wang Bao. Wang Bao watched the video, and his eyes shone. Yesterday's wall and today's wall were completely different creatures. This allowed Wang Bao to narrow his scope of investigation. However, it was difficult to replicate the appearance of the giant hand or the blow from the governor's 9th-grade dermic armament as and when Wang Bao wanted so that he might test and verify his hypothesis. Based on Wang Bao's analysis, though, the giant hand's appearance shouldn't be the key to solving the mystery at hand. It also seemed improbable that the blow from the 9th-grade dermic armament had been the cause of the wall's rapid erosion. If that had been the case, the various political forces in the Federation wouldn't have chosen to set up an array formation here. They could simply take turns unleashing the power of their 9th-grade dermic armaments at the wall. The reading materials from the governor said before, only a divine armament could forcibly break through the wall. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes. His heart started racing. The only thing that remained before him that required his verification and testing was whether his devouring seed had an influence on the wall. The idea burned like a scorching fire inside his heart, fierce and bright. He had no idea why he had to test this theory. His instincts simply told him that if he could indeed verify that the devouring seed indeed was the cause, this would present an unprecedented opportunity for him. Wang Bao shoved the burning heat inside his heart down and sent Kong Dao off. Then, he raced towards the sealed divine armament catacombs. The area was controlled by the military. However, Wang Bao's rescue efforts had won the respect of all military cultivators. He was also the mayor. No one would try to stop him, and some even volunteered to escort him in. Wang Bao didn't want others to witness his attempts. He turned them down politely. Then, with a racing heart, he sent his mosquitoes out first to scout out the area before entering the catacombs alone. He didn't venture too deep into the catacombs and stopped at an appropriate section. He checked that there were no dangers around, then controlled his excitement as he used the dark art as a foundation while activating his devouring seed. Instantly, A rush of chilly aura erupted from within the depths of the catacombs and surged towards him. Wang Baol transformed into a vast whirlpool that drew the chill inwards. At the same time, he allowed part of his attention to settle on the mosquitoes that had ventured near the wall at the end of the catacombs, pushing them to investigate the area swiftly. Wang Baol shuddered at what he saw. He could see, clearly, the wall eroding at a rapid rate as his devouring seed churned. It was the devouring seed all along. Wang Baol perked up. He stopped the churning of his devouring seed before turning and leaving hastily. He soon exited the catacombs and sealed it shut. Wang Baol returned to his residence. He wasn't in the mood for meditation. Instead, he started pacing in his residence. This is an opportunity. Let me think. How should I play this so that I can fully utilize this opportunity to my maximum benefit? How should I do this? Wang Baol's spirit chi stirred as countless thoughts flashed across his head. He seemed to have exhausted himself with the intense thinking. So he pulled out some snacks and started eating while continuing his brainstorming. Firstly, the Federation will definitely treat something that can increase the rate the wall is eroding with the utmost importance. Even though my individual powers are limited, and I'm not inclined to reveal the existence of my devouring seed. The mystic technique I taught the students in the Dao Mountain Mist Academy should be able to achieve a similar effect. However, it has to be built on the foundation of the dark art. This can be easily done. I just have to convert the mystic art into an array formation and turn myself into the core of the array formation. This way, the array formation will be able to amplify the powers of the devouring seed and absorb the dark chi inside the catacombs at a furious rate, increasing the speed the wall is eroding. Wang Baol paused in his pacing and slapped his thigh loudly before raising his head. His eyes shone with excitement and anticipation. He could hardly contain his emotions. He had combined everything he had learned from the high officials' autobiographies and came up with a solution that was out of this world. If I'm able to achieve that, I'll be able to gain complete control. The array formation will need more resources and greater space. That's why we need to expand the existing city zone extensively based on the existing infrastructure already in place. We'll then be able to set up the devouring seed array formation on the foundations of the chi fostering spirit array formation. If the Federation approves my proposal, I'll have the final say on how much we will need to expand the city zone in order to accommodate the array formation. I can expand the city zone multiple times and turn it into a new Martian city. That's right, that's how this is going to work. That's the opportunity one instinctively sensed. If the array formation is successfully set up, this will present an opportunity for me to transform a city zone into an actual city. Wang Baol's head started buzzing noisily. There was no doubt that his idea was an extremely bold venture, but if he succeeded, the new city zone would become a fully formed city. His noble would naturally be elevated despite there being no chances of it happening previously. He would no longer be a primary rank 4 noble but rise to become a primary rank 3 noble. After all, the Federation wouldn't allow a mere city zone to possess the structure and scale of an actual city. That would create chaos in the existing administrative system and structure. Once something like that happened, the city zone would be reclassified as a city. Wang Baol was the key to building the city. He would have been the one who submitted the proposal. He would become irreplaceable to a certain extent. What was equally important was also the urgency the Federation would have in wearing down the wall inside the divine armament catacombs as soon as possible. As long as his theory was valid and could be implemented successfully, there was a great chance of him being made a primary rank 3 noble without much quibbling. What this means is that the more territory I have, the more powerful I will become. Wang Baol was overcome with excitement. He realized he was simply too clever. He actually came up with such a brilliant and crazy idea. He grabbed a bottle of ice spirit water excitedly and took a huge gulp. The fire inside him burned brighter. I won't share this with anyone at the moment. As for converting the simplified devouring seed mystic technique into an array formation, Wang Baol considered his options while his heart raced. Finally, the image of Zhao Yaming and the ethereal Dao College surfaced in his mind. I'll ask Zhao Yaming for help. At the same time, I'll get the sect lord to provide some assistance as well. At that thought, Wang Baol turned on his voice transmission ring hastily and called Zhao Yaming. Zhao Yaming was stationed on Earth in the Federation capital. Currently, she was sitting inside her office, a beautiful and dignified young woman. She had earned the adoration of countless male cultivators since she assumed office. However, her presence inspired shame and guilt in the opposite sex when they stood before her. Before her stood a rather good-looking young man. He had adoration in his eyes and spoke softly. "Minister Zhao, our department is holding a party tonight. Will you?" Zhao Yaming lifted her head before he could finish saying what he wanted to say. She gave him a deep, meaningful look. The young man started to sweat profusely under her gaze. He grew nervous and awkward, started stuttering, and couldn't finish his words. He left silently. Zhao Yaming lowered her head after he left and resumed reading her documents. It was then that her voice transmission ring rang. Wang Baol's loud voice rang out from the voice transmission ring. "Yamin, did you miss me? Let's have a hug that stretches from Earth to Mars, across the vast expanse of space." Zhao Yaming's expression was that of exasperation as she listened to Wang Baol's shameless greeting. She had long since discovered that when others disrupted her in her daily routines, she needed only to lift her head and give them a long, deep look before they would lower their heads nervously. This tactic of hers had allowed her to drive away the many irrelevant people around her. But Wang Baol was simply too thick-skinned. He seemed naturally immune to her tactics. They were useless before him. He had also saved her life. Most importantly, Zhao Yaming did feel more warmly towards Wang Baol than towards other people. Zhao Yaming smiled when she heard Wang Baol's unpredictable words. Fortunately, no one saw her smile. If anyone in her department saw that smile, they would undoubtedly be dazzled and dazed by it. The Zhao Yaming of their memories was distant and dignified. She was composed and unfazed. Such an authentic smile that came from the heart was a rare display. "Have you gotten yourself into some other trouble on Mars? Is that why you've come looking for me?" Zhao Yaming smiled and said casually. "How is that possible? I'm the leader of the Adonis Association, beloved by all. Flowers blossom when I walk past them. Everyone's fallen in love with me since I arrived on Mars." Wang Baol coughed and thudded his chest. "Is that so?" Zhao Yaming picked up a file and continued reading it. Wang Baol could hear the disbelief in Zhao Yaming's voice. He grew slightly unhappy and decided to list the various examples that proved his point. "You don't believe me? Let me tell you a secret. You heard of the governor of the Martian colony? I realize that she's been looking at me in a funny manner." Wang Baol whispered, pleased. He couldn't see Zhao Yaming, who had placed her documents down and had a strange expression on her face. "My charm is just too great. I can feel that the governor really admires me. She might be considering making me her son-in-law, but it would be hard for her to succeed. I'm just too popular. Do you know? So many young women on Mars are fighting to give me their transmission contact details. Girls these days are all perverts. I'm only the most good-looking person on Mars. It has caused me so much trouble. If only I wasn't so good-looking." Wang Baol got extremely excited. He didn't have anyone around him to talk to about such matters after all. That was why he couldn't control himself as he started bragging. As he rattled on, he suddenly realized the silence on the other end of the voice transmission. He froze. "Yaming?" Zhao Yaming raised an eyebrow and looked at the voice transmission ring. Wang Baol couldn't tell if she was smiling or not as she narrowed her eyes. It was rare to see such expressions flickering across her face. "Ah, how amazing you must be." After a moment, Zhao Yaming spoke softly and was about to end the transmission. Wang Baol seemed to sense the change in her emotional state. He laughed awkwardly, then went straight to business. He told Zhao Yaming about his views and about modifying his mystic technique into an array formation. Zhao Yaming, who had graduated from the Array Runes Pavilion of the Ethereal Tao College, had extraordinary talents in the area of array formations. She started thinking after hearing what Wang Baol had said. She discussed with Wang Baol the finer details of his idea, and Wang Baol sent her the simplified version of the chi-devouring art. They spoke for a while more. Wang Baol also told Zhao Yaming that he would be informing the sect lord of this matter, and that he would study the array formation together with Zhao Yaming. Their transmission ended. Zhao Yaming set her voice transmission ring down. She did not know why, but the voice of Wang Baol bragging appeared in her head. She thought for a bit before turning on her voice transmission ring. She found a contact number and tried calling. After chatting for a while, she finally went away, pleased, to study the simplified qi-devouring art that Wang Baol had given her. At the same time, Wang Baol had contacted the sect lord immediately. He didn't conceal his ambitions. The sect lord was surprised when he heard Wang Baol's ideas. He took a few breaths, and his eyes shone. Baol, are you sure this array formation will speed up the erosion of the wall? Sect lord, I swear on the lives of my 4 vice-mayors. The sect lord grew silent when he heard that. He realized he shouldn't have tried to confirm whether the plan was feasible. He smiled wryly. That's all right as long as you're sure. I will contact Zhao Yaming regarding the modification of the array formation and follow her lead. We will work together and help you keep this a secret. The conversation ended. Wang Baol was brimming with energy and excitement. He felt as if the doors had just opened to a brand new world. He had everything going smoothly. He only needed the array formation now. Once the array formation was deemed a success, he would become a primary rank 3 noble. He walked out happily and did a round of inspection, catching sight of the donkey. Since he was in high spirits, he did the rare thing and didn't send a kick in the donkey's direction. He even patted the donkey on its head, his eyes shining with tender care for it. The donkey, which had been prepared to be kicked, shuddered at the sight. Its eyes shone with shock and terror. It seemed to sense that Wang Baol was behaving abnormally at that moment, which made it nervous. The thought that some disaster was about to happen. It shuddered and didn't recover from his shock and alarm even after Wang Baol left. It thought for a while and finally crept away, deciding that it would avoid appearing in front of Wang Baol during this period of time. Wang Baol ended his inspection and began his seclusion. The night passed. On the second day, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, Wang Baol was about to continue his inspection when suddenly, he received a voice transmission from the Martian colony governor. The governor started by asking about Wang Baol's work, which took Wang Baol by surprise. She had just left yesterday and completed her own inspection. Why was she sending him a voice transmission and inquiring about the new city zone? Regardless, Wang Baol patiently and respectfully reported everything again. Before he was done, the governor caught an oversight Wang Baol had missed. She flew into a rage immediately and gave him a scolding over the voice transmission. He was reprimanded for half an hour before she hung up. Wang Baol was dazed by the verbal lashing he had just gotten, only recovering after a long while. He stared in shock at his voice transmission ring. He found it incomprehensible. The governor, who was busy all the time and could only afford half an hour to meet him then, had called and reprimanded him for half an hour. Why had she done that? She specifically called so that she could scold me. Could it be that someone has been talking bad about me behind my back? Has someone been passing along reports to the governor secretly? Wang Baol gasped as violence flashed across his eyes. It must be Li Yi. Wang Baol thought Li Yi simply too despicable. She actually tried to stab him in the back. He was extremely displeased. It was then that Lin Tianhao came looking for him to report on the progress of their work. He had a stern expression on his face. As soon as Lin Tianhao saw Wang Baol, he spoke immediately, and his words made Wang Baol's eyes turn cold. Mayor, Li Yi has been unilaterally modifying the design of the city infrastructure. On the surface, it seems that she's building the Eternal Fortress, but she's actually secretly building the city model that she built during the trial. Wang Baol raised his eyebrows. His eyes flashed. Lin Tianhao quickly shared the findings of his report with Wang Baol. Li Yi had been very careful with what she was doing. However, she couldn't keep everything under wraps indefinitely. Her occasional carelessness was caught by Lin Tianhao, who had been watching her closely. He had then started to investigate further. The results of his findings had shocked even him. Li Yi had used her authority and modified the design of quite a few areas in the new city zone. The external appearance of the city seemed to be based on the Eternal Fortress's design. However, the core of the design and its inner infrastructure had been tweaked to replicate the global Dharma city. She had been very careful, though. Many of her modifications had been difficult to spot. Lin Tianhao had watched her for a very long time before he had been able to retrace what she had been doing and got his hands on evidence of her tampering. Wang Baol grew serious as he listened to the report. He had given Li Yi greater authority so that he could catch her making a mistake. He hadn't expected her to be so bold. She hadn't just made a simple mistake. What she had done would affect the smooth running of the array formation. The disaster that would befall them was unimaginable should any instability occur. This was especially so with the imminent mass migration. If something went wrong with the array formation after the residents had settled in, the consequences would be disastrous. The thought made Wang Baol furious. He immediately summoned Jin Duoming, Kong Dao, as well as Li Yi. She was to see him immediately. Kong Dao and Jin Duoming arrived first. They sat in his office, staring at Wang Baol's somber face with slight surprise. They noticed Lin Tianhao and the lack of expression on his face as well. Kong Dao and Jin Duoming looked at each other but didn't ask any questions. Soon, an annoyed Li Yi walked in. Before she could sit down, Wang Baol slammed his desk loudly. Li Yi, did you get your head kicked by a donkey? Or maybe some dog pissed on your guts, making it swell to such an extent? That's some guts you have. His palm slammed loud against his desk. Wang Baol's furious roar descended like a storm, erupting in the room suddenly. Wang Baol, what do you mean by this? Li Yi lifted her head, her eyes shining with icy hostility. She had a temper as well. She was emboldened by the support the 4 Dao colleges were giving her and hence faced Wang Baol's anger head-on. What do I mean by this? Wang Baol pulled out Lin Tianhao's jade slip containing the findings of his report and threw it at Li Yi. I made you responsible for building the new city zone. Instead of doing that, you went behind my back and secretly built the city model you had designed for the trial. Li, are you trying to start a revolt? Or are you trying to sabotage the Martian project and go against the Federation's mandate? Facing Wang Baol's wrath, Li Yi narrowed her eyes and caught the jade slip that Wang Baol had tossed to her. Holding it in her hands, she took a look and turned solemn. She knew that what she had done would eventually be discovered, but didn't think that it would happen so quickly. In reality, to delay its discovery, she had already taken precautions. Her plan to carry out her goals while appearing to abide by what she was assigned needed more time to be completely carried out. Once everything was settled, the time would be ripe for her to show her cards and battle it out with Wang Baol. However, her acts had been discovered earlier than she had planned. That made her frustrated and angry, and as she grew even more solemn, Li Yi put the jade slip down and spoke calmly. This should be the act of those lower-ranked workers who made the decision themselves. I will handle this matter and turn the situation around. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes but remained silent. Kong Dao furrowed his brows, while Jin Duoming looked at Li Yi intently. They all knew that she was trying to shift the blame to someone else. Wang Baol looked coldly at Li Yi with unfriendliness in his eyes. He was about to erupt in anger, thinking about whether he should use this opportunity to beat Li Yi up when suddenly he sensed 3 figures outside his office who were locking his chi in. The 3 figures who were locking his chi didn't bother to hide their core formation cultivation. They had come from the 4 Dao colleges and were the Dao guardians of Li Yi. To put it more accurately, they were the ones who would guarantee the interests of the 4 Dao colleges in the new city zone. The 3 of them had each come from the White Deer Dao College, White Deer Branch College, and Holy River Dao College. Ethereal Dao College didn't arrange for their elites to come over, apparently, as that was part of their plans to stop Wang Baol. After all, the new city zone wasn't to be belittled. It was in a critical location, so regardless of whether it was Li Yi or Jin Duoming, they had people guarding them by their sides. Only Lin Tianhao and Kong Dao didn't have such guardians, as even though Lin Tianhao had a strong backing, he represented himself and not the Senate. Kong Dao, on the other hand, was from the Mars military, which could be considered a local faction. With the convenience of being sent through teleportation, it naturally eliminated the need for guardians. With his chi locked in by the 3 core formation cultivators, a chilly look flashed across Wang Bao's eyes. Even though he had the means to forcefully teach Li Yi a lesson despite being locked in, he thought about it and buried the vicious thoughts deep in his mind. He didn't choose to act immediately, instead, speaking with a cold voice that reverberated. The issue of moving the people is most crucial now. There is also a need to draw divisions for the new city zone. Since everyone is here today, we shall divide the new city zone into 4 smaller zones, with each of you overseeing its construction. The eastern and southern zones shall be under Mayor Lin Tianhao and Mayor Jin Duoming's charge, the northern zone under Mayor Kong Dao, while Mayor Li Yi will be in charge of the remaining western zone. On top of that, Li Yi, you owe me an explanation for this matter. As Wang Bao spoke, Li Yi furrowed her brows slightly. Originally, having sensed that Wang Bao's chi had been locked in, she felt superior as she had the support of the 4 Dao colleges, which gave her a firm standing. However, she felt uncomfortable listening to what Wang Bao said. Wang Bao didn't talk about relinquishing the power he had given her, but instead divided that power into 4, such that she was only in charge of a portion of it. However, Wang Bao had caught her wrongdoings. As such, even though she was unhappy, and despite having the support of the 4 Dao colleges, she didn't have an excuse to reject the arrangement. In her silence, she sighed. I will definitely give you an explanation with regards to this matter. If there is nothing else, I will return to carry out my investigations, and will take my leave now. As she spoke, Li Yi turned around like a proud peacock displaying her beautiful back and left the office. Instantly, silence filled the office. Seeing what had happened, Jin Duoming seemed to be in deep thought. He felt that Wang Bao wasn't someone who could hide things in his heart. However, now that he was able to handle matters like these with dignity and lightness, he instinctively felt that there was something amiss, and had a premonition that a big scheme was forming in Wang Bao's mind. This is part of the plan to completely annihilate Li Yi. Jin Duoming sighed. He had no intention to caution Li Yi about it, as if he were to do such things, it would equate to him burning the bridge with Wang Bao. Therefore, after thinking about it, he looked at Kong Dao and realized that Kong Dao had lowered his head, apparently disinterested in this matter. He then laughed, standing up with cupped fists as he left. After he left, Kong Dao lifted his head, seemingly wanting to speak, but he stopped himself. He then left, and very soon, there was only Wang Bao and Lin Tianhao remaining in the office. Lin Tianhao felt indignant. As to him, the way Wang Bao handled the matter this time around was too lenient. He then spoke with dissatisfaction in his voice. Mayor, you're letting her off just like that? Wang Bao flashed a profound look and hit the table several times, before speaking suddenly. Tianhao, transcribe all the conversations today, as well as the details of the entire matter into a jade slip, and send it to the governor. Since Mayor Li Yi announced that she would correct it, we shouldn't dwell too much on it. Without a choice, Lin Tianhao nodded his head and was about to stand up and leave when suddenly, Wang Bao spoke again. In addition, use this as an excuse to delay the time to move the people. At the same time, there is no need to keep an eye on Li Yi's western zone any longer. Instead, it is more important to return the areas in the other zones which Li Yi secretly messed up to normal. The meaning behind Wang Bao's words was clear. As Lin Tianhao listened, his breathing quickened. He sensed something sinister in Wang Bao's words and immediately abided to the commands before taking his leave. When everyone had left, Wang Bao, who was sitting on the chair, shut his eyes, appearing to be deep in thought. As the skies darkened and began to shroud the office in darkness, Wang Bao blended within. Only his mumbles could be heard vaguely. Li Yi, it would be no big matter if you had stayed honest. However, if you still continue to court death, I will give you what you want. Just as Wang Bao had predicted, even though Li Yi sent instructions to carry out investigations after she had left, it was all surface work. She appeared to be making repairs and adjustment, but she didn't do anything to the core position, instead, increasing the speed of construction. However, as her authority had been reduced, such that she was only in control of the western zone instead of the entire city zone. The most she could do was to transform the western zone into her own global Dharma city. She held onto the belief that she would eventually be able to prove that she, Li Yi, was the candidate most suitable to become mayor. Wang Beol, the pig, was merely trying to get into the good books of the public in order to trick them. However, she also knew that whatever she was doing shouldn't be discovered again, at least before the global Dharma city was completed. Therefore, she was even more vigilant and even replaced everyone she was in charge of to people from her own White Deer Dao College. At the same time, she put in place protective measures that made it extremely challenging for outsiders to investigate the situation. That was a different case for the other 3 zones. With Lin Tianhao in charge, Jin Duoming and Kong Dao cooperated with each other, rectifying everything that Li Yi had secretly changed and rebuilding the area according to Wang Beol's blueprint. Time flew by just like that, and half a month passed. The Martian colony governor seemed to have received the jade slip, but for some unknown reason, she didn't ask about it. Instead, the Martian colony governor delayed the moving of the people due to some procedural issues. In addition, a new round of tests for the new city zone's ability to resist the beast tide took place several times within this half-month. With each beast tide, the new city zone's array formation was activated in all zones, suppressing the beast tide each time. As for the western zone that Li Yi was in charge of, no issues surfaced. That made Li Yi even more confident. That was especially so when there was one instance where the force of the beast tide rose significantly, and an illusory circular glow appeared in the western zone that Li Yi was in charge of. As the glow was reflected, it strengthened the array formation in the divine armament catacombs, resulting in severe casualties to the beast tide. That test significantly boosted Li Yi's confidence. She already had some evidence that her global Dharma city was more suitable and more powerful than Wang Beol's eternal fortress. It's time to take over. Observing the situation, Li Yi grew impatient. She summarized the advantages of her global Dharma city, as well as its performance in resisting the beast tide, and planned to contact White Deer Dao College to issue a challenge to Wang Beol so that the Martian city would reassess the suitability of each of their cities. A sudden change occurred suddenly that very night, one that she wasn't prepared for. A new catacombs entrance, one that appeared to be branching off the divine armament catacombs, appeared in Li Yi's western zone. Li Yi couldn't have foreseen the appearance of the catacombs. When the new entrance exploded into existence, she was deep in meditation. The thunderous sound of explosion rose to the skies, and the earth quaked. There had been a public square in the center of the western zone, but it had since collapsed and sunken in, forming a gigantic crater. A chilly, eerie air surged from the crater, spreading an icy chill in the surrounding area. The waves of chilly air were accompanied by countless hordes of beasts. This wasn't the first time a new catacombs connected to the divine armament catacombs appeared. The blood cave where Lin Tianhao had met with danger had been a similar situation. Based on the governor's analysis and assessment, she had guessed that such incidents would occur and had carried out the necessary preventive measures. The new city zone was one such measure to prevent and manage such incidents when they happened. Wang Beol wasn't fully aware of the details surrounding the occurrence of the new catacombs. However, he could sense something had gone wrong through the new city zone's array formation. If the array formation had been constructed based on his plans and didn't have any loopholes or gaps, and if the entire city had been running correctly with all the cogs turning smoothly, it would have been difficult for a new catacombs to appear. Even if it did appear, it wouldn't be inside the city but somewhere else. However, it was clear that the global Dharma city that Li Yi believed to be perfect didn't fuse and mesh fully with the Qi fostering spirit array formation, resulting in problems. It might have been difficult to discover such incongruencies normally, as they were very well hidden. However, in such key moments, they would be exposed fully. The new catacombs would never have been able to appear in the other 3 zones. The loopholes present in the western zone presented an opportunity for it to appear. Its explosion seemed to shake the heavens and earth. At that moment, the cheap tricks that Li Yi had been playing in secret were all exposed and laid out in the open for all to see. The deafening explosions alarmed everyone in the new city zone. Li Yi's face was pale. The first thing that came to her mind wasn't how to fight off and push back the beast hordes, but the disadvantage she would suffer once this incident got out and people heard about it. Defense and resistance came as an afterthought. She raced out hastily and immediately gathered the people from the 4 Dao colleges to fight off the beast hordes. They were mainly from the White Deer Dao College and its branch college. There were some from the Holy River Dao College, while those from the Ethereal Dao College were few. The Ethereal Dao College cultivators had wanted to be here since Wang Baol was stationed in the New City Zone. However, the White Deer Dao College, in its attempts to prevent Wang Baol's influence from growing too vast, had put a stop to that. Li Yi tried frantically to hold back the beast tide. The sudden event had sent the entire city zone quaking. The other zones were faring well compared to the western zone though, which was seeing great casualties. Fortunately, the beast tide had only just erupted. It would be fine if they could seal the catacombs. If efforts to do so were delayed though, the beasts could spread into other zones and result in calamity. As soon as Wang Baol found out about this, his face turned dark, and a murderous aura erupted from his person. He dashed out and barked out an order instantly. Lock down the entire western zone. Unleash the full power of the array formation. Cultivators at Foundation Establishment Realm and above, follow me into the western zone. We're going to seal the new catacombs. The city zone's array formation was instantly activated upon Wang Baol's order, and numerous cultivators lined up in their formations and awaited their orders. The western zone was locked down. It seemed that Wang Baol was prepared to abandon the western zone. A similarly somber-faced Kong Dao and Jin Duoming followed Wang Baol and charged into the western zone. Lin Tianhao had been instructed to stand guard outside, and Wang Baol's concern for the rest meant they weren't brought along either. At least 10,000 cultivators soon followed Wang Baol's lead and charged into the western zone. Amongst them were 6 to 7 core formation realm cultivators. They dashed forward swiftly and approached the new catacombs in the western zone. Li Yi and her people were engaged in a fierce battle with the beasts. Her people were all injured and forced to fall back. There were still more beasts surging outwards endlessly. Wang Baol was about to spew fire at the sight of such chaos and danger. He had expected something like this to happen. However, Li Yi had simply grown too bold. She continued to do what she wished secretly, despite him clamping down on her. Her reckless actions had been the cause of the current predicament. He didn't hesitate. As soon as he and his people arrived at the scene of battle, Wang Baol immediately headed for Li Yi, who was being protected by a circle of her people. A tinge of resentment and hate colored Li Yi's pale face when she saw his arrival. Li Yi couldn't tell where her resentment came from. However, it was obvious that the emotion had only reared its ugly head when she saw Wang Baol. Wang Baol ignored her poisonous stare and said immediately, "The 4 Dao colleges, listen to my orders. Fall back 100,000 feet. Lock down the perimeters and slow the beast tide. Seniors who are at the core formation realm, follow me to the heart of the new catacombs and stand guard while I seal it. Li Yi, you are to transfer the control of the new city zone that you have been secretly modifying to me immediately." Wang Baol said immediately, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. The shocked and alarmed cultivators from the White Deer Dao College hesitated and looked at Li Yi. Li Yi, on the other hand, only saw how Wang Baol had seized authority over her people upon his arrival and was now trying to seize her authority from her. If he were allowed to have his way, he would take control of all power and authority she had. She instinctively resisted the idea. She still couldn't accept the reality of things and still believed that her city infrastructure hadn't yet been perfected. Once it was completed, something like this would never happen. Wang Baol, what are you trying to do? This is the western zone that I'm in charge of. Li Yi will be responsible for it. Leave us. Li Yi's voice was shrill. She resisted vehemently. She knew clearly that things would turn out all right if she managed to control and handle the current situation. However, if Wang Baol were the one to resolve the situation, her future in the New Mars region would be precarious. You will handle it? You big-bosomed, no-brain piece of trash. How are you going to handle it? By trading the lives from the 4 Dao colleges. The anger that Wang Baol had been keeping under control erupted. He didn't hesitate as he stepped forward and appeared next to Li Yi. He raised his right hand and sent it sweeping, his late-stage foundation establishment realm cultivation erupting. Li Yi wasn't his match, especially with her mind wrought with emotions and unstable. She was immediately sent flying with a single slap from Wang Beol. She fell back with a loud thunderous boom and blood spilled from her lips. The core formation realm cultivators from the White Deer Dao College around her could have stopped that from happening, but they had witnessed what Li Yi had done, as well as Wang Beol's attempts to save the current situation. They had to consider the consequences if they tried to stop Wang Beol. They had to think about how their responses would affect the grand scheme of things. After all, their concern was the White Deer Dao College's interests. What Li Yi had done and the consequences of her actions were clearly going to adversely implicate the White Deer Dao College. That was why they hesitated. The result was Li Yi being driven back by Wang Beol. Li Yi didn't have a chance to scream her rage before Wang Beol's voice, cold and dispassionate, rang out. "Arrest Li Yi." Wang Beol's eyes fell on the cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges around Li Yi when he said that. He specifically stared at the people from the White Deer Dao College. Li Yi had no time to wipe the blood from her lips. Her hair had fallen loose, and madness and savagery colored her eyes. She shrieked, "Wang Beol, you dare lay your hand on me? Elder Zhou, Elder Wu, help me take Wang Beol down. I, Li Yi, will take full responsibility for everything that happens today." Bullshit. I, Wang Beol, am of the 4 Dao colleges as well. The White Deer Dao College also has my respect. Li Yi, you've made a huge mess of things here. Do you expect us 4 Dao colleges to go down together with you? The White Deer Dao College cultivators fell silent. The comparison between Wang Beol and Li Yi was simply too stark. One was composed and the other raving mad. Furthermore, Wang Beol was right. Li Yi had clearly made a mistake. This incident would definitely create an uproar in the Federation. Li Yi was destined to be held responsible. If the White Deer Dao College insisted on siding with Li Yi, they wouldn't be able to escape scrutiny and criticism. They only had one choice before them. They understood very well that Li Yi was finished. Wang Beol had become the only representative of the 4 Dao colleges who held authority in the new city zone. Even if the White Deer Dao College was unwilling to do so, they had no choice but to support Wang Beol if they still wanted to have a presence in the new city zone. Wang Beol was aware of all this. As soon as he finished speaking and stared coldly at the group, one of the 2 core formation realm cultivators from the White Deer Dao College said immediately, "Arrest Li Yi." Alarm rose on Li Yi's face. Cultivators from the White Deer Dao College immediately stepped forward and brought the limp and pale Li Yi away. Everyone from the 4 Dao colleges immediately bowed at Wang Beol. It was a clear indication of the change in their attitude. Wang Beol had no time for relief though. He instantly issued an order and brought everyone with him to fight the beast tide. He swiftly manipulated the array formation in the new city zone and enveloped the entire area in array formations. He was going to seal the new catacombs. It was no simple feat to seal the new catacombs. Fortunately, the scale of the current beast tide was small. It had simply taken them by complete surprise. However, with the battle capabilities the new city zone possessed, it wasn't impossible to fight the beasts off. Wang Beol chose the simplest, most straightforward, and most brutal solution. He arrested Li Yi, took control of Li Yi's global Dharma city, and locked down the entire city zone with the authority he had seized from her. Then, he ordered everyone to evacuate the area. Wang Beol locked down the area around the new catacombs and had the beasts trapped within the area. Then, an icy glint flashed in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he ordered the cannons to fire. Excluding this area, the rest of the new city zone had been built according to the design of Wang Beol's Eternal Fortress and was augmented by the Qi fostering Spirit Array Formation. The power of the array formation roared to the skies. Numerous Baal cannons and fire god cannons appeared instantly. They aimed at the western zone, targeted the new catacombs, and fired simultaneously. The combined artillery forces from the other 3 zones threatened to wipe everything out. Cannon fire rained down on the beast tide. Shots thundered in the air. The array formation transformed into endless strands that crisscrossed and sliced through beasts, mutilating flesh and spilling blood. Howls of agony pierced the heavens. A good half of the entire western zone was destroyed in the attack, buildings collapsing and disintegrating into dust. But Wang Baol didn't care. He knew the key thing was to get the situation under control quickly. There were no workers in the area. Only buildings remained. It was true that significant resources had gone into constructing the area, but since Li Yi had committed a wrongdoing, she and the White Deer Dao College would have to pay for the resultant destruction. Explosions boomed as multiple cannon shots were fired repeatedly. The earth shuddered. Jin Duoming and Kong Dao stood beside Wang Baol, shocked. Their eyes fell on Wang Baol at the same time. Gone was the constant smile on Wang Baol's face. It had been replaced by a cold, emotionless look, and his eyes glittered with a cold light. This guy is vicious. Kong Dao and Jin Duoming came to the same, deep understanding of Wang Baol's true character. They might have had similar assessments in the past, but Wang Baol's typical behavior was the complete opposite of vicious. It made it easy for others to forget what they knew about his true character. At that moment, however, he had instantly chosen to abandon half of the Western Zone. It was true that the workers in the Western Zone had long since evacuated, but such a decision wasn't something everyone could have made so decisively. After another round of cannon shots, when the beast tide was finally being pushed back by cannon fire, Wang Baol took a deep breath and immediately led a large army of cultivators charging into the Western Zone, where the beasts had been trapped and sealed in. They left death and destruction in their wake, exterminating whatever beast remnants they came across before they finally reached the location of the new catacombs. Wang Baol stared at the eerie catacombs. A chilly air exuded from inside. He immediately formed a series of hand seals and used his authority to access the new array formation and seal the new catacombs. Strands from the array formation appeared, dashing in from all directions and weaving themselves rapidly over the catacombs. It was then that a roar, brimming with resentment and anger, rumbled from inside. 7 to 8 beasts exuding a core formation realm cultivation surged forward and tried to stop the seal from settling. Everyone! Wang Baol's eyes narrowed, and he roared immediately. As his voice resounded in the air, the core formation realm cultivators from the various political forces dashed out from behind him and clashed with the beasts inside the catacombs. The sounds of battle rose to the heavens. The glow and dazzle from spells lit the skies, visible from afar. As they fought against the beasts, Wang Baol continued to set up the array formation and seal the catacombs without interruption. Kong Dao and Jin Duoming clearly understood the importance of what was happening. This concerned the security of the new city zone. If they failed to repair this loophole in their security, Li Yi wouldn't be the only one held responsible. Both of them would be implicated as well. Besides, they had chosen unanimously to keep the matter under wraps. They hadn't reported it to the governor. Lin Tianhao had also carried out preventive measures to stop any news from leaking out. Of course, with so many people as eyewitnesses, it was inevitable that the governor would find out about this matter. However, if they could resolve it before the administration started questioning them about accountability, the only person who would be held responsible would be Li Yi. Everyone shared the same understanding. They also knew that time was key. That was why everyone from every political force was unleashing their full power at the moment and fighting against hordes of beasts with everything they had. They were all fighting to give Wang Baol the time to seal the catacombs. Just as everyone joined forces and was able to push the beast tide back, establishing a stalemate in the battle, a fearsome, thunderous roar louder than the previous suddenly erupted from inside the catacombs. The thunderous boom was accompanied by the sounds of crackling, like the sounds of ice rapidly spreading through the catacombs. It was as if a giant hand was reaching outwards from the depths of the new catacombs. Where it passed, the surrounding walls turned to ice. The beasts fighting to get out were all affected by the chill and immediately turned to ice. The giant hand surged forward, exuding a terrifying and overpowering aura. The surrounding cultivators, including those at the core formation realm, were all alarmed. They were caught in a tight spot. Wang Baol's seal wasn't yet completed. Wang Baol's breathing quickened. He knew that if they couldn't hold back the beasts, they would have no choice but to notify the governor. He was unwilling to do that unless he had absolutely no other choice. An icy glint flashed in his eyes. He uttered the first few words of the scripture in his heart. Enlightened. Those words echoed inside Wang Baol's heart. A familiar presence suddenly erupted in the distant heavens. This was different from what had happened in the past. Wang Baol could sense clearly, eyes from the distant regions of the universe opening and gazing over suddenly. My God, did I wake it? Wang Baol shuddered. He had no time to think though, as the awesome presence traveled through the universe and descended. The giant hand that had been stretching out madly and without fear suddenly shuddered violently. It seemed to be terrified and dared not move forward. Instead, it shrank back hastily, like a mouse that had just seen a cat. Everyone was shocked at the sight. They released a breath of relief, and an indescribable feeling arose in their hearts. They had felt the unbelievable presence as well. They looked at Wang Baol with a strange and curious look in their eyes. However, they were at a critical stage in their attempt to seal the new catacombs. No one had time to think further. They made use of the sudden oppressive presence and intensified their resistance against the beast tide. Wang Baol seized the opening as well and completed the sealing. The strands of the array formation finally transformed into a complete web over the new catacombs. The beasts were trapped inside, and while they kept attacking the seat, they couldn't nudge it. Wang Baol let loose a breath of relief. He quickly organized the cultivators to exterminate the beasts that had escaped. He also issued an order to Lin Tianhao to get the cultivators from the other 3 zones to comb through the western zone, starting from the perimeter and moving inwards in their search. They were to ensure that not a single beast remained. From the start of the incident, beginning with the zone-wide hunt to the final verification that no beasts remained in the western zone, the entire incident spanned 4 hours. It was after the 4 hours had passed that the furious reprimand from the governor finally arrived. The governor had clearly been informed that the danger had been resolved. She was therefore focused on finding out the cause of this incident. Wang Baol didn't speak a single word. Instead, he looked at Kong Dao and Jin Duoming. Kong Dao had witnessed Wang Baol driving back the beast tide and resolving the situation. He was silent for a while before the scene of his earlier rescue by Wang Baol surfaced in his mind. His feelings and views towards Wang Baol were complicated, but he had to admit that he did have a certain degree of admiration towards Wang Baol. He inhaled a deep breath and reported everything from his own perspective and stance. How Li Yi had unilaterally modified the city plans, how that had sparked off the beast tide, and how everything had been resolved. He shared everything he knew in detail. Jin Duoming shook his head and smiled wryly. He didn't make any statements regarding the matter, but that in itself spoke volumes about what truly happened. Lin Tianhao, who had been standing at one side, handed over the evidence he had gathered to the governor. He also handed over a jade slip that contained the contents of their initial meeting, which Wang Baol had instructed that he recorded. The facts were laid out clearly before the governor. The governor remained silent for a moment. Then, she issued an immediate order to strip Li Yi of her vice-mayorship. She was to be transferred out of Mars, and would never again resume office on Mars. Being stripped of one's office was already a serious punishment. To be blacklisted by the Martian administration from future positions on the planet was a more serious punishment. It showed the governor's firm stance and attitude towards the matter. It was clear that she was displaying her displeasure. This was also a stern warning to the 4 Tao colleges as well as the other political forces. If they wanted to stay on Mars, they would have to play by her rules. They were to quit playing dirty tricks and carrying out underhanded activities. In fact, in her opinion, Li Yi had it coming. She was of the view that Wang Baol needed more monitoring. However, he was still the mayor she had appointed and recognized. To have vice-mayors representing the other political forces entering the picture and creating all sorts of trouble was something that displeased her tremendously. Especially when Wang Baol, the kid, was so brave and responsible. He had gone ahead and led a rescue fearlessly when Kong Dao had gotten into danger. Li Yi, on the other hand, had been a coward afraid of death. who had continued fixating on wresting power from Wang Baol during such critical times. That had made the governor see her in a worse light. The 4 Dao colleges had remained silent in the face of Li Yi's punishment. The White Deer Dao College had been resigned. They were frustrated, but everything had been decided. Despite them wishing to resolve the matter more amicably, the Federation had approved the governor's orders instantly. The swiftness of their response spoke volumes about the Federation's attitude towards this matter. The White Deer Dao College had only one option before them. It was to support Wang Baol. Else, the White Deer Dao College would be kicked out of the contest for power, and the Ethereal Dao College would naturally rise in power, becoming the primary authority speaking for the 4 Dao colleges in the New Mars region. After sighing in resignation, those of the White Deer Dao College discussed amongst themselves and eventually contacted the Ethereal Dao College. They carried out a series of communications and negotiations, finally reaching a consensus to support Wang Baol fully. Their support was immediately seen in the attitudes of those in the new city zone who belonged to the 4 Dao colleges. They complied to Wang Baol's every order. At the same time, the Ethereal Dao College, which had been prevented from sending more of their people to the new city zone, was finally able to send a great number of their disciples over to support Wang Baol. Wang Baol didn't hesitate to designate the Ethereal Dao College disciples as the heads of various departments in the new city zone's administration. A round of eliminations and replacements was carried out rapidly. This applied to both Jin Duoming and Kong Dao as well. They split the various positions which had been vacated after Li Yi's departure. Lin Tianhao was tempted to do the same. However, after some discussion with his father, Lin Yu, he decided not to arrange for more of his people to come over to the new city zone. He was to isolate himself and instead fully bind his fate with Wang Baol as his follower. No one cared about Li Yi at this point. Even though Wang Baol sometimes still missed her alluring figure, he spent more time lamenting over how brainless Li Yi had been. The other person who often thought of Li Yi was Jin Duoming. He knew that this was his best chance to get Li Yi to yield to him. He was confident that he would be saving her in her dire moment. He only needed to provide some help to get her to surrender to him. However, he only smiled lightly at the thought. It's time to switch targets. Li Yi no longer has anything that appeals to me. I think Li Xiu's sister, Li Waner, should prove to be quite a challenge, even though she almost castrated me in the past. But the more extreme her attitude is, the more motivated I become. After most of the positions in the new city zone were filled, the White Deer Dao College contributed resources independently to repair the Western Zone. This was to smoothen the tensions between Wang Baol and the Martian administration. A gigantic glowing shield appeared over the newly constructed Western Zone, sealing the new catacombs. It would be activated from time to wear down the power of the catacombs. Time passed steadily. A month later, 100 million people moved to the city zone. Numerous large cruisers arrived, and the new arrivals settled down in the new city zone. They joined the various departments and started both their work and lives in the New Mars region. The Trillionaris Corporation expended tremendous effort in the entire endeavor. They set up branches for most of their major businesses in the new city zone, resolving the issue of reemployment for most of the new residents. The other political forces also started doing their part, and the new city zone started to slowly take off. The increase in the population led to the growing strengthening of the new city zone's array formation. It became more powerful. The control it had over the catacombs and the rate of erosion of the wall started to stabilize, resulting in a stable cycle. The new Mars region had finally been established. It had both the structure and scale befitting a city zone. Wang Baol could finally feel the authority and power he was to have as a mayor. In the new city zone, his one decision could decide the fate of countless people. Countless discerning people would read and study every one of his gazes carefully. This made Wang Baol overjoyed, and he basked in happiness. Most of his subordinates knew his love for snacks, and soon the retail industry for snacks expanded and prospered in the new city zone. The reception towards the donkey also changed because of Wang Baol's status. Regardless of where it went and what it ate, no one tried to stop it. In fact, they were worried that it might not eat its fill. No one knew who had started the trend, But increasingly, more people started rearing donkeys. Almost all of those pet donkeys were female donkeys. The donkey was increasingly seen as a valuable asset. It enjoyed an elevated status, and many in the Federation were interested in the donkey. It was clear that they wouldn't be able to get their hands on the donkey, though. As a result, they began to come up with other ideas. That resulted in the prevalence of female donkeys. The donkey was overjoyed. However, it was still very devoted and loyal. Kong Dao protected his own white phoenix religiously, though, and seldom allowed it to leave the house. The donkey found this unfortunate. Heaven rewarded the donkey that waited, though, could always find opportunities. As a result, as long as one saw a raging Kong Dao in pursuit of the donkey with his men, they immediately knew that the donkey had once again done the unspeakable to Kong Dao's white phoenix. Wang Baol could only express his exasperation. Despite giving the donkey a good thrashing numerous times, and regardless of how badly he had beaten the donkey up, it would recover the next day and continue its brazen ways. Wang Baol finally decided to ignore it altogether and focus on his cultivation. His communications with the sect lord of the Ethereal Dao College and Zhao Yaming regarding the array formation grew more frequent. 3 months passed. The new city zone began to grow prosperous. It was then that, due to Zhao Yaming's hard work and the support of the Ethereal Dao College's Array Runes Pavilion, finally, she was able to successfully convert the simplified qi-devouring art into an array formation. The name had been thought of by Zhao Yaming. It was called Trees Hath Branches. Wang Baol didn't think it sounded nice at all. He thought that even if Zhao Yaming started chasing after him on a flying sword, they would still be leagues apart when it came to naming things. He decided to change the name to the Great Baol Array Formation. How's that? The name that I came up with is quite good, right? Yaming, it's not that I want to brag, but you're really not that good at coming up with names, Wang Baol said, pleased with himself. Zhao Yaming was silent on the other end of the voice transmission ring. Then she hung up. Is she embarrassed? Angry? Wang Baol blinked. He realized he shouldn't have spoken that way when she had helped him. He thought about how to go about bragging about himself in a tactful manner the next time they spoke. Wang Baol made up his mind. Then he tried to control his excitement. As soon as he got a hold of the array formation, he immediately set up a mini version of the Great Baol Array Formation in secret to verify its effectiveness. He found people to set up the array formation in his residence. After sending them away, when he was finally alone, Wang Baol immediately sat down and crossed his legs. He activated the array formation. As his cultivation started churning and the array formation started its activation, an undeniable suction force started spreading towards the earth. It had a clear effect on the dark qi inside the divine armament catacombs. Wang Baol was instantly overjoyed. With this array formation, my primary rank 3 noble is within grasp. Wang Baol laughed out loud. He got to his feet hastily. He started pacing in his residence, the gears in his head spinning furiously. This is a good thing for everyone in the new city zone. That's why I should rope them all in. With everyone working together, we can turn the new city zone into a city. At that thought, Wang Baol made up his mind. He immediately called for Lin Tianhao, Kong Dao, as well as Jin Duoming. The 3 appeared in Wang Baol's office after receiving his notice. Before they could speak, they saw Wang Baol's stern look and the excitement that he couldn't conceal in his eyes. He spoke hurriedly. Brothers, I have an extremely rare and fortuitous opportunity that I'm going to give you all. It can bring you a promotion to the next level of noble. Do you want to take it? Wang Baol's spirits were high. He was extremely excited. He spoke with great excitement, holding back his impulse to share everything with them. He waited for his 3 vice mayors to question him. However, Kong Dao glanced at Wang Baol, sat down on a chair beside him, and grunted. Even though the tensions between himself and Wang Baol had lessened during this period, and even though he had a refreshed perception of Wang Baol, every time he remembered how his white phoenix was constantly bullied by Wang Baol's donkey, he couldn't control his desire to fly into a rage. The donkey was extremely fast, though. He had been able to catch up with it in the past, but now that it had grown even faster, he could only simmer in frustration. That wasn't all. What drove him mad was how his white phoenix had gradually grown from its original resistant self to its current subservient attitude. As a result, Kong Dao experienced mixed feelings every time he saw Wang Beol. Jin Duoming, on the other, always seemed like he didn't care for anything in other people's eyes. He yawned and sat down as well and started massaging his own waist. He nodded at Wang Beol as a form of greeting, then grabbed Lin Tianhao into a hug, his face expressive while whispering, "Tianhao, the picture book you gave me a while ago. Where did you get it from? Is it accurate?" Lin Tianhao originally had a serious expression on his face. He had been thinking about how to react when he had heard what Wang Beol said. Now he was being hugged by Jin Duoming, and he grew embarrassed instantly when he heard what Jin Duoming said. Wang Beol's head immediately started throbbing. A donkey must have kicked him in the head. There was no other reason for why he had chosen these few as his vice-mayors. It must not have been for their resources. He was, after all, a righteous man of principles. He decided to give the three guys another chance. "Brothers, I just said that I have an extremely amazing opportunity that is out of this world, that will benefit all of us. Don't you want to know what it is?" Wang Beol's expression remained serious, and his eyes shone threateningly as he spoke. The hint of threat immediately got Lin Tianhao to struggle out of Jin Duoming's arms. He spoke hurriedly, with a mad joy in his expression. "Mayor, what sort of opportunity? Is it really that amazing?" Jin Duoming resigned to his fate, following up with a question with superficial interest. Kong Dao seemed like he couldn't be bothered to say anything. He glanced over to indicate how uninterested he was, as if saying that this was all he was going to give Wang Beol if the latter forced him to ask. Wang Beol saw that the three were still kind of playing along and decided to forgive them. He coughed and took out a bottle of ice spirit water. As he drank, he whispered, "I have a way to turn our new city zone into a new city," Wang Beol said. He continued to explain his plans, sharing what he had discovered earlier, how he had gotten someone to invent an array formation and how he had tested the array formation to be a success with Kong Dao and the rest. As there were aspects of the story that concerned his secrets, he did some necessary concealment and covered up certain truths. Regardless, as he continued to speak, the eyes of the other three young men widened. Jin Duoming's head had been filled with the picture book that Lin Tianhao had given him a while ago, but now, the picture had vanished from his mind. His breathing quickened slightly. Even though he generally displayed a carefree and lackadaisical attitude before other people, what Wang Beol had just said was a rare opportunity for anyone. Even he was moved. Countless thoughts flooded his head instantly. Jin Duoming wasn't the only one. Beside him, Kong Dao's initially stern face had transformed as he listened. He gasped, his eyes widened and brightened. Wang Beol's words were like a bolt of lightning that had struck him speechless. In his mind, he saw a ladder leading upwards. If he could simply take a step, he would be able to ascend and almost reach the heavens. Lin Tianhao's eyes almost popped out. He stared at Wang Beol like the latter was the devil. His head buzzed. He couldn't imagine how Wang Beol had managed to create such an astonishing opportunity for all of them. Pleased with their reactions, Wang Beol finished speaking, waited for a while to give them enough time to digest all that he had said, then continued. "That's why, as long as we succeed, all of us will at least raise a level in rank. In fact, all our comrades in the entire city zone will enjoy the same promotion. Even if we fail, there's nothing to it. We'll simply be back where we started. There's no loss in that. That's why. Don't you think we should fight for this chance?" As soon as Wang Beol finished speaking, Jin Duoming straightened his back and had a serious look on his face. It was a rare look for him. There was a bright light in his eyes. He immediately said, "Beol, could you let us take a look at this array formation that you speak of?" Wang Beol had expected that they would say that, so he didn't hesitate. He brought them to where he had set up the array formation and allowed them to inspect it. He personally activated the array formation to show that it was effective. Kong Dao even proposed to make a visit to the Divine Armament Catacombs and get someone to set up a small scale of the array formation so that they could perform another round of tests. When the results came back, both Jin Duoming and Kong Dao grew excited. Lin Tianhao's breath quickened as it never had before. Their eyes shone brightly. They hadn't yet recovered from their shock. However, they immediately understood very clearly that should they succeed in this endeavor, Wang Baol would immediately advance from a primary rank 4 noble to a primary rank 3 noble. Similarly, they would advance in status and rank alongside Wang Baol, and rise from their secondary rank 4 noble to a secondary rank 3 noble. In the entire Federation, they wouldn't be the only ones who would go crazy for such an opportunity. Countless others would feel the same. That wasn't what made this an extremely rare opportunity. After all, this matter required both the Federation's and the Martian administration's approval. Even if other people wanted to elevate their city zones to become cities, they would be met with the Federation's lack of approval. However, in this new Mars region, the possibility of something like that happening was extremely high. Wang Baol's proposal would save a great deal of time. Even though it would exhaust a great deal more resources, the greatest challenge the Federation and the Martian administration faced now wasn't a shortage of resources but a shortage of time. The earlier they could excavate the divine armament, the earlier they would possess this immense power. This would benefit the Martian administration greatly as well. After all, as long as the divine armament remained unstable, more unforeseen disasters would occur. The faster the excavation progressed, the greater the resources and human labor they would save in tackling said disasters. The three young men stared at one another. They were overcome with excitement, as they knew very well. The chances of success were very high. They couldn't help but extend their respect towards Wang Baol. Amidst their excitement, they also realized something. Wang Baol's strength and the array formation as proof alone wouldn't suffice. I'll contact the military immediately and ask for their full support. Kong Dao took a deep breath and declared instantly. His enthusiasm towards this endeavor surpassed everything else. In fact, after saying that, he clenched his teeth. I'll contact my godfather shortly. That's what a good brother should do. Let's all work together and use everything we've got to fight for our future. Wang Baol was overjoyed. He patted Kong Dao on the shoulder, his eyes bright with encouragement. After a moment of silence, Jin Duoming spoke in a low voice as well. We have to use all our connections for this matter. I'll discuss with the master of my family in a while. Tianhao, you too. You should speak to your father. We'll need support from the senators. As for the other political forces, I'll think of something. Baol's right about this. We should make a bid for this. Jin Duoming's eyes shone with a strange light. A secondary rank 3 noble was an extremely high rank for anyone his age. After all, Wang Baol had fought with his life in the trial and had only gotten himself a primary rank 4 noble. Amidst their excitement, they continued to talk for a while longer. They decided to inform the respective political forces supporting them and make their arguments. Wang Baol would tidy up the information and submit a formal request to the Martian administration. Wang Baol accepted the responsibility readily. He knew that he had to be the one to make the first move. The four went about their own preparations. The various political forces supporting them were all stunned by Wang Baol's bold idea. 7 days later, a request for city status came from the new city zone and was delivered to the Martian administration. Heated discussions that even the Federation deemed to be of epic proportions erupted instantly. The new Mars region formally requested to expand and become a new city. It would be the second city on Mars. To the entire Federation, this was an extremely serious matter. Back in the day, the Martian colony governor reached secondary rank 1 though her achievements in the Martian city, which also placed her in the candidacy for the next Federation president. Right now, the newly appointed Wang Baol, who was primary rank 4, was also building a stronghold. As a result, he garnered a lot of attention and drew so much discussion that it was indescribable. In an instant, all the media outlets were covering the matter. The fact that they knew about the matter proved that it was an outcome that had resulted from a push by the Federation, Mars, and the various factions. In reality, once the matter surfaced, it was hyped up by others and was discussed by everyone on Earth. The people on Mars were also very interested in the matter. With the attention of the entire Federation, Wang Baol's reasons for suggesting that a stronghold be built soon spread. There were two main points, the first being that a new catacomb had appeared in the new Mars region. which proved that the Martian colony governor's previous judgment that the divine armament wouldn't give the Federation more time was correct. If they didn't act to stop it immediately, the appearance of more catacombs would result in disaster, putting Mars in immense danger. At the same time, it was merely a new city zone, and even though it was possible to dissolve the barrier in 10 years, it would obviously still be too late. Therefore, it was necessary to build a bigger stronghold to suppress the catacombs, and to gain complete control over the rate at which the divine armament catacombs erupted. The second reason was the Great Baol Array formation that Wang Baol had suggested. This array formation was created by Zhao Yaming and the Ethereal Tao College according to Wang Baol's ideas and cultivation techniques, which were eventually tried and tested. Once it was laid out in the scale of the stronghold, it would only take a maximum of 3 years to completely dissolve the barrier. This way, the speed of dissolving would be so fast that it would slow the appearance of new catacombs even more significantly. Mars would be able to gain control of the situation within 2 to 3 years. Each of these reasons for building a bigger stronghold could be tested, as they were backed by credible information, and could, therefore, be pushed forward. Naturally, this resulted in Mars and the Federation regarding it highly. Without a doubt, the outcome that Wang Baol had promoted was extremely tempting to the Federation and Mars. Completely dissolving the barrier in 3 years meant that it was 3 times faster than what was possible before. It may seem like it was only 3 times, but to the Federation and Mars, the time saved could be used to do other things. At the same time, a large amount of resources could be saved. Despite that, if no one were to support the idea, or if there were many detractors, then the Federation would still evaluate the pros and cons, perhaps even using other methods to replace the proposal. After all, the new stronghold wasn't a new city zone, and once built, it meant that a large number of nobles would need to be assigned, and that was something that the Federation didn't want to do. However, Wang Baol was logical and had ample information that made his reason for building the city strong. He even gained the spotlight through this. Most importantly, perhaps due to concerns about safety, or because the views put forth by Wang Baol were aligned with the basis of her judgment, or for some other reason, the Martian colony governor, who seldom interfered with the internal affairs of the Federation, firmly chose to support the proposal. She supported Wang Baol in building the array formation and transforming the city zone into a city. The Martian colony governor's attitude influenced the Federation significantly. More importantly, the 4 Tao colleges also made their stance clear at this time to support the transformation of the new city zone into a new city. At the same time, they pledged their willingness to provide resources to construct the second Mars city for the Federation and all mankind. The Senate followed after the 4 Tao colleges. This time, the 17-senator coalition of the Senate announced their support for the building of the second city on Mars in unison. That way, the 2 factions that could equally influence the Federation had stepped forward, which made it even more likely that the new city could be approved for construction. However, not all factions expressed their support. Soon, the Galactic Dusk Sect and Plume Manifestation Khanate Sect, followed by the 5-generation Sky Clan, activated their resources to prevent the matter from going through. Their factions were powerful, and with the lack of their support, there were delays to the building of the city. Despite that, they were all sly old foxes. The motives of the 3 factions were known between each other. Therefore, at that moment, the 3 factions immediately activated their resources, and even the military made a statement as well. Eventually, it appeared as if the 3 opponents found out about the background of the matter. They appeared to be acting for the greater good of society and switched their stance to support the proposal. In reality, however, countless exchanges were taking place beneath the surface. Regardless, the Federation president eventually sent the order to deploy an assessment team to carry on-site assessments of the new Mars region to make the final decision. This time around, the assessment was merely a formality. After all, the various factions were incredibly intelligent, and they had long had a clear understanding of Wang Baol's suggestion and the actual situation. Therefore, after the assessment, which, together with everything else, lasted a month's time, the Federation finally announced the news to everyone. They allowed the new Mars region to be transformed into the second Martian city. The scale would be 10 times its original scale. That made it the second Martian city, without a doubt. As the news spread, everyone in the Federation was delighted. After all, the matter was groundbreaking, and at the same time, Wang Beol had made an even deeper impression on people's minds. The approval for the new city also meant that the status of everyone within the new city zone would be raised. This outcome made Kong Dao and the rest of the trio, who were sitting in Wang Beol's office with him, whom was waiting to hear the result anxiously. When the Federation announced the news, hear deafening screams of happiness from outside immediately. Success! Wang Beol slapped his thigh hard and laughed agitatedly. Jin Duoming, Kong Dao, and Lin Tianhao, who were beside him, were also extremely exhilarated. A glow flashed across their eyes, and their breathing quickened as they all began to laugh happily. What's more, most of the unhappiness and grudges between them were resolved as a result of the hard work they have put in to reach their common goal. In their exhilaration, Jin Duoming clapped his hands, and immediately, female cultivators began entering from outside. They brought along wine and food in celebration. Instantly, the area where the mayor's office used to be was filled with activity, as well as people. At the same time, the news about Wang Beol and company's noble titles was quickly conveyed. Just as he had judged, Wang Beol was immediately promoted to primary rank 3, from primary rank 4. The advancement in his noble title saved him at least 10 years, and that was on top of the fact that he had to become a core formation realm cultivator first if he were to go the conventional path. A person who became a primary rank 3 without reaching the core formation realm hadn't been seen in the Federation for the past 20 years. It could be said that Wang Beol was the only person in the entire Foundation Establishment realm who managed to become primary rank 3 while still being at the Foundation Establishment realm. A noble like that allowed Wang Beol to be on the same level as Lin Yu to a certain extent. After all, it was impossible to take another step forward right now. That was because the procedure to become secondary rank 2 was governed by strict standards. One must be a core formation realm cultivator, and at the same time, not all core formation realm cultivators were secondary rank 2 nobles. The Federation wasn't an absolute world of cultivation, and after thousands of years of regulations and laws, there were obvious classes. Therefore, it wasn't surprising to be a core formation realm cultivator holding another noble rank. Furthermore, even if one was a secondary rank 2 noble, their duties also differed in terms of rank. Regardless of that, they still held power, authority, and dignity. Could even be said that in the eyes of many, Wang Beol was already a high official. Though, in reality, his noble title was still a leap away from that of the high officials within the Federation. Despite that, the journey of his advancement could be considered a miracle. Even Lin Yu got a shock when he first heard from Lin Tianhao about Wang Beol's plan to build the city. He could imagine how big a leap Wang Beol would advance this time. However, that came with a cost as well. Lin Yu thought about it deeply, and also sent a voice transmission to Wang Beol to remind him that such a fast advancement would result in the jealousy of others. Now, in the Federation, there were already many who were suggesting to rein Wang Beol in. This meant creating challenges in the future advancement process of his noble, and it was even possible that he wouldn't be advanced in 10 years. In reality, there were many factions who had the same intention. However, Wang Beol didn't care about all that, as he felt that they were all nonsense. It didn't matter to him as long as nobody provoked him. This time, the Federation was extremely generous, apparently as a result of the efforts of the various factions. At the same time, the returns that Wang Beol promised prompted the Federation to be generous for once, not only advancing Wang Beol to become primary rank 3, which held a lot of power, but also giving similar rewards to Lin Tianhao, Kong Dao, and Jin Duoming. That was also the case for their subordinates, and everyone in the entire New City Zone advanced. There were also plans made by the Federation and Mars for the new city. The new city would be divided into 6 zones, with Lin Tianhao, Jin Duoming, and Kong Dao being the mayors. This way, 3 other candidates for the mayor position were needed. At the same time, and perhaps most importantly, a deputy city lord was still lacking in the second Martian city. It was also at this time that a piece of news that shocked many was spreading among the powerful nobles. The information was unclear and seemed to be about the union between the 5-generation Sky Clan and the Senate. However, once the news spread, the 5-generation Sky Clan and the Senate immediately stepped forward to deny it. They did so in identical manners, by saying that they respected each other and anticipated their future collaboration, but that now wasn't the right time for them to form a union. Words like these could fool outsiders, but to the cultivators within the 5-generation Sky Clan system, such news wouldn't spread without reason. It was very likely that the 5-generation Sky Clan and the Senate were really discussing with each other regarding their collaboration. It was also very possible that they purposely leaked the news to test the waters and to see how others would react. As the new Martian city lord of primary rank 3, Wang Beol was considered a high official within the Federation. He heard the news too, and in his bewilderment, had sought Lin Tianhao for clarification about it. However, Lin Tianhao didn't know more about the matter than Wang Beol, and it seemed that Lin Yu hadn't mentioned it to him either. After thinking about it, Wang Beol no longer bothered himself with the matter. After all, the business between the 5-generation Sky Clan and the Senate didn't have much to do with him. Therefore, he placed all his attention on the development of the new city. Equipped with the previous experience of building the new city zone, Wang Beol felt confident about constructing the new city. After discussing it with Lin Tianhao, Kong Dao, and Jin Duoming, the four of them split up the work and began the planning process for the new city. Their focus was still on the array formations, but this time it involved not just the Qi Fostering Spirit array formation, but also the Great Baol array formation. However, the most they could do was plan. After all, they were no longer constructing a city zone but an entire city. Therefore, the amount of manpower and resources that they needed was so hefty that it was unimaginable. Even though both Mars and the Federation had approved the application to build the city, it was near impossible to expect them to pay for the resources. Therefore, a big problem that was presented to Wang Beol was about the resources. However, he was used to tackling the problems as they came, especially those regarding resources. He felt that to solve such problems, not much skill was involved. Each mayor will be responsible for their own zone. That was the slogan that Wang Beol announced, which was also the first command that he had given as a primary rank 3 city lord. He had learned from the method he had adopted when he built the new city zone previously, and at the same time he was mimicking the pressure that the governor had put on him. Therefore, Wang Beol felt that he should put what he learned into practice, especially after gaining the authority to do so. There are 3 rules. Number 1, there are no resources. Number 2, after half a year, an inspection of the construction process will be made, and it should be able to house a population of at least 1 billion. Number 3, whoever fails will have to leave. Wang Beol enthusiastically laid out the 3 rules, which immediately resulted in some resistance. However, at this juncture, Kong Dao, Jin Duoming, and Lin Tianhao all stepped forward at the same time and expressed their support for Wang Beol, agreeing to the rules and taking the initiative to be role models. This made the other factions who were unhappy feel extremely helpless. They knew very well that the trio had gained a huge advantage, and the factions backing them would naturally be thankful and willing to put in the effort to firm up their positions. Therefore, they would also willingly supply resources to them. While the other factions felt helpless, they gave up on their intentions to pull a cheap shot. They gritted their teeth and began to work. The second Martian city, which was also known as the Divine Armament New City, was already extremely important when it was a city zone. Now that it had become a city, not only did it provide crucial assistance to the Divine Armament, it also meant that if one could control the area, regardless of which part it was, would stand to obtain great gains in the future. On the other hand, if they were to give up and allow other factions to take over, they would be under the beck and call of others. At the same time, everyone had seen that Wang Beol's array formation could really speed up the rate at which the barrier dissolved. In reality, 3 years could be considered an overestimation. It was possible that the barrier could be eliminated within 1 or 2 years, and that the elites of the Federation could enter the cave and obtain the divine armament. Therefore, every faction wanted a place as mayor of the new city, and they each began planning and preparing for it. All the major figures of the Federation had placed their attention on Divine Armament New City. At the same time, Wang Beol was also thinking about the future of this city of his. What was most important to him right now was to construct the Great Baol Array Formation. Other than that, he also needed to ensure that his position in the city would not be shaken. This way, it would be impossible for him to be replaced. there would be an added effect on the construction of the array formation as a result. At the same time, Wang Beol was also thinking about candidates for the position of the 3 other mayors. He thought that it would be best if the candidates didn't see him as an enemy and were equipped with resources as well. However, when he pondered about it and sent the Martian colony governor a voice transmission to convey his thoughts humbly, the Martian colony governor replied him calmly, "There is no need for you to think about these matters. The remaining 3 mayors of Divine Armament New City will be appointed by the Federation. You don't have the power to decide, and that will be the case for the candidate for the Deputy City Lord as well." When he heard those words, Wang Beol was angry and disappointed. However, he also understood that he had already gained a huge advantage by having successfully pushed for the transformation of the city zone into a city. Therefore, it was impossible for the Federation to consider his opinions regarding the selection of the mayors. He sighed. Who would the 3 mayors be? The Deputy City Lord as well. Wang Beol's head throbbed. He didn't fear that the people appointed would be too powerful, but simply felt that there were too few people of his alliance around him. Lin Tianhao could be considered as one, but combining Kong Dao and Jin Duoming, they can't be considered as one of my people. Wang Beol narrowed his eyes. He knew that after the new city was constructed, it would be on such a large scale that it would require an immense amount of people in the system. Each faction would inevitably arrange for their own manpower, and that was exactly the scenario that Wang Beol was most afraid of. I should never become a figurehead. Wang Beol took a deep breath, remaining extremely vigilant even though he was now safe. Thoughts circulated in his head, and he decided to send Zhuo Yifan a voice transmission to seek his assistance. However, Zhuo Yifan, who remained in Ethereal Dao College, had a duty to fulfill and wouldn't be able to come at short notice. After expressing his disappointment, he reminded him about the issues of safety, before putting away the voice transmission ring and sending a voice transmission to Zhao Yaming. I can't go to Mars. Furthermore, I will be transferred from my current department and be deployed for duty in the president's office. Beol, I can't help you this time. However, if you meet any problems on Mars, you can still tell me, and I will help you if I can. Zhao Yaming first said that it wasn't convenient for her to help, and then extended her assistance somewhat half-heartedly. However, Wang Beol, who was extremely disappointed, didn't think much about it. He sighed and discussed some details of the array formation with her casually, before putting down the voice transmission ring. He took a deep breath and raised his head. It seems like the only thing I can do is use my trump card. A glow flashed across Wang Beol's eyes. He opened the voice transmission ring and flipped to Lu Daobin's number, before sending a voice transmission to him. Lu Daobin, come help me at Divine Armament New City. Lu Daobin, who received the voice transmission, was leading his armament soldiers to inspect the administrative work in the Dermic Armament Pavilion. The moment he saw Wang Beol's voice transmission, he immediately picked it up agitatedly. City Lord, are you coming or not? Wang Beol asked again. I'm coming. Lu Daobin took a deep breath and answered loudly. He stopped leading his armament soldiers for the inspections, and instead sped to the peak of the Dermic Armament Pavilion to report his work progress. He was extremely excited, as he felt that the chance he had been waiting painfully for had finally arrived. At the same time, Wang Beol also sent a voice transmission to the Ethereal Dao College sect lord. They communicated, and after hearing about the difficulties Wang Beol faced, the sect lord laughed. He had long predicted that such a problem would surface. In reality, if Wang Beol didn't send him a voice transmission, he had planned to discuss the matter with Wang Beol one of these days. Now, without hesitation, he agreed. Beol, you are the most outstanding student of Ethereal Dao College. I have always had great expectations of you. Don't you worry about this matter. Ethereal Dao College is your home, and we will support you fully. It's just manpower, right? I'll make arrangements to send a large number of students to you immediately so that they can become your eyes in each of the departments of Divine Armament New City. The sect lord gave his complete support, and that calmed Wang Beol down, lifting his mood. Therefore, while he was waiting for the arrival of the cultivators from the Ethereal Dao College, He also wondered about who the deputy city lord could be. He knew very well that the deputy city lord wasn't a mayor. With his noble title, he could order the mayors around, but he needed to tone down when handling the deputy city lord. It's best if it's someone I know. That way it would be easier to work. As Wang Baol thought about the candidate for the deputy city lord, days went by. The plans for the entire city were completed, and people from the ethereal Dao College arrived in tens of large cruisers in the skies above the divine armament zone. Lu Daobin, who had rushed from Earth, was extremely agitated in the cruiser. As he neared the divine armament new city, he felt that the road to success was paved right beneath his feet. Follow the city lord and serve him well. That way, I will never lose out. Lu Daobin patted his storage bag with gusto. It was filled to the brim with snacks. In terms of currying favor, if Lu Daobin, claimed to be second, no one in the ethereal Dao College would dare claim first place. Lu Daobin raised his head with extreme pride. Soon, the 10 cruisers landed in the simple aerial port of Divine Armament New City. Wang Baol was the host, and his guests were his junior sisters and brothers, as well as senior brothers and sisters. Therefore, it was only natural that he welcomed them personally. Looks of passion and adoration immediately appeared in the eyes of the disciples when they noticed Wang Baol as they stepped off the ethereal Dao College's cruiser. They all went forward to greet him. "Greetings, senior brother." "Greetings, senior." "Greetings, city lord." Wang Baol was identified differently by different people. The group greeted him, and even though their voices were of varying loudness, they were collectively deafening and spread in all directions. Wang Baol was also agitated. He felt that he had made such great interpersonal relationships with others in the Dao College that so many people adored him. That was especially so as most of them were his junior sisters. That made Wang Baol even more confident in his appearance and figure. Just as he was about to move forward and hug his junior sisters, Lu Daobin jumped towards him, his eyes full of tears. Even before he reached Wang Baol, his agitated cries drowned out the voices of the other people as it overwhelmed the entire area. "I've missed you, senior brother Baol. I've missed you so much." Lu Daobin was shaking as he went forward and hugged Wang Baol's thighs tightly. He was so agitated that he was trembling, which touched Wang Baol. Even the other people around Wang Baol were moved. Jin Duoming threw a few glances at Lu Daobin, and Kong Dao nodded his head silently. Lin Tianhao was the only one who looked bewildered. On one hand, he was familiar with Lu Daobin, and on the other, he somehow had a feeling that Lu Daobin's appearance would threaten his position. "Daobin!" Looking at Lu Daobin hugging him agitatedly, Wang Baol was moved. He also felt guilty for only having eyes for his junior sisters, but not this junior brother of his. As he reprimanded himself, Wang Baol helped Lu Daobin up and patted his shoulders in a pleased manner. He then swept his gaze towards the surroundings, as if looking for someone. Lu Daobin wiped his tears off and noticing Wang Baol's reaction. He immediately spoke softly. "Senior brother, Zhou Xiaoya is still in seclusion. As for Du Min, she has gone to the moon, as the Foundation establishment realm has opened yet again." Still in seclusion. Wang Baol took a deep breath. He suddenly had the thought that helping Zhou Xiaoya gain admission into the Alchemy Pavilion then was a mistake. The Alchemy Pavilion was inhumane, accepting students and putting them in seclusion every single day. That was just savage, and the mere thought of it made one shudder. Wang Baol was immediately angered. He thought that if he had the chance to return to Earth, he would personally go down to the Alchemy Pavilion to find out what was going on. After making that decision, Wang Baol chatted briefly with the disciples from the Ethereal Dao College. He ended the conversation by encouraging the disciples before arranging for their residences. What awaited them would be the allocation of their numerous positions in the city. With that, Wang Baol brought Lu Daobin to his office. The moment they entered, Lu Daobin immediately began to boil water like a pro, personally brewing a cup of tea for Wang Baol. After that, he sat beside Wang Baol, lowering his head while taking out a small notebook, ready to listen. This scene aroused a sense of familiarity in Wang Baol. He suddenly thought about his life when he was in the Dao College. As a wave of emotions rushed through him, he asked about Du Min's journey to the moon, before taking a sip of tea. As he set the tea down, he assigned Lu Daobin the role of the supervisor of his office. Lu Daobin, who had been bestowed with the responsibility, patted his chest forcefully. "Rest assured, City Lord. My father used to hold a similar position, and I have seen him work from a young age. I am very familiar with the workings of this place, and I dare to guarantee that there will be no problems arising at all." Wang Baol grew even more satisfied upon hearing his words. He further relayed some instructions, and Lu Daobin jotted everything down as he listened, seeming afraid that he would miss out on even a word. His attitude made one feel comfortable, and that was especially so when he left a storage bag in front of Wang Baol before he left. Wang Baol frowned and was about to reject him when Lu Daobin hurriedly opened the storage bag, pouring out some of the snacks. Wang Baol took a look and picked up the bag, rummaging through it. He realized that it was filled to the brim with snacks, as well as dozens of boxes of ice spirit water from the Ethereal Tao College that were of a different flavor than what was commonly available. That made him feel even more delighted. Seeing that Wang Baol was pleased, Lu Daobin was satisfied. He then left after cleaning up the office. Lu Daobin's not bad, as usual. Wang Baol sat where he was, munching on the snacks and drinking the ice spirit water. He was filled with emotions and felt that right now, everything had been prepared for the new city. The only thing lacking was the commencement of the construction process, which could only happen after the 3 new mayors arrived. As Wang Baol waited, time flew by, and soon 7 days passed. In those 7 days, the Federation didn't manage to come to a conclusion in regards to the candidates for the 3 mayors, and from that, it could be seen how intense the competition was. However, in the process of each faction fighting for the mayor candidacy, yet another piece of news regarding the 5-generation Sky Clan and the Senate began to spread throughout the Federation, causing a huge commotion. This second piece of news was even more detailed than the last. The previous news merely mentioned the collaboration of the 2 parties, but now, there was no mention of the collaboration. The only thing that was brought up was the marriage alliance between the head senator and the Chun family of the 5-generation Sky Clan. The moment the news spread, it immediately sent shock waves amongst people who were following it. Wang Baol also got a huge shock, and couldn't help but make some guesses. He then sought out Lin Tianhao, inquiring with him about it. Lin Tianhao seemed to know more this time around. After all, when Wang Baol asked him about the matter previously, he was unable to answer, and that made him feel that he wasn't playing an important role like he did previously. That was especially so when a sense of crisis arose in him when he saw Lu Daobin. Therefore, after hearing about the news regarding the marriage alliance, he immediately sent a voice transmission to his father, making it clear that he wanted to know the details. Lin Yu didn't have much of a choice and told Lin Tianhao part of the whole story. Therefore, when Wang Baol summoned him to ask about the matter, Lin Tianhao took a deep breath and began speaking. "City Lord, I have just come to know about the matter as well. What's known now is that Li Wan'er and the eldest son of the Qin family, Chun Mu, will be tied by marriage. The 2 of them will get engaged soon, and will complete their marriage a year later. Since we're at it, I have met this Chun Mu as well. He is a little older than we are and has long been on the job. In the Federation, he is a secondary rank 4 in the authority department. When I was a young boy, my father would compare me with him and want me to learn from him." Lin Tianhao was somewhat emotional. He was mid-sentence when Wang Baol suddenly slammed the table. "All this is ridiculous. What era are we in that there are still arranged marriages and marriage alliances?" Wang Baol had some bad intuition previously, and now that he heard Lin Tianhao's words, the scene of himself and Li Wan'er in the cave surfaced in his mind. All sorts of emotions emerged, and vaguely, he felt as if his woman had been snatched away by someone. Lin Tianhao got a fright and felt confused. He silently wondered if the city lord was acquainted with Chun Mu, and hurriedly spoke. "Yes, you're right, city lord. It's now the spirit inception era, and yet there are still marriage alliances. Chun Mu is a decent chap, but it's a pity that of all people, he married that abused old witch, Li Wan'er. Lin Tianhao sighed and was about to continue when Wang Beil lifted his head and stared at him. That stare made Lin Tianhao shocked. He had a bad feeling that he had misinterpreted the situation. The person that Wang Beil felt indignant for wasn't Chen Mu, but Li Wan'er. This guess made him widen his eyes. That Chen Mu. What on earth was he thinking about? Isn't he afraid that Li Wan'er will castrate him? After Wang Beil stared at Lin Tianhao, Wang Beil grumbled, extremely unsatisfied towards the marriage. Wang Beil's words confirmed Lin Tianhao's guess. He felt bewildered and thought silently in his head that the city lord indeed had a different and unique taste in women. However, he didn't dare to ask further, and instead told Wang Beil everything his father had revealed. This time, it would be a deep-rooted alliance that would be formed between the Senate and the five-generation Sky Clan through the marriage alliance. Even though there was some unhappiness between the two parties, politics is all about compromise. At the same time, I have heard that the Chun family, in asking for Li Wan'er's hand in marriage, has given a dowry that the senator found irresistible to reject. When he finished what he had to say, Lin Tianhao didn't stay and left hurriedly. As he left, he thought about how different he was from Wang Beil. Right now, Wang Beil had lost all mood for eating the snacks. He was depressed and was filled with indescribable emotions. He felt that Chen Mu had made him a cuckold. Darn it! How dare you snatch my woman? I'll torture you to death. A look of viciousness flashed across Wang Beil's eyes. The baneful vibe was so strong that Wang Beil couldn't control himself and wanted to release it. After circling the office, he took out his voice transmission ring and sent a voice transmission to Li Wan'er. The moment the voice transmission went through, even before Wang Beil could speak, Li Wan'er's cold voice reverberated by his ears. What's the matter? That cold voice stopped Wang Beil in his tracks, but he still couldn't help but ask. I heard that you're getting engaged with that bastard from the Chun family? Li Wan'er was silent. After a brief moment, she spoke calmly. What has that got to do with you? Additionally, my fiancé is not a bastard. Please be more respectful in your words. City Lord Wang. Her words completely froze Wang Beil in his steps, the anger in his heart slowly calming down. He was silent for a long while before laughing. Congratulations. After that, Wang Beil hung up the voice transmission. He took a deep breath and pushed open the window, looking at the sky outside for a long while before turning around to meditate with his legs crossed. He calmed himself down while cultivating. However, what he didn't know was that right now, in the Colony Disciplinary Order office, Li Wan'er was standing beside the windows and looking in the direction of Wang Beil's Divine Armament New City. She carried a complex look, and after a very long period of time, an extremely soft sigh that only she could hear reverberated in her heart. As for Wang Beil, he managed to slowly calm his thoughts after using a lot of will. He no longer thought about Li Wan'er's matter, as he felt that he didn't have the right to interfere in the matter and didn't want to bother himself with it any longer. Even though he had exposed his body and was disadvantaged, he felt that the bastard from Chen family would lose out even more. Even though he consoled himself with such thoughts, jealousy still crept in his heart. Wang Beil sighed and took a deep breath, and as he calmed down his thoughts, he slowly immersed himself in the process of cultivation. His cultivation was already at the late-stage foundation establishment realm. Even though the construction of the new city during this period of time had kept him busy, he still managed to delegate the tasks such that he had a lot of time to cultivate. Most importantly, the cultivation of the dark art took place at an extremely fast speed under the aura of the Divine Armament Catacombs. At the same time, it also significantly raised his Lightning Dao, first volume. This way, Wang Beil's cultivation improved by the day. For others in late-stage foundation establishment realm, increasing their cultivation depended not just on fate, but also the availability of time for cultivation. As for cultivation, it would take a few years at least. After all, the process of perfecting foundation establishment realm from late-stage foundation establishment realm was one of accumulation. They were all aimed towards stepping into the core formation realm after breakthrough, and the more they accumulated, the higher the likelihood of succeeding. Therefore, the entire process was taken with all seriousness. At the same time, there was no shortcut. However, for Wang Beil, who had the boost from the dark art, his speed of cultivation could be increased significantly. Even though he hadn't reached perfection, he was clearly already halfway through. Despite that, Wang Baol also knew very well that cultivation couldn't be completed within a day. It required a process of accumulation over days and months. Therefore, after cultivating in seclusion for several days, and completely calming down, he ended the cultivation process. When he opened his eyes, the sky had already darkened, and through the window, he could see the lights outside. After spreading the array formation, he could even hear the bustling activity of the new Mars region coming from afar in the night. Even though the city hadn't been constructed, that piece of land was already housing 1 trillion people. The nightlife made the city a bustling place. Looking at all the lights and feeling the activity of divine armament new city, Wang Baol breathed calmly. Even though he didn't continue cultivating, he had already begun thinking about how to go about refining the artifacts. I am already sufficiently familiar with the refinement of 5th-grade numinous treasures. Wang Baol mumbled to himself. The construction of the Eternal Fortress could be said to have utilized 5th-grade numinous treasures as its foundation. Therefore, Wang Baol had already reached a certain standard in his skills of refining the 5th-grade numinous treasures, such that most of them were perfect. What's next is the 6th-grade numinous treasure. From this, I can soon attempt to construct my very own 7th-grade dermic armament. With that thought, Wang Baol's breathing quickened. That was the lifelong dream of any dermic armament cultivator. Wang Baol had already experienced the power of the dermic armament. At the same time, he knew very clearly that his dermic armament saber wasn't entirely suitable for him. If he wanted something that was perfectly compatible with him, he had to make it himself. However, in the Federation, not all cultivators had such an opportunity. For most of the cultivators, receiving a dermic armament was already like winning the lottery. If they really wanted to personalize one for themselves, they could only do it in their dreams. However, for Wang Baol, it wasn't a dream. He could accomplish the goal in real life. This managed to push out the unpleasant thoughts that had previously occupied his mind. A look of anticipation and agitation flashed across his eyes, and at the same time, he understood that he should carry out everything step by step. He could be excited about it, but he shouldn't rush into it, as being anxious wouldn't help at all. Next, I'll try to refine the 6th-grade numinous treasure. In addition, I need to upgrade all my dermic artifacts to the level of a 5th-grade numinous treasure. Most important of them is my intrinsic dermic artifact, the scabbard. Wang Baol had calmed down. Determined, he immediately went to work. Previously, he had to be prudent in his use of resources as the expenditure was hefty every time he cultivated. That was especially so for the refinement materials required for the 5th-grade numinous treasure. They were extremely rare, and therefore extremely expensive. However, now that he was a city lord of primary rank 3, he had a large amount of resources in his hands. As the city lord, he had many means to obtain sufficient refinement materials without affecting the process of the city's construction. Furthermore, there was no need to be secretive about it and break the law. In the eyes of the Federation in the Spirit Inception era, this was a reasonable matter as long as he didn't go overboard. Therefore, with sufficient resources at his disposal, Wang Baol began to refine and upgrade his numinous treasures furiously. The upgrading of the other numinous treasures was relatively simple, but it was challenging for his intrinsic dermic artifact, which not only required sufficient armament sand but also numerous tries. However, Wang Baol was in no rush. As he waited for the confirmation of candidates for the deputy city lord and the mayors, he continued refining his dermic artifacts while cultivating the dark art simultaneously. Everything progressed in a stable manner, but what made Wang Baol most regretful was that, from start to end, he had no chance to display the godly mystic art of the dark art, the dark corpse face art. There were simply too many people around. In addition, the dark corpse face art was a part of the dark art, and if other people sensed it, it would be difficult for Wang Baol to explain himself. Therefore, he could only imagine and play it out in his mind while regret filled his heart. I wonder when I can find someone to display my dark corpse face art to. Wang Baol was emotional while cultivating, and just like that, half a month passed. At this time, after a month of competition between the various factions, There were some changes made once again to the candidates chosen to become Divine Armament New City's 3 mayors. There was still no confirmation of the mayor candidacy, and instead, the candidate for Deputy City Lord was set. When Wang Baol received the notice from the Martian colony governor about the confirmation of the Deputy City Lord, and that the person would arrive within the next few days, his thoughts that had taken a lot of effort to stabilize suddenly grew chaotic again. He looked at the voice transmission ring and listened to the governor read out the name. Why is it her? Wang Baol frowned. However, after thinking about it deeply, he set aside his personal feelings. It seemed reasonable that this person was appointed as Deputy City Lord. After all, this person had worked on Mars for many years and was secondary rank 3 for a long time running. Regardless of whether it was her cultivation or background, she was considered an elite. It was appropriate for her to become Deputy City Lord. The candidate for Deputy City Lord was Li Wanner. At the same time, she didn't come as secondary rank 3, but was instead promoted to primary rank 3, the same rank as Wang Baol, as she became Deputy City Lord. Many things could be interpreted from the promotion of her noble rank. Wang Baol had some understanding of it but still felt that it was a complex matter. He was powerless in changing the fact that Li Wanner was engaged to the eldest son of the Qin family, and had thought that he would no longer have the chance to meet her. He had never imagined that both of them would work together in the future. That made Wang Baol sigh. He had a headache for several days and soon, Li Wanner arrived. As the cruiser landed and Li Wanner's tall and slender figure appeared before others, Wang Baol was completely filled with regret and jealousy. However, compared to him, even if the others were attracted to Li Wanner's impressive looks, they also felt a chill as they knew that she was a thorny rose and was known for being ruthless. Therefore, they all lowered their heads and greeted her. Even Kong Dao and Lin Tianhao followed suit. Jin Duoming had originally planned to challenge himself and woo her, but after hearing about the engagement and the trauma of being almost castrated, he put on a rare look of seriousness. As the people greeted her, Li Wanner stepped forward amongst the crowd with a cold expression towards Wang Baol. When she saw him, she expressionlessly greeted him. Greetings, City Lord. I am under the order of the governor. Other than overseeing the construction of the city, I am also responsible for inspecting the colony disciplinary order of Divine Armament New City. I seek the City Lord's cooperation in working together in the future. Li Wanner's cold and distant attitude and formal tone immediately made everyone who came to welcome her confused, as they looked at Wang Baol and Li Wanner. That was especially so as many people had known that Li Wanner didn't come as someone who was secondary rank 3, but was promoted to primary rank 3 before taking on the role of Deputy City Lord. That made her the same rank as Wang Baol. Therefore, in reality, even though they had different statuses, Li Wanner was the only one who could argue and defy Wang Baol in the entire city. A person like her had just arrived but was already distant and impersonal in tone. At the same time, she was in charge of a scary department like the Colony Disciplinary Order, which was a signal to everyone. Instantly, silence filled the surroundings. Kong Dao frowned slightly. He hadn't cared much previously about Li Wanner's arrival, but now that he saw how imposing she was, he seemed to have seen through something and was now narrowing his eyes. He wasn't foolish, after all. Kong Dao didn't care about anyone else. However, since Wang Baol had helped him and gave him an advancement, he was on the side of Wang Baol. Instinctively, he was filled with dislike and resistance towards Li Wanner, who had just arrived. That was even more so for Lin Tianhao. Even though his father and Li Wanner's father were both from the Senate, he felt that it revolved around people of the previous generation, which had nothing to do with himself. Therefore, he also raised his eyebrows. But when he thought about the guess he had made regarding the relationship between Wang Baol and Li Wanner, he blinked and felt that this matter was complex and impossible to understand fully. Jin Duoming was also bewildered right now. In his mind, even though Li Wanner was hot-tempered, she wasn't a rash person. Logically, it was impossible for her to say such things the moment she arrived. Is she putting up a show? Jin Duoming was suspicious. This intuition was very obvious, and Wang Baol felt that way even more. The complex emotions in his heart were now mostly gone, and with a chilly and stern look, He glanced at Li Wanner and nodded slightly. Without saying a word, he turned and left. It would have been clearer if Wang Baol had said something, but he left without saying anything. That, coupled with the fact that he had a great influence over Divine Armament New City, made that seem like an expression of his attitude. Lin Tianhao and Kong Dao also turned to leave with him. Jin Duoming hesitated, only turning to leave after looking at Li Wanner and nodding slightly. The people of other ranks who noticed the silent fight going on between the elites didn't dare to go near either. After greeting her, they all began to dissipate. Soon, there were just a handful of people remaining of those who had come to welcome Li Wanner. Li Wanner stood there, furrowing her brows slightly. Before she came, she had done some research on Divine Armament New City and had known about Wang Baol's status. However, after arriving, she was still frightened by the authority that Wang Baol held, and the words that her father said to her before she came kept surfacing in her mind. Wang Baol is an extraordinary person. After transforming the city zone into a city, his position in Divine Armament New City is one that cannot be easily shaken. The matter between the both of you must be made clear, and ties must be cut. With that thought, Li Wanner sighed in her heart. In reality, she had been unwilling to come. On one hand, she was of superior rank to Wang Baol previously, but now that Wang Baol became her superior in name, she had a hard time getting used to it. On the other hand, there was an incident between them that she couldn't tell anyone. In addition, she was engaged. Even though she was vehemently against the engagement, she could only give in eventually. She could only bear with the unhappiness in her heart, and that made her feel even more complex emotions as she faced Wang Baol. Before long, Li Wanner buried the complex emotions deep in her heart and took a deep breath. She led the servants into Divine Armament New City. As there was only one zone now, her office was in the same building as Wang Baol, which wasn't far away. Having just been appointed, she managed to push aside all her thoughts as she began to oversee matters regarding the city. At the same time, she deployed manpower in the various departments. She didn't act lightly and didn't appear to be challenging Wang Baol's authority, instead, taking the initiative to cooperate. Through this, the planning of the new city advanced further towards completion. Even Wang Baol had to admit that Li Wanner was extremely capable in handling various matters, and was even better at the job than himself. As she began work, she managed to increase the speed and order of the city's construction. This made Kong Dao and company more impressed with Li Wanner. They no longer felt a strong resistance towards her. In addition, as work began, the contact between Li Wanner and Wang Baol inevitably increased. After all, the planning for the city depended on the Great Baol Array formation as a foundation, and this made Wang Baol's suggestions extremely crucial in the planning process. Right now, the two of them were in Wang Baol's office, discussing the plans for the construction of the sixth zone in the city. City Lord, according to your array formation, there needs to be alterations made to the plan for the sixth zone. With that change, not only could we increase the power of the array formation, we could also reduce the costs of construction. Li Wanner looked serious as she passed a jade slip to Wang Baol. Wang Baol received the jade slip in a similar, formal manner. After reading it, he was impressed. The plan laid out in the jade slip, after being edited by Li Wanner, was indeed much better than before. At the same time, Wang Baol was encouraged by how orderly the city had become after Li Wanner arrived, even if it was just for a few days. We shall use this plan then. Wang Baol didn't reveal his thoughts. He simply nodded after putting the jade slip down. Li Wanner didn't say anything and turned to leave. Seeing her push open the door, about to step out, Wang Baol sat there, raising his head to look at Li Wanner's beautiful back, before speaking suddenly. Li Wanner, no matter how hard you try to display the distance and chill between us, I am your superior. At the same time, since you're here as Deputy City Lord, you must remember that if the city performs well, it would benefit you and it would benefit me. I respect you and I also hope that you would respect me. Regarding matters of the city, we can always discuss and solve problems, as whatever I say isn't the be-all and end-all. I'm not sure if you have any motives being in Divine Armament New City. However, this place has all the attention of the Federation on it. If something were to happen, I'm not a magnanimous person and would report the matter honestly. Wang Bail spoke with a low voice. This was the first time he said something like that to Li Wanner. As he spoke, Li Wanner stopped in her tracks. With her back facing Wang Bail, she seemed to be deep in thought. At that moment, silence filled the office. Got it. After a brief period, Li Wanner spoke. Her tone was still unyielding, but the chill in her voice was somewhat reduced. She didn't turn around as she left. Li Wanner, who had now stepped out of Wang Bail's office, was on her way back to her residence. A complex look of regret filled her eyes. She knew that what Wang Bail said was correct. The stability of the city trumped everything else. She also admitted that she felt differently towards Wang Bail. However, she knew very clearly that her role in the city wasn't to destroy anything, but to go according to the marriage alliance between the Senate and the five-generation Sky Clan to pave the way to success for her fiancé. Others didn't know who the 3 future mayors would be, but she knew that the eldest son of the Qin family, Chen Mu, would be one of them. She even knew that this way of paving the road to success for her future husband would lead to disagreements with Wang Bail that she didn't desire, but she had no choice. Therefore, all she could think of was to cut away all ties with Wang Bail, treating him merely as a co-worker. Wang Bail didn't know the details of Li Wanner's thoughts, but could more or less guess it. In reality, when Li Wanner arrived, he had already analyzed the situation and felt that the possibility of her fiancé Chen Mu eventually coming to the city was high. This was indeed the case, just as Wang Bail had guessed. After several days, the candidacy of the 3 remaining mayors of Divine Armament New City was finally set. After the month-long delay, the competition between the various factions. When the notice was passed from the Martian colony governor to Wang Bail, he looked at the profiles of the 3 new mayors under his lead. The first one was indeed Chen Mu, the eldest son of the Chen family. The second person was someone from Galactic Dusk Sect that had failed in his attempt to rob Wang Bail on the moon and was instead stripped by Wang Bail. The elite bound by black bandages. The third person was a woman that Wang Bail wasn't familiar with. However, from her portfolio, it seemed that she had come from the Plume Manifestation Khanate sect. The various factions within the Federation were all assembled in Divine Armament New City. It could be said that, to a certain extent, the city was a mini-version of the entire Federation. Chen Mu, Wen Huai, and Fang Jing from Plume Manifestation Khanate sect. Looking at the file sent by the Martian colony governor, Wang Bail raised his eyebrows slightly. He finally knew that the person who had wanted to rob him but was instead robbed was named Wen Huai. Wang Bail's deepest impression about this Wen Huai was that he was rather poor. It would have been fine if he was just poor, but he still had to act cool and cover himself with black bandages. His figure isn't as great as mine, and he didn't grow as well during puberty like I did. Wang Bail patted his stomach. As he became more knowledgeable, he began to have sentiments of a person who was bored that no one could defeat him because he was too superior. However, that sentiment all but vanished when he focused his attention on Chen Mu's profile again. Chen Mu was from the 5-generation Sky Clan, and within this clan, the Chen family status was far superior to that of the Zhua family. Even though both family clans were nuclear family clans, the Chen family clan occupied almost 30% of the 5-generation Sky Clan. Chen Mu, as the eldest son in this generation of the Qin family, may not be the heir to succeed the position of clan leader, but the possibility of him eventually taking on the position remained high. The profile that the Martian colony governor has given me is interesting. Wang Bail held onto the jade slip containing the profile and narrowed his eyes. In reality, anonymous comments from someone who may or may not be the Martian colony governor were given for every single person listed in the file. There was only a single comment for Chen Mu. Ambitious but not sufficiently talented. The comments for Wen Huai were even more vicious, which mentioned that he was malicious and stubborn. The comment for Fang Jing from the Plume Manifestation Khanate sect was the only one that was slightly better. It merely said that she was hot-tempered. Wang Bail didn't know for sure if the 3 comments were true, but he thought that they were very likely made by the Martian colony governor. Therefore, Wang Bail couldn't help but wonder what the Martian colony governor would say of him if she were to assess him. Without having to think too hard, I know what she'll say. Handsome, intelligent, the suavest person in the entire Federation. I'm sick of hearing words like these. Wang Baol shook his head. He wasn't affected by the three comments. He was clear that he should only take other people's comments as a reference, as he would lose out if he formed the habit of viewing others around him as fools. However, this Chun Mu is definitely a simpleton. Wang Baol sneered. However, he knew that even though the trio had been appointed as mayors instead of working their way there, this should be the outcome of the discussion between the Federation, Mars, as well as the various factions. At the same time, in the file, it was also stated that the trio wouldn't come by themselves. They would bring with them a large amount of resources, similar to the case of Lin Tianhao, Kong Dao, and Jin Duoming, who also provided resources for the construction of the new city. The tactic used by the Federation and Mars is always about trying to gain something without risking anything of their own. They use it all the time. Don't they have other tricks up their sleeves? Wang Baol shook his head. Even though the one that would sponsor the most resources was Chen Mu, the displeasure Wang Baol felt towards Chen Mu was still strong. He was a thorn in his eyes. However, he also understood that in terms of importance, scale, and future prospects, the new city far exceeded that of the new city zone. He was also wielding authority that he never had before. As he enjoyed all of these benefits, it was inevitable that he would clash with the Federation and the various factions. In reality, these clashes could be considered a battle to a certain extent. However, they were competing not based on divine abilities, but tactic and circumstance. My cultivation level is still too low. If I were a nascent soul now, these ridiculous people would have long been eliminated by me with a single slap. Their family, clan, and factions wouldn't dare say a word either. Wang Baol slapped his forehead as he sighed. He gritted his teeth and continued to meditate in seclusion to cultivate. In the entire life of Wang Baol, everything I've owned has been the result of my own efforts. I can't even remember the amount of sweat and blood that I've spared. They will never know that even when I'm snacking, I'm thinking about my journey of cultivation. A look of determination appeared in Wang Baol's eyes. He knew very well that even though Little Missy had helped him significantly, that even without Little Missy, his achievements wouldn't pale in comparison to what he had now, based on his talent and that gorgeous face of his. After all, in his consciousness, people who looked good would naturally be kindly treated by the entire world, and their luck was typically good. Little Missy's appearance proves this point too. I know that she took the initiative to come to me because she appreciated my talent. She wanted to assist me in accomplishing great success. With that thought, Wang Baol's head swelled. He took a deep breath, feeling as if his confidence was through the roof. With that strong sense of confidence, a glow flashed across his eyes as the cultivation within his body began to activate furiously. It was as if his spirit chi was also being boosted with his confidence. Therefore, leveraging on this confidence, Wang Baol began meditating and cultivating. As his lightning Tao was activated, and as the dark art gradually cycled, Wang Baol could feel that his cultivation level was slowly rising. That increment satisfied him, making him feel as if his talent was beyond describable. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have already reached late-stage foundation establishment realm, while others in the same batch as him were still in the mid-stage foundation establishment realm at most. I cannot be arrogant. A glow flashed across Wang Baol's eyes as he hurriedly reminded himself. With that self-reminder, he couldn't help but grow even more satisfied with himself. Just like that, days passed. When Wang Baol finished a few cycles of his cultivation, he realized that the 3 appointed mayors had still not arrived. He didn't need to monitor the construction of the city either. At the same time, the donkey seemed to have gone missing during this period, its whereabouts unknown. Based on Wang Baol's sense, he felt that the donkey seemed to be very healthy, and therefore didn't care much about it. Instead, he used the time to continually upgrade his dermic artifacts. He had many dermic artifacts, which made the upgrading process extremely long. It was also in this process of refinement that Wang Baol grew more familiar and gained a deeper understanding of his dermic artifacts. In his free time, he also began to play out the dark corpse face art in his head. In this manner, days passed and soon half a month had gone by. By this time, Chun Mu and the other 2 had still not arrived. That made Wang Baol frown, and he thought about calling Lin Tianhao to ask about it after he emerged from seclusion. Listening to Wang Bao's tone, which indicated his displeasure, Lin Tianhao laughed bitterly and hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell the truth. City Lord, according to the information I have received from Martian City, Chan Mu and the other two people have long arrived on Mars. However, after their arrival, they remained in the Martian City, paying visits to the governor, deputy governor, as well as the people in charge of the different departments. I heard that they are still not done with their visits even now. Lin Tianhao looked at Wang Bao and spoke softly. Hearing those words, Wang Bao slowly narrowed his eyes. He was extremely annoyed, thinking that the three fellas were trying to send an obvious and clear message for purposely not visiting him after visiting so many others. However, they aren't foolish people. Why are they making it so obvious? This was something that Wang Bao couldn't understand. After Lin Tianhao left, he was still pondering this question. However, without having to think for too long, Wang Bao immediately got the answer he was looking for on the second day as the voice transmission notice from the Martian colony governor arrived. City Lord Wang, Chun Mu, Wan Huai, and Fang Jing will report for duty at Divine Armament New City in the next few days. It has already been approved by the Federation that the 3 zones that they will be stationed at will be overseen by the Federation directly, and be approved as an autonomous zone. After receiving the voice transmission, a cold glow flashed across Wang Bao's eyes. He looked increasingly solemn and serious as he lowered his head to look at the voice transmission ring. Governor, the Federation has gone overboard with the handling of this matter. Don't you think? This is my city, and they are still going autonomous in my territory. Even though it's autonomous, it is, after all, still under your charge. The governor was unhappy about this matter, but it was a decision made by the Federation, and she didn't want to participate in the battle between the factions. Wang Bao's breathing quickened slightly. He knew very well that he would just be a figurehead. He wanted to fight for his rights, but the Martian colony governor sighed once again, emphasizing that these were the orders of the Federation. However, she eventually told Wang Bao that she would definitely not let matters rest if the 3 of them acted out of order. Once they break the rules, everything will be too late. After all, they aren't Li. Wang Bao thought about this but didn't verbalize it. After calming down and accepting the news, a look of ruthlessness appeared on his face as the Martian colony governor hung up the voice transmission. Those 3 rascals. You're so capable. I've silently agreed for you to have a piece of the pie, and you're still not satisfied? Now you want autonomy too? Sure. Just you wait. A cold look flashed across Wang Bao's eyes. To Wang Bao, the feeling was like he built a large house for himself, but 3 other people just came and occupied it with him, taking up 1 room each. It wouldn't have been an issue if it was similar to the act of living in his house, but what they were trying to do was erase his name as the owner of the room from the deed, and then replace it with their own name. This is robbery. Darn it! How dare you snatch my things away? When Wang Bao thought of the word robbery, he was reminded of Li Wan'er and Chun Mu's engagement. With the thought that Li Wan'er would soon become Chun Mu's Dao partner, the anger he had towards it, which had once appeared but waned, reappeared again. At the same time, in the skies between the Martian colony city and Divine Armament New City, tens of specially built large cruisers were traveling at an astonishing speed. The cruisers carried the first batch of manpower and resources, which were in staggering quantities. In the cockpit of the first cruiser, 3 people sat there, sipping on wine and conversing with each other. One of them was dressed in formal attire and had fair skin. At the same time, he had a profound look in his eyes. Besides looking extremely handsome, he gave off an extraordinary vibe. Junior Brother 1 and Junior Sister Fong. As long as we go according to our agreement and carry out our duties in Divine Armament New City, there would be no issues. The youth held the wine cup and took a sip of the wine. He smiled, appearing extremely intelligent and persuasive, and that made the 2 people sitting opposite him nod their heads slightly. Of the 2, one was Wan Huai, who was now wearing a long robe of traditional design. From his wide sleeves, it could be seen that a large number of black bandages were covering his arm, and that was the same case for his neck and half of his face. This unique style made him look extremely vicious. The other person was a woman named Fang Jing. There were obvious signs that she was from the Plume Manifestation Khanate sect. Even though the name Plume Manifestation Khanate sect sounded elegant, in reality, all their disciples strove for physical strength, regardless of whether they were male or female. All of them had exaggeratedly large muscles, and Fang Jing was no exception. She was born with beautiful looks. However, no matter how beautiful she was, when paired with a muscular physique, anyone who saw her would gasp. Right now, Fang Jing was like a metal tower, sitting there, giving off a strong suppressive force that made even Wen Huai fearful. However, it had no effect on the youth in formal attire. That youth was Chun Mu, the Chun family's eldest son. Right now, the three of them were on the way to Divine Armament New City. According to the scheduled time, they would arrive in an hour. Senior brother Chun, don't belittle Wang Beol. I had some interactions with him previously. Not only is he a vicious person, but he is also extremely shameless and sly. It's as if there are no limits to the things he can do or how he can act. Disgusting. After a period of silence, Wen Huai spoke softly, revealing all his thoughts about Wang Beol. Li Yi and I are best friends. According to her, Wang Beol is scum with all the body fat he carries. At the same time, he is extremely lecherous. If he dares to have any perverted thoughts towards me this time, I will let him know that not everyone will be bullied by him. Fang Jing snorted. She was filled with hatred towards Wang Beol, especially when she already had a bad impression of him through what she heard from Li Yi's stories. A look of bewilderment flashed across Wen Huai's eyes, but he didn't say much. Chen Mu, on the other hand, remained elegant throughout the process. One couldn't guess what he was really thinking, and right now he was nodding his head while smiling. Wang Beol is indeed a scum of the Federation. It is necessary to eliminate him as soon as possible, but junior brother one is right. The fact that he could make it until now means that he has some capabilities. His tactics may be vicious, but we should never let our guard down. However, the fact that the three factions of ours have already reached a consensus, allowing us to regard each other as brothers and sisters, shows just where the issue lies. Therefore, as long as the three of us don't fall out with each other and remain united, Wang Beol will eventually be our stepping stone. As Wen Huai and Fang Jing listened, they seemed to have thought of something. They smiled, holding up their wine glasses and toasting Chen Mu. Chen Mu laughed heartily. He looked calm on the surface, but he was secretly delighted. This time, not only did his family clan manage to arrange for the position of mayor for him, but they also achieved the right to be autonomous. At the same time, in this new city, he already had people standing on the same side as him. His fiancée Li Waner was already the deputy city lord. In reality, Chen Mu was dissatisfied towards this fiancée of his. To him, although there were many women superior to him, enough that he felt shameful, there were also innumerable women who would willingly strip naked and leap at him with a snap of his fingers. After all, he was different from Jin Duoming. Jin Duoming liked to collect, while Chun Mu preferred brief enjoyment. Therefore, he was somewhat against his fiancée. When he arrived, his family clan had told him that according to the agreement with the head senator, Li Waner's role was to pave the way for his success in Divine Armament New City. Therefore, on the basis of having a path to success, he unwillingly agreed to the marriage arrangement. However, these were all thoughts that he kept in his heart, thoughts that he didn't dare reveal in front of the senator. Fine then, I have met this Li Waner previously. She looks quite beautiful, and her figure is hot. Even though I don't know how she will look naked, she should be relatively good in bed. With that thought, Chen Mu was suddenly excited. However, Li Waner had long made it clear that before their marriage, there would be no physical contact. Despite that, Chen Mu was confident that, as a woman, what she said wasn't what she meant. Having thought of Li Waner, hatred and dislike towards Wang Beol arose uncontrollably in Chen Mu's heart. It was even transformed into a form that would make him choose to kill if he had the choice. He belittled Wang Beol because, according to his judgment, Wang Beol was merely lucky. That luck of his was baseless and inconsistent. To Chen Mu, The persistence of wanting to expand the city zone into a city when Wang Baol was already holding a stable position as mayor was a stupid move, despite it allowing him to be promoted. Wang Baol was rash, but Chun Mu still had to thank him for his stupidity. If not, his family clan wouldn't have the opportunity to interfere in the New Mars region again when everything seemed to have already been set in stone. There was another reason. He had heard about the incident between Wang Baol and his fiancée, Li Wanner, through the private conversations of the Zhua family. That shocked him extremely badly. He tried going to the Zhua family several times to demand the video footage, curious about finding out exactly what was going on. However, the Zhua family didn't dare to hand it to him. All they said was that it had already been destroyed. However, Chun Mu didn't want to let the matter rest. Therefore, he found Xianxia, but Xianxia was already frozen in fear with regret and didn't dare involve himself further. However, the strong hatred he had towards Wang Baol overruled everything, and with a pitiful look, he patted Chun Mu's shoulder and told him, "Brother, don't be too serious about this matter. Just treat it as if nothing happened. If not, if you were to really see the footage, you might forget it, that's all I'll say. You'll understand what I mean." It wouldn't have mattered much if he didn't say such things. However, hearing those words, Chun Mu grew even more bitter. However, he could only hide it deep in his heart, without revealing a hint of it in his interactions with Wen Huai and Fang Jing along the journey. In truth, his heart was filled with hatred towards Wang Baol. Just like that, the cruiser they were in traveled at high speed for another hour, before eventually reaching Divine Armament New City. Obviously, Wang Baol didn't receive them, and Li Wanner went in his place instead. After the trio arrived in Divine Armament New City, they paid a visit to Kong Dao and Jin Duoming. They already had an understanding of the people in charge of internal affairs. They chose to ignore Lin Tianhao, and after that, they headed towards their respective zones and began building. However, even though Wen Huai and Fang Jing were courteous when interacting with Li Wanner, Chun Mu treated her as if he was her owner. He may not have ordered her around, but his attitude made Li Wanner very unhappy. From start to end, they didn't mention Wang Baol. They didn't visit him, treating him as if he didn't exist, and acted as if their new region was unrelated to the new city. When others noticed this, they began to have speculations. Li Wanner wanted to give them a gentle reminder that this resistance was inappropriate, but when she noticed Chun Mu's attitude, she was annoyed and decided not to remind them. As for Wang Baol, even though he didn't appear, due to the detailed information from Lu Daobin and the Ethereal Dao College students, as well as what he noticed about the actions of the trio after they arrived, a look of irritation flashed across his eyes while he sat in the office. He caressed the donkey that seemed to have returned tired after play. So obnoxious. Huh? Wang Baol knew about the obnoxiousness of the trio, including Chen Mu, like the back of his hand. Now he was caressing the donkey as he narrowed his eyes. He felt that Chun Mu and company should thank the Federation for teaching and bringing them up. If not, with that temper of his, he would have definitely gone to bash them up. I'm already a prominent figure now. As a prominent figure, I can't bash someone up willy-nilly. Don't you think, scram? Wang Baol cleared his throat, speaking calmly while pretending to be profound, as he grabbed the donkey. The donkey felt wronged. It merely wanted to rest after tiring itself out after playing for a while, and that was why he passed by the office building Wang Baol was in. However, even before it could distance itself, it was ordered by Wang Baol and had to go towards him, allowing him to scratch and caress it. Even though the donkey was unhappy, he couldn't show any signs of it. Now that he heard Wang Baol's words, the donkey hurriedly grinned and acted obedient, nodding its head furiously. It was as if it was trying to say that whatever Wang Baol said was right. The method used by prominent figures against insignificant people like them is often profound. Not only do they act, but whatever action they take has a significant impact. The more Wang Baol thought about it, the more he felt that everything made sense. He was filled with delight and had the impression that his understanding of the high officials' autobiographies was further deepened. However, when he thought about how obnoxious Chen Mu and company were, he was unhappy. He looked askance at the donkey, trying to convey the message through his eyes that it could eat at the residence belonging to Chen Mu and company from time to time. Even though the donkey was smart, it was, after all, still a donkey that hadn't gained human intelligence. Therefore, when it saw the look in Wang Baol's eyes, it was confused, apparently not understanding what Wang Baol meant. This made Wang Baol frown as he kicked the donkey. The kick was swift and loud. It seemed like the combination of Wang Baol's cultivation, strong physique, and slim thighs made the kick extremely powerful. Perhaps the shock from the powerful kick had the ability to knock some sense into the donkey's head. At that moment, it seemed to have realized the meaning behind Wang Baol's gaze, and it quickly called out while nodding its head furiously. Seeing that the donkey understood the situation, Wang Baol stopped kicking the donkey. He thought about whether he should proceed with the kick, but as he felt that he was an amiable owner, he cleared his throat and decided not to proceed. Instead, he gently caressed the donkey. How obedient! Scram! Do this task well. The donkey was suddenly touched by Wang Baol's gentle caress and voice. It vaguely felt that even though its owner was abusive, he still treated it well occasionally. Therefore, it suddenly had the intention to lick Wang Baol's hands with its tongue. Wang Baol was surprised by it, and that was when the donkey suddenly turned and ran towards the door. What's going on? Wang Baol was taken aback. He had never thought that the donkey would lick him. Therefore, he stood up and went to the window. As he saw the donkey charging towards the new region that Chen Mu and company were in, he blinked his eyes in realization. I approve of this. It's an expression of its love for its owners. At the same time, it took the initiative to share the burden of its owner's worries and wants to help take revenge. Good donkey. Wang Baol was encouraged and thought that he had really used the correct method of being harsh with punishment to bring up a good disciple like the donkey. With that thought, Wang Baol buried the absurdities of Chen Mu and company in his heart and began his usual cultivation process. His cultivation level was now at that of late-stage foundation establishment realm. With the presence of the array formation, he could absorb the dark qi in the catacombs every time he cultivated, which helped to speed up the process significantly. That made his cultivation grow exponentially by the day. At the same time, Wang Baol had great expectations for the future. He knew that when the structure of the array formation was completely formed, his cultivation would reach an unimaginable state. Even though there were no shortcuts for any cultivator if they wanted to advance from late-stage foundation establishment realm to the perfected stage, Wang Baol was still confident that with the help of the array formation, the entire process could be sped up limitlessly for him. The construction of the new city was also boosted significantly with the arrival of Chen Mu and company. Chen Mu and company may be autonomous, but they had also seen what happened to Li Yi. Therefore, they met all the requirements needed for the construction, as well as the array formation. Even though they were autonomous in terms of management, there was no impact on Wang Baol's cultivation process. Just like that, days passed. A bird's-eye view of the new city revealed that, as countless people busied themselves with the construction, the prototype of the large city was slowly being formed and was becoming clearer with time. At the same time, as Wang Baol cultivated, he didn't neglect the refinement of his dermic artifacts. All his dermic artifacts were upgraded, reaching the level of 6th grade dermic artifacts. Even his intrinsic dermic artifact was upgraded to 5th grade. Even though more resources were needed for it to advance to 6th grade, Wang Baol was confident that within a few months, he could upgrade his intrinsic dermic artifact to the 6th grade. As he analyzed his intrinsic dermic artifact, the scabbard, which was now 5th grade, he found some changes. There were no longer just 9 mosquitoes. Rather, the number had doubled to 18. Furthermore, when those 18 mosquitoes flew out, the maximum possible distance between them and Wang Baol was also significantly increased. At the same time, their combat capabilities also shocked Wang Baol when he tested them out. Right now, each of the 18 mosquitoes seemed to be in mid-stage true breath realm. Most importantly, they could revive continuously without limits. As long as the intrinsic dermic artifact scabbard could support the force of revival without failing, it would be as if he was bringing a true breath realm army along with him everywhere he went. Other than that, Wang Baol was most concerned about the 3 unique mosquitoes within his intrinsic dermic artifact scabbard. Even though the gray mosquito had integrated with the donkey, the second one had now appeared. According to Wang Bao's guess, the second mosquito could perhaps allow him to control a second ferocious beast. As for the remaining two purple and black mosquitoes, they were actually the ones that Wang Bao desired most. He was clear that the two mosquitoes were formidable, but he still couldn't control the purple and black mosquito despite the intrinsic dermic artifact scabbard already reaching 5th grade. He felt slightly upset about this, but he also had a strong feeling that with the advancement of the intrinsic dermic artifact scabbard, he could eventually control the two mosquitoes. At this stage of refinement, Wang Bao's goal wasn't only focused on continually upgrading his intrinsic dermic artifact. He had another goal, one that made him extremely excited when he thought about it. He would never forget the day when he was admitted into the Ethereal Tao College and accepted into the Dermic Armament faculty. It was the day when he saw the motto inscribed on the large rock of Dermic Armament faculty. Divine armaments shall destroy the myriad Tao if restrainment by dermic artifacts and numinous treasures proves fruitless. The 1st and 2nd grade are dermic artifacts, those under 6th grade are numinous treasures, while the 7th grade is called dermic armament. Now, I'm finally at the stage where I can attempt to refine dermic armaments. Wang Bao took a deep breath as his eyes lit up. The thought of being able to study dermic armaments and try to refine them made him so agitated that he was unable to calm down. However, he also understood that the expenditure needed to try out and refine a dermic armament would be huge. Now, other than studying how to go about the refinement, the other issue was that the first dermic armament that he would attempt to refine shouldn't be too complex. Therefore, after thinking about it, Wang Bao came to a decision. The first dermic armament that I attempt to refine shall be the megaphone. With that thought, Wang Bao was filled with enthusiasm. He had a special liking for the megaphone, and the megaphone had also accompanied him for a large part of his journey. Every time the megaphone was sounded, its effects were miraculous. Wang Bao felt that this unique treasure, if made into his first dermic armament, would be extremely powerful, enough to impact the entire surroundings. That was especially so when he pictured himself holding the dermic armament megaphone and blowing into it. Its sound would have such a big impact on the enemies that they wouldn't be able to fight back. That made Wang Bao's decision to refine a megaphone dermic armament even firmer. With that firm belief, Wang Bao, a primary rank 3 city lord with ample resources, embarked on the intense process of research. He was already an outstanding dermic armament cultivator of the Dermic Armament Pavilion. At the same time, he had a strong foundation in terms of refining treasures. As he proceeded step by step into refining 6th grade treasures, he had formed his own insights and inventions. He had a deep understanding of how to arrange the inscriptions, such that they would always work. As such, even though his process of researching the dermic armament was slow, he was heading in the right direction, proceeding forward steadily. Furthermore, his 7th grade dermic armament saber also became his reference. He knew very clearly that a primary rank 3 who could successfully refine a dermic armament, while still not as impressive as a core formation cultivator, would be impressive. It could also be said that once the dermic armament was successfully refined, Wang Bao's status and position would stand out, even without the support of the 4 Tao colleges. After all, only the one amongst the many dermic armament cultivators of the Federation who could refine a dermic armament would be worthy of the title of Master. The thought that one day, after he successfully refined a dermic armament, that every single person, man or woman, would have to address him as Grandmaster, made Wang Bao extremely agitated, as well as troubled. Would they call me Grandmaster Wang, Grandmaster Bao, or Grandmaster Lu? No matter how Wang Bao thought about it, he still felt that the word grand made the title awful. He had the intention that after he refined a dermic armament, he would take the initiative to make others, such as Lu Daobin and company, first address him as Master Wang. That way, the others would follow suit as well. Master Wang. Wang Bao was satisfied with this title. After he fantasized about it for a moment, he felt energized and began the process of researching dermic armaments by playing it out in his mind. A dermic armament was structurally similar to a numinous treasure, both having spirit kernels and inscriptions, but when seen in detail, many differences were also present. There were two other factors, which were spirit integration and heavenly evocation. According to the knowledge Wang Baol gained through his time spent in the ethereal Tao College, he knew very clearly that, regardless of whether it was a dermic artifact or a numinous treasure, they were merely a method of using spirit energy, such that the spirit energy could flow according to the inscriptions in order to produce different explosive effects. A dermic armament differed in that it not only focused on only spirit energy, but also encompassed heaven and earth power. The so-called heaven and earth power sounded very ethereal in its description. According to the Tao College, it could cause the heavens and earth, as well as everything in nature, to be seen as having life. The ripples that resulted from this life would accumulate and fill the entire world. This seemingly separate yet united force was known as heaven and earth power. This is actually magnetism. The heavens have a will, and therefore they would give off magnetism belonging to the heavens. This was the same case for the earth, the mountains, the rivers, and even the mud, rocks, lightning, wind and rain, and so on. Wang Baol rubbed his glabella, as he recalled the knowledge he learned in the Tao College. Dermic artifacts and numinous treasures control the spirit energy. As for a dermic armament, it doesn't only control the spirit energy, but also the heaven and earth power. Therefore, in terms of power, activation of any dermic armament would send shock waves in all directions. It wasn't groundbreaking but was still extremely impressive. The way to control the heaven and earth power was to incorporate one of the two additional factors that distinguished a numinous treasure from a dermic armament, and that was heavenly evocation. This so-called heavenly evocation meant incorporating all the mystique forces emanating from the magnetic fields of every single object between the heavens and earth into a dermic armament. It could transform a dermic armament into a medium for communicating with the forces of the heavens and earth. This way, the first step of making a dermic armament could be considered complete. A dermic treasure that could communicate with the heaven and earth powers could already be considered half a dermic armament, with its power far exceeding that of a numinous treasure, even though it still paled greatly compared to a dermic armament. At that time, the second stage of refinement would be initiated, and that was spirit integration. True to its name, spirit integration meant integrating the spirit into a dermic armament. It didn't require the artifact spirit to have spirit intelligence. As long as it fulfilled the requirements, once the spirit was integrated, it could form something like an outlet for a dermic treasure that had heaven and earth power. Through the lead of the artifact spirit, a surprising force would result. For example, the black hurricane from Wang Baol's dermic armament saber appeared as such because the source of the dermic armament's heaven and earth power had come from a hurricane. The crocodile inside the black hurricane was the artifact spirit. Heavenly evocation and spirit integration. These two steps are challenging. Wang Baol sorted out the knowledge he had learned. In silence, he began thinking about these two steps that were unique to a dermic armament. For the heavenly evocation step, he needed to continually try and play it out. As for spirit integration, it could be considered the simpler of the two steps. I need to capture a ferocious beast as the artifact spirit. The choice for the artifact spirit should ideally complement the power of the dermic armament. Therefore, since I want to refine a dermic armament megaphone, I should find a beast that could roar and do so loudly. With that thought, the donkey surfaced in Wang Baol's mind. Instantly, his eyes lit up, but he soon sighed. He felt that killing the innocent donkey that hadn't done anything wrong was somewhat inhumane. However, he still felt that using the donkey as the artifact spirit and creating the dermic armament megaphone would make it extremely impressive and astonishing. As he pondered, Wang Baol pushed away the idea of using the donkey as the artifact spirit. He began to research heavenly evocation. Time passed and soon 7 days went by. In the 7 days, even though Wang Baol didn't reach the state where he forgot about food and rest, he still spent almost the entire period of time researching dermic armaments. He still spared some time to receive the reports from Lu Daobin and company. With them around, Wang Baol knew the status of his city like the back of his hands. For example, Chun Mu and company may have put in a lot of effort in the construction of the city for the past 7 days, but compared to Wen Huai and Fang Jing who had laid low, Chun Mu held a small banquet in his zone 3 days ago. He had invited many people. Without a doubt, Li Wan'er was also there and had appeared to be extremely courteous towards Chen Mu. Another example would be that, during this period, incidents of missing resources frequently occurred in the region belonging to Chen Mu and company. In addition, the donkey would be seen every time, both before and after the incident happened. This issue was only resolved after the core formation realm cultivators from each of the three factions began standing guard. However, throughout the length of the episode, the total amount of resources lost by the three factions was astounding. Everything surfaced in Wang Bao's mind. He was satisfied with the donkey's performance. At the same time, he received Li Wan'er's voice transmission. Her tone was formal as she requested for the capture of the donkey. Wang Bao naturally rejected that request. After receiving the rejection, Li Wan'er didn't say much. She merely mentioned that should such things happen again, that she would report it directly to the governor. After all, the construction of the new city trumped everything else. Anything and anyone who stalled the construction process should be punished. Is she threatening me? Wang Bao was unhappy, his gaze somewhat colder than before. He seemed to have realized that Li Wan'er had already had a change of heart. She was merely engaged but was using her authority to side with Chen Mu. Is she trying to warn me not to have any ulterior motives towards Chen Mu? Wang Bao narrowed his eyes. Based on the many years that he had spent studying the high officials' autobiographies, he began to realize the meaning behind Li Wan'er's actions. With that thought, a chilly look was revealed in Wang Bao's eyes. He didn't take any action, though, as he knew very clearly that it wasn't the right time to meddle with Chen Mu and company's affairs. After all, the city hadn't been completed yet. Another half a month passed like that. Wang Bao's research on the dermic armament, specifically the segment on heavenly evocation, had shown some progress. When he thought about trying it out, the ground suddenly shook violently that evening. After that, a deafening boom reverberated, and the divine armament catacombs opened up once again. Having learned from the experience of the previous incident involving Li Yi, a large number of cultivators immediately took action as the loud boom reverberated. That was especially so for Kong Dao, Jin Duoming, and company. It was the same case for Li Wan'er as well. Even though she didn't have experience in this field, she had a responsibility to act. She studied the city and the catacombs for a long while and knew that the sudden appearance of the loud boom had something to do with the catacombs for sure. For Wang Bao, when the loud boom sounded, he swiftly emerged from seclusion, activating the array formation and using his authority to inspect every single zone. In the city, including the areas that had yet to be constructed, everything, be it Li Yi's catacombs or the divine armament catacombs, appeared normal. However, in the wilderness not far away from the city, new catacombs had appeared. Within a short period of time, following Li Yi's catacombs, new catacombs appeared. This meant that the ripples inside the divine armament catacombs had entered an active state. That matched the analysis of the Martian colony governor, but Wang Bao still felt immense pressure because of it. He knew very well that once the catacombs appeared, he needed to seal it within the shortest time possible. Even though it was outside the city, and wasn't as easy to suppress compared to if it were within the city, the purpose of constructing the new city was to equip the divine armament catacombs with more cultivators. Therefore, with Wang Bao's command, the cultivators and core formation realm elites from the 6 zones were activated and gathered at the location of the new catacombs in order to suppress it in unison. With the participation from the various factions, the number of core formation realm cultivators in Divine Armament New City also swelled in number. Wang Bao's orders were sent throughout the city, and Jin Duoming, Kong Dao, as well as others like Li Wan'er continued to pass it down. Soon, a large number of cultivators emerged from the city, charging towards the location of the new catacombs at high speed. Very quickly, everyone who arrived heaved a slight breath of relief when they saw the new catacombs. The size was clearly smaller than that during the incident involving Li Yi. Now, even though a large number of ferocious beasts and corpses were emerging while roaring, it wasn't difficult to suppress them. However, since his arrival, Wang Bao began frowning as he looked around, inevitably growing solemn. Kong Dao, Jin Duoming, Lin Tianhao, as well as others from the great Dao colleges had all gathered here, However, only a handful of cultivators from the zones belonging to Chanmu, Wenhui, and Fongjing had gathered. In addition, the core formation realm cultivators, as well as the 3 autonomous mayors, didn't show up at all. Are you fearless because you have a strong backing? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. If Chunmu and company hadn't sent manpower, he could still use this reason to punish and question them. However, since they still made arrangements for their cultivators to come despite their core formation realm cultivators and themselves not showing up, it was difficult for him to make a big fuss about it, even though it was clearly done in a perfunctory manner. After all, to a certain extent, they had fulfilled the orders. Interesting. A chilly glow flashed across Wang Baol's eyes. He had originally planned to find fault with Chunmu and company after they had completed the construction of the city. But now, he could no longer wait. I'll give all of you another chance. If you still behave this way, then don't blame me for unleashing my wrath. You really think that there is nothing I can do to you while you operate autonomously? Wang Baol snorted. He immediately sent out a command to gather Chunmu and company, as well as the core formation realm cultivators in their respective factions to suppress the catacombs. After the command was sent out, Wang Baol didn't have much time to bother himself with it anymore. He immediately took action, and with the cooperation of Jin Duoming and company, he stopped the spread of the ferocious beasts, gradually encircling them. Instantly, the snarls of the ferocious beasts reverberated in all directions. Jin Duoming and Kong Dao, who had been through the incident involving Li Yi, understood that after encircling them in the catacombs, they had to seal it immediately. Therefore, they put all their effort into the resistance. At the same time, they also noticed that Chenmu and company were missing in action and heard Wang Baol ordering for them to come once again. They looked at each other, occasionally throwing glances to Lin Tianhao, who was a distance away, and they saw the glow in each other's eyes. I wonder how Wang Baol will handle Chunmu and company this time. Speaking of which, it's also difficult. Chunmu isn't stupid and has sent people here to help. Most importantly, they are autonomous. In theory, even if Wang Baol is the city lord, he has no power to command them. Their duties as autonomous mayors have already been clearly listed. They are managed by both the Martian colony governor as well as the Federation, and have no authoritative links with the new city. While the trio was resisting the ferocious beasts in the catacombs, they sent each other voice transmissions. Compared to Jin Duoming and Kong Dao, Lin Tianhao was clearly displeased with Chunmu and company. However, this sort of autonomous rule seemed like a protective identity token. Lin Tianhao could only sigh, thinking silently about how Wang Baol would handle the matter. In reality, they weren't the only ones thinking about this. The other cultivators surrounding them were no fools. They had long understood that something was amiss, and were keeping close to find out how things would develop next. Could be said that how Wang Baol decides to handle the matter would determine how everyone treated Chenmu and company. To a certain extent, Wang Baol's influence on the people could also be affected by this. If he handled the matter perfectly, he would have solidified his influence. However, if he failed at this initial attempt at sparring, his influence on the people would be greatly reduced. Li Wan'er, on the other hand, was now frowning. In reality, this was the scenario that she was dreading the most. According to her plans, there was no need for Chunmu and company to resist Wang Baol head-on in this manner. She had tried persuading them, but the effects were minimal. This current mission of suppressing the catacombs appeared noisy on the surface, with everyone resisting the beast tide with their utmost effort and the seal being put in place with the help of the core formation realm cultivators. However, in reality, everyone focused their attention on Wang Baol, wanting to find out how things would unfold. With regards to this, Wang Baol, who was familiar with the high officials' autobiographies, understood the whole situation like the back of his hand and took everything seriously. He appeared calm from beginning to end, and other than sending out the second order, he didn't take any further action. Instead, continuing his efforts to manage the catacombs incident. The newly appeared catacombs may not have been large, but the number of beast waves that showed up was still astounding. They had been confined into a small area, and with the abundance of cultivators and dermic artifacts, the ferocious beasts were continually killed. The beast tide within the cave was also beginning to show signs of receding, and the seal was about to be completed. However, right at this moment, a deafening scream was heard, and a thick fog exploded suddenly from within the cave, destroying the half-completed seal and rising to the skies. In mid-air, the movement of the fog was transformed into a giant python, screaming as it emerged. The instant that the black fog was transformed into the python, more black fog surged from within the cave. As it rose to the skies, it was like seawater, spreading furiously in all directions. Within it, numerous tiny black pythons could be seen, screaming as they moved. A chill flashed across Wang Bail's eyes. He had no time to think about Chunmu and company. He had a duty to fulfill now, and he immediately dashed out, his late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivation activated and dermic armament saber in hand. In a few steps, he slew the giant python that was roaring in mid-air. The moment Wang Bail acted, the four core formation realm Dao guardians from the four Dao colleges looked solemn. They instantly surrounded Wang Bail. Of their responsibilities, protecting Wang Bail was most crucial, while resisting the catacombs was secondary. Therefore, they now stood guard around Wang Bail, before charging out and going against the giant python. The core formation realm Dao guardians beside Jin Duoming and Kong Dao acted similarly. Everyone's main objective was to protect their respective important figures, and there were now over 10 core formation realm cultivators there. Therefore, as they acted in unison, the effect was shocking. As a loud boom reverberated, the glow from their spells lit up splendidly in various colors. The giant python that approached was unable to withstand it, and within a short period of time it burst open and died. Wang Bail's saber beam didn't have the largest effect, but with his initiative, he managed to have a strong influence in gathering others to act. Soon, as everyone cooperated in unison, the new catacombs, which wasn't large in area, was gradually suppressed completely. When all the black fog that emerged dissipated, and as the catacombs was sealed, Wang Bail heaved a sigh of relief. Standing outside the sealed catacombs, he looked at it while it was still glowing. He calmly conveyed another series of commands, including the order to build a base at that very location and make it part of the new city so that it could continually be suppressed. Right now, there was a principle held by Martian City regarding a newly formed divine armament catacombs. The principle was that in the second Martian City, the array formation would be used to destroy the barrier, forming the foundation for eliminating the beasts. With the appearance of every new catacombs, it would be suppressed, and a new base would be built in that location. Even though this method seemed a little belated in terms of response, if it was carried out until the barrier was destroyed, it could solve the issue regarding the divine armament catacombs. After he was done handling the matters of the catacombs, Wang Bail turned his head and looked in the direction of the new city. The chill in his eyes intensified. From the time he arrived until the time the catacombs was suppressed and sealed, approximately 2 hours had passed. However, everything has ended, and Chunmu and company still hadn't shown up. It was clear that they had disregarded his second command. Choosing humiliation over dignity, Wang Bail spoke softly. Jin Duoming and Kong Dao looked at each other without speaking. They could both sense a chill emanating from Wang Bail, one that couldn't be suppressed anymore. The surrounding people also realized it. They all remained silent, which made the surroundings of the sealed catacombs appear eerily quiet. In this quietness, Li Wanner appeared to have something to say, but she stopped herself. This was the case for Lin Tianhao as well. Based on Lin Tianhao's thoughts, the autonomous power given to Chun Mu and company was sufficient to resolve everything. Therefore, he wanted to step forward and persuade Wang Bail. After all, finding fault with the trio right now could easily lead to inconclusive results. Once that happened, Wang Bail's influence would be affected. However, even before he could speak, Wang Bail's cold voice reverberated in all directions. Everyone, please follow me to the 3 autonomous zones to see if catacombs have appeared there as well. As Wang Bail spoke, he began heading to the new city. Lin Tianhao hesitated and didn't speak. Instead, he took a deep breath and followed behind. The 4 Dao colleges were on the same side as Wang Bail and naturally followed him. Jin Duoming and Kong Dao looked at each other and followed, and that was the case for others as well. They all wanted to see what would happen when Wang Bail crossed paths with the autonomous trio. City Lord Wang, there is no need to do this. I can handle this matter. You? Noticing the situation, Li Wanner hurriedly spoke. However, even before she could finish, Wang Bail, who was ahead, interrupted in a stern voice. Shut up. Li Wanner, mind your position. You're only the deputy city lord. As the words reverberated, the aura from Wang Bail grew stronger. Compared to Li Wanner, who had perfected Foundation Establishment realm cultivation, Wang Bail didn't let loose, and neither did he turn back. He immediately took out his cruiser and charged towards the new city. His destination was the zone Chenmu was in. Having been reprimanded, Li Wanner was aghast with shock. She fell silent as she followed behind. As the masses left, some still stood guard around the catacombs, continuing the task of handling the ferocious beast corpses. In the process, no one noticed that a piece of the ferocious beast flesh had quietly blended into the ground and disappeared. Outside the new city, no one in Wang Bail's company spoke. There was only the sound of the cruiser speeding through the air, whooshing. It entered the new city's array formation and headed straight for Chenmu's autonomous zone. During the journey, the expression on Wang Bail's face wasn't that of sternness and simmering anger. Instead, he looked calm and composed, and there was an unfathomable light in his eyes. He seemed different than he usually was. Jin Duoming and company stared at Wang Bail and narrowed their eyes. They had a considering look in their eyes. They had been working with Wang Bail on Mars, and it was clear that their understanding of Wang Bail's character surpassed that of many others. They knew clearly that the happy-go-lucky fatty was a harsh and brutal character. He showed little mercy towards others, and even less towards himself. He didn't lack cunning and decisiveness. This was clear from the episode with Li Yi. After the Li Yi incident, Jin Duoming and Kong Dao both had their guesses that Wang Bail had set a trap for Li Yi right from the start. He had been waiting all along for Li Yi to walk right into his trap. Such vicious tactics earned great approval and admiration from Jin Duoming. As for Kong Dao, he didn't think they were right, but he knew very well that Li Yi had brought it upon herself. Besides, Wang Bail was his savior. Even though he spoke nothing of it, he never forgot that fact. Wang Bail's methods were extremely brilliant and tactical. He had thought of something that would benefit everyone tremendously. The most important thing was that he had actually succeeded. Everything ensured that Jin Duoming and Kong Dao recognized Wang Bail's authority as the city lord. At present, they weren't in much of a mood to stand on the sidelines and spectate. However, they had no idea how Wang Bail was going to deal with Chenmu and his gang. What is Wang Bail going to do? Jin Duoming narrowed his eyes. He thought about how he would handle the matter if he were in Wang Bail's shoes. Finally, he came to the conclusion that he would make use of his family clan's influence and power to resolve the issue. Kong Dao and Li Tianhao also wondered how they would address the problem. Even Li Wanner was considering what Wang Bail was going to do. It was then that Li Wanner realized that she didn't really understand Wang Bail as a person. At present, she only felt that Wang Bail was inviting trouble onto himself. However, she knew that Wang Bail had climbed his way up steadily, advancing from the status of an ordinary nobody to his current primary rank 3 noble. He was definitely not a fool. The same thoughts surfaced in the people behind Wang Bail. The cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges especially thought so. If the journey had been longer, someone amongst them might have come up with something. But the distance between the catacombs and Chenmu's autonomous zone was simply too short. Everyone was still stuck with no ideas when they arrived outside the new zone. The new zone under Chenmu's charge was located in the southeastern region of the new city. Its size rivaled the size of the city zone that Wang Bail had constructed when he had been mayor. It was a significant land area, and Chenmu had clearly spent some thought on the construction. The 5-generation Sky Clan had also given him their full support. Despite his recent arrival, the prototype of a city zone had already been set up. From afar, what had previously been wilderness had been replaced by leveled roads and even grounds. Towering buildings rose to the skies, and an aesthetic that identified strongly with the 5-generation Sky Clan style could be seen clearly in the zone. Picturesque, quaint, and filled with countless pavilions. In fact, it almost didn't look and feel like a city zone and looked more like the villa of a vast family clan. The entire zone was divided into 10 rings. The layers interconnected with one another but could be isolated instantly and could exist independently as well. The zone was guarded by members of the 5th-generation Sky Clan, and the intersections with the new city were especially heavily guarded. Everything hinted at its autonomy. They were setting themselves apart and declaring self-governance. This was Wang Bao's first time visiting the zone, but he had heard about what was going on and wasn't a stranger to the place. However, he still raised his eyebrow after seeing the situation with his own eyes. Even though the zone was built to resemble a family clan's home, the setup of the array formation was in order. The 5th-generation Sky Clan wouldn't commit such a mistake. Chun Mu had been notified of Wang Bao's arrival, and he didn't give Wang Bao the chance to criticize him on his etiquette. Prior to Wang Bao's arrival, he, alongside Wen Huai and Fang Jing, had brought with them numerous guards from their respective zones and walked out. They cupped their fists and saluted Wang Bao from a distance. When they lifted their heads, they had friendly smiles on their faces. Their voices were mild and gentle, ringing out into the air. Our greetings to the City Lord, Deputy City Lord, as well as our comrades. Welcome to the new zone. As soon as his voice rang out, Chun Mu's gaze fell on Wang Bao. He stared at the rotund figure with a gentle expression on his face, but inside he laughed scornfully. He had always believed that a person who couldn't even maintain a good figure would undoubtedly possess many flaws in other areas. Despite secretly mocking Wang Bao, his attitude towards Wang Bao wasn't what he had told Wen Huai and Fang Jing. He had done a great deal of research and investigation into Wang Bao and knew what kind of character he was. Despite that, he didn't really pay much heed to what he had found out. It simply meant that this opponent of his was going to pose a slight challenge. This was also Wang Bao's first time meeting Chun Mu. He stared at that friendly smile plastered on a handsome face, the tall, striking figure, and the air of casual nobility that had obviously been cultivated through growing up in an elite family clan. Everything displeased him further. Any one of us from the Adonis Association is better looking than he is. Wang Bao snorted inwardly. He took a huge step forward, his gaze sliding past Chun Mu and towards Wen Huai and Fang Jing, who were standing behind Chun Mu. This was his first time seeing Fang Jing. As for Wen Huai, he had robbed him blind on the moon. He even knew what the young man looked like under his clothes. Fang Jing seemed fine with Wang Bao's gaze on her. There was even a hint of provocation in her eyes. On the other hand, Wen Huai trembled. Their encounter on the moon surfaced in his head, and he instinctively avoided Wang Bao's eyes instead of meeting them. If not for Chun Mu stressing it repeatedly and the arrangements that had been made by his sect, he really didn't wish to ever see Wang Bao again. Chun Mu's eyes flashed when he noticed Wen Huai's lowered head. He stepped forward and into Wang Bao's line of vision. Then he smiled gently and said, "City Lord, is there a reason that you have gathered such a big group and come to my autonomous zone?" Chun Mu placed stress on the word autonomous when he spoke. He had made up his mind as well. Since Wang Bao was inviting trouble, he wasn't going to waste this opportunity to challenge and weaken his authority. With his line of sight obstructed, Wang Bao returned his gaze to Chun Mu. Their eyes met and silence descended around them. All eyes fell on the both of them. "Chun." Wang Bao started to speak. Chun Mu interrupted him before he could finish saying what he wanted to say. "If this is about the appearance of the new catacombs, I made arrangements for my people to head over and assist. Did they shirk their duties in any way?" Chun Mu smiled and looked at Wang Bao. He was inwardly disdainful. The cold light in Wang Bao's eyes intensified when he had been interrupted. He was about to speak again when Chun Mu smiled before he even said anything. "I don't believe the City Lord is here because of that. Is it because I didn't obey the second order? I seek the City Lord's understanding. I am sincerely apologetic. As you can see, the new zone is still in the midst of construction. Be it me or the others, we are all busy with the construction and have no time to attend to other matters. After all, we're an autonomous zone. The construction of the zone is the top priority. We seek the city lord's understanding. Chun Mu cupped his fists and extended a bow towards Wang Baol after he was done speaking. Throughout the entire speech and his following actions, he had a smile on his face. His words weren't harsh, and his attitude was cordial, but he had interrupted Wang Baol twice forcefully. His intentions were revealed clearly through his actions. A myriad of reactions flashed across the faces of everyone around them. Jin Duoming and Kong Dao frowned while dark anger flickered in Li Tianhao's eyes. As for Li Waner, she sighed inwardly. Everything was as she had guessed. Amidst the various reactions of the people around them, Wang Baol suddenly laughed. A smile blossomed on his face, like a flower in full bloom. There was approval and admiration in his eyes. I understand. Your city lord understands, naturally. An autonomous zone doesn't report to the new city. They are separate entities. I know. In fact, if I take a few more steps, I'll be stepping into your territory. Wang Baol laughed out loud. Chun Mu was stunned, as he found Wang Baol's sudden change in attitude unexpected. Before he could consider it further, Wang Baol stopped smiling. He said coolly, Lin Tianhao, your humble servant is at your service. Lin Tianhao immediately stepped forward and lowered his head in a bow. Make the arrangements. I want a wall built around the autonomous zones governed by Mayor Chun, Mayor Wan, and Mayor Fong. Take note. The wall must be built on the land belonging to the city and not in their new zones. As soon as Wang Baol's words rang out, Lin Tianhao immediately understood what was going on. He answered loudly in the affirmative. The expression on Chun Mu's face took a drastic change instantly. Everyone around them was stunned, and their eyes widened. This was merely the beginning. An expressionless Wang Baol spoke again. Kong Dao, your humble servant is at your service. Kong Dao immediately raised his head and looked at Wang Baol. Gather your people. I want the newly built wall surrounded and locked down. No one will enter or leave the zones. As Wang Baol's words echoed in the air, everyone around him gasped. Chun Mu finally reacted to what Wang Baol had just said. A myriad of emotions flashed across his face as he tried to say something. This time, before he could say anything, Wang Baol interrupted him. Wang Baol couldn't even bother to put on an insincere smile. He said coldly, Mayor Chun, aren't you governing autonomous zones? Sure, no problem. I, Wang Baol, will not interfere with anything inside your autonomous zones. But outside your zone, that's my territory, my new city. In my new city, I will help you with your self-governance, help you build city walls, help you imprison yourselves within those walls. Let me tell you clearly and plainly, don't expect to take a single step outside your zone. We have array formations in the airspace. Without my orders, no one enters. I'll discard my own surname if I allow a single one of you to step outside. As soon as Wang Baol spoke, the people around him, with their varied expressions, widened their eyes. They held their breaths. Even the more level-headed ones felt their hearts stop. They thought Wang Baol's retaliation unexpected, but this move was like his character, vicious beyond measure. It was as Wang Baol had said. They had been going on and on about being autonomous zones, banking on their being jointly managed and supervised by the Federation and the Martian colony governor, without having to report directly to the new city. That was why they had been so fearless, disregarding orders and putting on a show brazenly. Since that was the case, he would play along and lock them in, build high walls and surround the 3 zones. This was another way of trapping them in their own zones. At this moment, this was enough to trigger a significant effect. The worst thing was how Chun Mu and his gang were powerless to stop him. Wang Baol had reason on his side. He had ordered Lin Tianhao to build the wall on the new city's territory. There was no intrusion into the zones belonging to Chun Mu and his gang. His gangster-like attitude, declaring his actions and intentions in front of Chun Mu and his gang, gave the others around them a deeper understanding of Wang Baol's character. This is devious. This is simply too devious. This is simply too malicious and too despicable. But Chun Mu and his gang, there must be something wrong with their heads. Why did they offend Wang Baol? He's not to be messed with. I've finally seen his true nature. He is a nasty person, filled with nasty ideas. The people around Wang Bail dared not speak out in the open. They could only deal with the shock Wang Bail had dealt them through this move by sending messages to their close friends. As soon as Lin Tianhao and Kong Dao had heard Wang Bail's orders and given their affirmative replies, they had known what Wang Bail had been planning to do. Even they eyed Wang Bail a few times. Kong Dao made up his mind to never make an enemy out of Wang Bail. This devious and malicious move of Wang Bail's made him understand what true malice was. Lin Tianhao almost slapped his thigh and cheered. He had been troubling himself over how to resolve this matter, as he knew that his fate was bound closely with Wang Bail's. One's glory was shared by both. One's injury was also shared. As soon as he had heard Wang Bail's words and had seen the faces on Chen Mu and his gang, as if their faces had been rubbed in dog shit, his troubled heart had eased considerably. The guy only has those few tricks up his sleeve. To think that my father told me to view him as my role model when I was young. Seems like my father doesn't have that good an eye when judging others. As Lin Tianhao basked in self-satisfaction, Jin Duoming had just come to his senses and sucked in a deep mouthful of air. He smiled. It was clear he disliked Chen Mu and his gang. They hadn't been the ones who had baked the cake, but they had come to cut the cake up and take their undeserved share. To do so with such arrogance and to not play along, that was what annoyed him. Compared to Kong Dao and the others, Li Wanner had been instantly alarmed. She had half a mind to step in and say something. However, she hadn't been able to find anything wrong with how Wang Bail handled the matter. He had reason on his side. After all, Chen Mu and his gang's arrogance had been made plain to everyone. He's setting a trap for them. Wang Bail has a habit of setting traps for others. This has been brought up during the investigation of the Li Yi incident. Li Wanner frowned. She knew this wasn't the time to speak and offer her help, so she remained silent. Compared to them, the ones who were truly alarmed and shocked were Chen Mu and the other two mayors. Both Wen Huai and Fang Jing's breathing quickened. They had been stunned by what Wang Bail said, and had immediately looked towards Chen Mu, panic and anger burning inside them. Chen Mu had a dark, ugly expression on his face. He stared at Wang Bail as countless thoughts surfaced in his head. He tried to think of a way to retaliate against his opponent's move, but Wang Bail had done something completely unexpected. Regardless of how fast the gears in his head spun, he couldn't think of a solution immediately. He took a deep breath, identified Wang Bail's problematic tone, and spoke immediately. City Lord Wang, your decision shows your displeasure against our self-governance and the Federation's judgment. You actually speak of imprisoning us. Fine. I will definitely report this matter to the Federation. Then, his response had been extremely swift. Despite not being able to think of a solution, he had caught on to Wang Bail's problematic tone of voice. He was about to cut through the superficial pretense and get to the essence of the issue. But before he could finish what he wanted to say, Wang Bail laughed again. He said coolly, "A new catacombs just appeared. There may be a danger of monsters remaining that weren't completely exterminated. To protect the 3 autonomous zones, from now on, a strict military rule will be enforced. We seek the cooperation of Mayor Chan, Mayor Wan, and Mayor Fong." Done speaking, Wang Bail turned and, without sparing a glance behind, without looking at the changed expressions on Chen Mu and his gang's faces, and amidst the odd looks from the others around them, he left. His final words forced Chen Mu's yet-to-be vocalized words back down his throat. Even though he knew that Wang Bail had simply thrown a random reason at him, it was a reason that was equally difficult to dispute. So you're good at seeing through the bullshit and discerning the reality of the matter? Fine, let me apply it on you as well. You're a primary rank 4 noble trying to fight a primary rank 3 noble. Obviously, you have shit for brains. Now, let's see who gives up first and cries for daddy. As Wang Bail left, he basked in self-satisfaction. He strolled right back to his office. As soon as he returned, he received Li Wanner's transmission asking to see him. Wang Bail turned down her request immediately. He ignored her and began his seclusion. He continued to research how to refine dermic armaments. Wang Bail firmly believed that with Lin Tianhao's abilities, the latter would execute his orders flawlessly. That was indeed the case. Lin Tianhao knew that his fate was now tightly bound with Wang Bao's. He wasted no time and immediately gathered workers to start on the construction of the wall. He threw in a few ideas of his own as well and was prepared to build a wall many tens of yards tall. The rate at which cultivators could build a wall was astonishing. Soon, amidst the growing rage of Chun Mu and his gang, and amidst their resigned powerlessness, they watched helplessly as a vast wall rose from the ground like a mountain range, forming the beginnings of a city wall. From the speed of construction, the wall would likely be fully built within the day. Despite it being a prototype, it still looked towering and overpowering from above. It was vast and majestic, casting a shadow over the city zones governed by Chun Mu and his gang. Those who had no idea what was going on would think the area surrounded by the wall was the Martian prison. After all, outside the walls, Kong Dao had arranged for heavily armed guards to stand guard. They faced the three zones and were clearly on high alert. They were to stop anyone from entering or leaving the zones. News of this spread like wildfire across the entire city. Countless people who found out about it were all stunned by what Wang Baol had done. As heated discussions took over the city by storm, when Huai and Fang Jing grew more frantic in their panic, they knew that this couldn't continue forever. There would be grave consequences if this persisted for too long. Chun Mu maintained his silence. He thought about seeking help from his family clan, but, in the end, he set this idea aside. I've only just arrived. To have to seek help from the family clan whenever I face any problems. How can I keep my pride after that? The expression on Chun Mu's face was dark and sullen. He thought for a while, then pulled out his jade slip. He contacted the Federation and made a complaint against Wang Baol's misuse of his authority, which disrupted the construction of the autonomous zones. At the same time, he also told Wen Huai and Fang Jing to contact the Martian colony governor. He would resolve this matter through official means. The two parties engaged in fierce conflict via the walls that were about to be erected. No one noticed that, outside the new city, in the area where the new catacombs had just been sealed, the monsters' corpses cleared, and the construction of a base in the area in progress. A chunk of flesh was wriggling slowly. It grew larger and larger in the soil until it transformed into the shape of a human. Then, its hand slowly reached out from the earth. The hand seemed to exude a strange power. Everyone around it ignored its presence. It grabbed at the ground and slowly dragged its entire body out from the earth. The person seemed ill-accustomed to his body. He stood on the spot after crawling out from the earth, moving his body slightly and forming strange contortions. A long moment later, it seemed to finally grow accustomed to its body. A black robe gradually appeared and covered his entire body. His lips, hidden beneath his clothes, twitched upwards slightly. Finally, I'm out. A raspy voice came out of his mouth. The person lifted his head slowly, and there was a strange light in his eyes as he stared at the new city. Under the dying light in the heavens, one might discern the face under the black robes. It was lined with wrinkles. After a long time, the person lowered his head. His body stirred, then vanished. It appeared that he had headed towards the new city. Time flew by. Soon, 3 days passed. The city wall sealing the 3 autonomous zones had been fully constructed the day before. Under Lin Tianhao's supervision, the height of the wall had been increased compared to what had been previously planned. From afar, it looked like a real mountain range, and its height surpassed the tallest building within the 3 autonomous zones. It was clear that the scale of its construction was considerable. The new city had no lack of resources and human labor. Regardless of how much thicker or taller the walls were to be made, it could be accomplished within a short period of time. After the construction had been completed, Lin Tianhao hadn't considered at all how Qin Mu and his people must be feeling inside their city zones. However, he guessed they must be feeling intense pressure looking at the 300-odd meters tall giant wall. In fact, that was indeed the case. When Huai was about to go mad, he saw the towering walls and felt immense pressure. It felt as if he and his people had become real criminals who were trapped and imprisoned inside. Fang Jing felt the same as well. The expression on her face was dark, and her unhappiness wasn't only directed towards Wang Baol but also towards Chun Mu. Based on hers and Wen Huai's original plans, they hadn't found the need to create such a tense relationship with Wang Beil after they arrived and began their self-governance of their autonomous zones. However, Chun Mu had been filled with self-confidence. The two, in their hesitation and uncertainty, hadn't resisted against his ideas. At present, Wang Beil had only given them a small taste of what he was capable of, and they were already feeling miserable because of that. Despite their contacting the Federation and the Martian administration, neither had come back quickly with their responses. This made their heads throb even harder. Chun Mu was having a headache as well. He had similarly made a complaint to the Federation about Wang Beil. He had even sent a voice transmission to the Martian colony governor to lodge a report against him. He had heard nothing from either, and he didn't feel comfortable chasing for replies repeatedly. He watched as 3 days passed. The walls beyond their autonomous zones towered like mountains, seeming to block light from shining in. Chun Mu began to panic as well. If this had been the end of it, he might have tried to tolerate the situation and wait for the Federation and the Martian administration to handle this matter. However, he had no idea what Lin Tianhao was thinking. After the wall had been built, he seemed to feel that it hadn't been tall enough. He had gone to Wang Beil and requested to increase its height further. Wang Beil had felt that he shouldn't kill Lin Tianhao's enthusiastic work attitude and had nodded in approval. Upon receiving Wang Beil's support, Lin Tianhao had immediately perked up and ordered for the height of the city walls to be increased. I'm anticipating the city lord's concerns and worries and echoing his cheer when he's happy. Through this incident, I'll be able to make my alliance clear to the city lord and improve our relationship on a deeper level. Lin Tianhao had been pleased with his actions. Since becoming Wang Beil's follower, he had come to understand where he stood. He also knew that he had no reason to compete with Lu Daobin. Lu Daobin is only an administrator. What I'm trying to be is someone who gets things done and who is irreplaceable. Lin Tianhao began bustling again. Chun Mu and gang were driven further into madness as they watched the walls grow taller and taller. Countless cultivators continued building the wall through the day and night. The pressure on the three mounted. At this rate, they worried that Lin Tianhao was going to build a giant lid for the 3 autonomous zones. This Lin Tianhao, he's just a lapdog. Wang Beil only said to build a wall. This Lin Tianhao is too much. Is he building a stone coffin for us? Is he trying to seal us in? Chun Mu and his gang weren't the only ones frantic and terrified. The cultivators inside their zones who were from the various political forces had all been shocked by Lin Tianhao's crazy actions. Everyone began cursing him in their hearts. Chun Mu and his gang could no longer keep a lid on their anger. They led their people to the walls and were prepared to disregard the city walls and force their way out. At the precise moment when they were about to charge out, numerous cultivators guarding the city walls dashed over. They surrounded the walls instantly. Lin Tianhao's figure appeared on the city wall. He stared down at Chun Mu and his people and said coolly, "Mayor Chun, stop. Lin Tianhao, you dare stop me?" Chun Mu raised his head and stared unblinkingly at Lin Tianhao. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. "Stop you?" Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrow. His eyes narrowed, and his voice echoed in the air. "The city lord has ordered. There are still monsters running amok after the new catacombs appeared. To ensure the safety of the autonomous zones, military rule will be enforced. Without the necessary approval, no one is to enter or leave the autonomous zones. Lin Tianhao, are you trying to make complete enemies out of the 5-generation Sky Clan?" Chun Mu didn't bother mincing his words when speaking to Lin Tianhao. The cold light in his eyes intensified, and his cultivation began to spread from his person. Wen Huai, Fang Jing, and the cultivators standing behind them did the same. They looked ready to battle. Lin Tianhao only snorted at the sight. He finished the second part of what he had wanted to say. "Those who disobey his orders will be executed." "You dare to do that?" Chun Mu hollered. He was about to leap into the air when Lin Tianhao sent his hand sweeping across the air. The cultivation of the cultivators who had been guarding the walls immediately erupted, and many of them whipped out their dermic artifacts. If Chun Mu and the other 2 mayors dared to charge out, they would have no qualms squashing them. At that moment, the auras of the various core formation realm cultivators locked onto the core formation realm cultivators inside Qinmu and his gang's autonomous zones. Their cultivations clashed. Even Wang Baol ended his seclusion. With a wave of his hand, he observed everything through the new city's array formation. Anticipation shone in his eyes. There was tension in the air. A fight could break out any time. Chun Mu's face was stiff and brimming with anger. It appeared like he was about to strike. It was then that a figure dashed towards them from the distant walls. It appeared instantly. It was Li Wanner. Enough! Li Wanner appeared, anger clear on her face. She shouted, but her shout wasn't directed only at Lin Tianhao. It was also directed at Chen Mu and his gang. Lin Tianhao was reluctant to step down, but Li Wanner was the deputy city lord after all. He lowered his head and took a few steps back. Chen Mu, upon seeing Li Wanner's arrival, seemed to have rediscovered his courage. He was about to leap into the air when Li Wanner turned and glared at him. Her eyes were colored with displeasure and exasperation, which caused Chen Mu to freeze. The expression on his face darkened as well. Mayor Chen and the rest, please return. I will handle this matter. City Lord Wang's actions have severely harmed the autonomous zone's normal operations. Chen Mu was filled with agitation. He felt that if Li Wanner had made a stronger stance in this incident, Wang Baol would definitely back down. From how he saw it, with the support of himself and the other two mayors, Li Wanner could arm wrestle Wang Baol for power. Even though she might not gain a complete win, she might still be able to wrestle some degree of power from Wang Baol. This matter, Li Wanner frowned. She was about to speak when suddenly, whooshing sounds came from the distant skies. Li Wanner lifted her head. Soon, everyone, including numerous cultivators from the new city, saw a dozen gigantic transport cruisers heading their way from a distance. The dozen cruisers had the symbol of the 5th-generation Sky Clan on them. They were clearly delivering the latest batch of resources. Prior to the completion of the city walls, the cruisers would make a trip once every 2 weeks. They always landed inside the autonomous zones. Besides resources and materials for city construction, they also contained large quantities of resources and materials for cultivation. At present, the cruisers did what they normally did and gradually approached the new city. Before they could head towards the autonomous zones, though, a gigantic glowing array formation descended from the skies and spread out, blanketing the dozen cruisers. It stopped the cruisers outside the autonomous zones and trapped them within the array formation. The cruisers couldn't move forward, nor could they leave. The scene alarmed Chen Mu and his gang. The 5th-generation Sky Clan cultivators inside the cruisers were equally stunned. Before they could react, Kong Dao, who was responsible for clearing the airspace and in charge of the new city's military, brought his people and leaped straight into the sky, appearing before the dozen cruisers. In accordance with the city lord's orders, new catacombs have appeared. Military rule will be enforced. All cruisers are prohibited from entering and leaving the zones. Anyone who disobeys the orders will be shot down. After saying that, he wasted no time with unnecessary words. He immediately ordered for the cruisers to be taken in. They were forced to land at a designated landing ground. The dozen cruisers were surrounded by the military, trapped and restrained by the power of the array formation. To prevent any mishaps, Wang Baol, who was sitting inside his office, activated his control over the array formation. The cruisers could instantly feel the threat emanating from the array formation. After a short moment of silence, they didn't try to resist. After they got out of their cruisers, they realized that Kong Dao and his army were going to forcibly confiscate the resources they had transported over. A perfected Foundation establishment realm elder from the 5th-generation Sky Clan, who had been leading the transport cruisers, immediately flew into a rage. Who dares to touch the resources of the 5th-generation Sky Clan? Is it Wang Baol? Ask him to see me. As soon as this elder spoke, the array formation over the entire city rumbled. From afar, it seemed as if countless bolts of lightning were crisscrossing in the air. They formed an indistinct face. From the looks of it, the face was Wang Baol. The face formed through the array formation. When it appeared, It exuded an overpowering presence. The force of its presence weighed down on the raging elder instantly. The elder, who had been furious a moment earlier, was immediately alarmed. As emotions flashed across his face, through the aid of the city's array formation, Wang Bao's voice rang in the skies. "You wanted to see me?" The array formation of the Divine Armament New City originated from the Great Martian Array Formation. It was immensely powerful. Prior to the setup of the New City Zone, the governor was the only one on the entire Martian planet who had the highest level of access to the array formation. Others only had limited access and couldn't fully wield and direct the power of the array formation. They could only borrow its power for support. When the New City Zone was being constructed, the responsibility for suppressing the force of the catacombs had been too great. That was why the governor had granted Wang Bao a certain degree of access. This allowed him to control the power of the array formation within the New City Zone. The level of access he had was high, but the actual extent of his access was limited. That was until Wang Bao formally requested to convert the New City Zone into an actual city, giving birth to the second Martian city. There had been modifications made to the array formation then, that resulted in the array formation that Zhao Yaming designed becoming the core of the array formation, which fused together with the Great Martian Array Formation. Wang Bao had complete access and control over the Great Bao Array Formation that Zhao Yaming had designed. He could use this array formation to activate the Great Martian Array Formation. In addition, after he had been promoted to City Lord, he was naturally given control of the Great Martian Array Formation. As a result, even though he was only at the late-stage Foundation Establishment realm, through the Array Formation, he was able to display astonishing powers inside the second Martian city. This was the power and authority the City Lord of the new city, a primary rank 3 noble, should possess. Else, if he had only his late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivation, how would he be able to instill awe and respect in the people, or shoulder the responsibility of keeping the catacombs under control? However, Wang Bao's access was limited to within the new city. Outside the city, his access to the Great Martian Array Formation was severely limited. As the power of the array formation erupted, the perfected Foundation Establishment realm elder from the 5-generation Sky Clan stilled his breath. He could feel an immense aura hanging over his head, dictating his life and death. Chun Mu and his gang were shocked at the scene as well. Even Li Wan'er gave Wang Bao's blurry face in the sky a deep, meaningful look. She had limited access to the Great Martian Array Formation as well. However, it was clear that the level of her access wasn't as high as Wang Bao's in the new city. As Wang Bao spoke and the silence descended, the perfected Foundation Establishment elder from the 5-generation Sky Clan started to sweat profusely from his forehead. He sucked in a deep breath. He had no choice but to lower his head and cup his fists, extending a salute towards Wang Bao's face in the sky. He knew that he was no match for Wang Bao. Despite him being at the perfected Foundation Establishment realm, the false core realm, he was leagues behind Wang Bao in terms of abilities as well as noble. Wang Bao not only had a bright future ahead of him, his ability to reach such a level of cultivation proved his extraordinary natural abilities. Besides, he also held the prominent status of a primary rank 3 noble. Things might have been better for the elder if this were the true Tao civilization. However, there were laws and rules on this earth, and with those, hierarchy and organizational structure. The system that existed for thousands of years wasn't something that could be easily transformed with just a few decades of spirit inception era. I was too reckless with my choice of words earlier. I seek the City Lord's forgiveness. However, I am charged with a responsibility for the resources. I implore the City Lord to give us a reason for confiscating our resources. The perfected Foundation Establishment realm elder lowered his head and said, he had to put it across in this manner. Else, if he simply allowed the resources to be confiscated, he wouldn't escape punishment when he returned to the 5-generation Sky Clan. He had calmed down, however, and the tone of his voice had softened. He used the word reason instead of explanation. The difference in his choice of words spoke volumes about the meaning he was trying to convey. A justification? In the sky, Wang Bao's face, which had been formed through the array formation, had a calm expression. spoke coolly. Didn't Mayor Kong Dao just inform you? A new catacombs has emerged. The entire city is on high alert. This matter concerns the survival of the new city. All cruisers will have to be taken under our charge. As for the resources, they will similarly be taken over for safekeeping by the new city. In addition, you have 2 hours to take your leave. Wang Bao's voice rang in the air, and his face gradually dissipated in the sky. Despite its disappearance, the forcefulness behind his words remained and made the perfected Foundation establishment realm elder from the 5-generation Sky Clan sober up immediately. He wasn't the only one. Even Kong Dao had raised his head to look at the face dissipating in the air. He could sense the forcefulness behind Wang Bao's words. He knew that Wang Bao had made up his mind to teach Chen Mu and his gang a lesson. As a result, Kong Dao also treated the matter seriously. After all, he didn't care who he offended. Wang Bao hadn't only saved his life. Kong Dao also owed him a favor for his help in pulling him up a rank. Both emotion and reason dictated that he had no cause not to help Wang Bao. Under Kong Dao's strict supervision, the perfected Foundation establishment realm elder from the 5-generation Sky Clan had no choice but to leave with his emptied cruisers. Before he left, he got an eyeful of the walls outside the autonomous zones. He shook his head and sighed, then hurriedly reported the matter to his superiors. Chen Mu and his gang also fell silent. They weren't privy to the details, but they could see what had happened in the distance. They witnessed their resources being confiscated while they were trapped inside their own zones. The feeling of having their strings yanked by someone else filled them with endless resentment. However, they were powerless to do anything about it. Truth be told, there was a way out of this problem, but it was one that Chen Mu, Wen Huai, and Fang Jing were unwilling to take. It was to submit and compromise and accept supervision over their zones. There's no other way except to report to my family clan. Wen Huai, Fang Jing, you should immediately notify your sects as well. We will not compromise on this matter. A moment later, Chen Mu gritted his teeth and raised his head, staring at Lin Tianhao standing on the city walls. He gave Li Wanner a meaningful look, then turned and left. He returned to his autonomous zone and immediately contacted his family clan. The 5-generation Sky Clan had received the report from the perfected Foundation establishment realm elder as well. After listening to what Chen Mu had to say, they were furious. They began to step in. However, every one of them underestimated Wang Bao's firm stance on this matter. As the city lord, besides that one encounter where he had shown his forceful side during the Li Yi episode, he hadn't yet revealed this overbearing side of him. Wang Bao had made up his mind to force his way through this matter and show how much of a hardliner he was. It doesn't matter who tries to convince me to change my mind. It's of no use. I'm going to wait and see if they'll submit. Sitting inside the office, Wang Bao had just ended a voice transmission with the governor. He had first argued that he had been doing everything because of the appearance of a new catacombs and to ensure the new city's safety. Then, he had expressed how he had been maligned. Finally, he had sent over a set of documents. After the governor viewed the documents, she had fallen silent. Then she seemed to smile. She decided not to question him further. After the transmission from the governor, others also began to flood him with transmissions. Wang Bao stared at them with annoyance and decided not to answer any of them. Amongst them was a voice transmission from Li Wanner. That was why she eventually headed straight for Wang Bao's office. Li Wanner had a dark look on her face when she barged into Wang Bao's office. She said coldly, "City Lord Wang, this batch of resources is extremely important. When will City Lord Wang return it to the autonomous zone?" The dark expression and unfriendly tone of Li Wanner after witnessing his teaching Chen Mu a lesson displeased Wang Bao tremendously. He pulled out a bag of snacks, then started munching while he yawned. This batch of resources needs to undergo a detailed and careful inspection. Perhaps after the current military curfew is over. When will it end? Li Wanner stared coldly at Wang Bao. You shouldn't be asking me that. You should be asking the divine armament that's underground. When it stops with the new catacombs and with the beast tides, maybe the curfew will end then. Wang Bao rolled his eyes. He pulled out a bottle of ice spirit water and took a gulp. He could feel his mood improving significantly. You! When Li Wanner heard that, rage rose inside her. She knew that Wang Baol was intent on punishing Chen Mu and his gang. She turned and made to leave. Just before she left the room, though, she sucked in a deep breath and said coldly, "City Lord Wang, when I arrived, you said that the construction of the new city trumps everything else. If this continues, I cannot guarantee if this will affect the construction of the entire new city." Done speaking, Li Wanner pushed the door open and left. After Li Wanner left, Wang Baol put his ice spirit water down. His eyes narrowed. He could hear the threat in Li Wanner's words. He knew that if anything went wrong with the construction of the new city, while everyone else would be implicated, his responsibility would still be the greatest. But Li Wanner, you still don't understand. What the Federation truly cares about isn't the new city but the wall in the divine armament catacombs. Wang Baol smiled lightly. It would have been all right if he hadn't made a move. But since he had, he wouldn't stop until Chen Mu and his posse yielded. Wang Baol paid no heed to Li Wanner's threat. This was because he had sent a set of documents over to the governor when she had sent him a voice transmission. The documents detailed the outcome of Kong Dao's investigation and study of the wall's erosion. The report clearly listed the data proving his new city's array formation had a strong erosive effect on the wall. He also guaranteed that the problem of the wall would be resolved entirely within 3 years. This was his military warrant. This was why he dared to have such a hard stance towards the 5-generation Sky Clan, the Galactic Dusk Sect, and the Plume Manifestation Khanate Sect. To see through superficial appearances and discern the essence of the matter. This is something out of the high officials' autobiographies. It's obvious Li Wanner doesn't understand. Wang Baol smacked his tummy. Pleased. He pulled out another bag of snacks and, with a tinge of pride, started munching happily. As Wang Baol basked in self-satisfaction, as Chen Mu and gang simmered in resentment, and as Li Wanner fumed and threatened, the 5-generation Sky Clan, the Galactic Dusk Sect, as well as the Plume Manifestation Khanate Sect received transmissions from their disciples. They found out what was happening in the new city and were instantly infuriated. This was especially the case for the 5-generation Sky Clan, as an entire batch of their resources had been confiscated. They felt the pain of this extremely. In their anger, they reached out to the Federation President directly. The Federation President seemed to view this matter seriously. He set up a special investigation team and even appointed the Martian colony governor as the team leader. They were to look into this matter specifically and conduct investigations. It seemed like they were taking it seriously, but the 5-generation Sky Clan, the Galactic Dusk Sect, and the Plume Manifestation Khanate Sect simply became more infuriated. They weren't the young, naive brat like Chen Mu. The 3 political forces didn't lack intelligent people who were familiar with the rules of the Federation's game. They had plenty of people who were equally conniving and experienced in the game of Federation politics. They knew that this superficially forceful stance that the Federation was displaying was often simply a front for them to shirk and dodge further responsibilities in the future. It was indeed what they had guessed. As the leader of the investigation team, the Martian colony governor set an investigation period of 2 weeks and promised to give everyone an answer within the 2 weeks. Chen Mu and his gang fell into deeper misery. They had suffered a lockdown for some time. Outsiders hadn't been allowed entry, people inside weren't allowed to leave, and all resources had been confiscated. The Galactic Dusk Sect and Plume Manifestation Khanate Sect, having witnessed the situation, had their transport cruisers turned back mid-journey. A large majority of their cultivators were almost at their wits' end. If the situation were to persist for another 2 weeks, they would really be driven to the end of their ropes. After all, most of them were at the ancient martial realm, the true breath realm, and the foundation establishment realm. They weren't like the core formation realm cultivators who could survive without food or water. Wheat and rice were still necessities of life for them. Water was another necessity as well. Mars had its own filtration and generation system for drinking water, but it required a lot of energy to keep on running. After the zones had been sealed in, they started to face problems of not having enough energy. This meant that they had to ration their drinking water. The cultivators inside the 3 autonomous zones at the moment were all affiliated with the 3 political forces. Since the 3 zones hadn't yet been fully constructed, residents unaffiliated with these political forces hadn't migrated to the zones. As a result, Wang Baol was utterly unsympathetic as he messed around with Chun Mu and his gang. The 3 autonomous zones could soon bear it no longer, and they started to vocalize their sufferings. Chun Mu and the other 2 mayors were panicking and frantic as well. Li Wanner was unable to do anything though. As a result, the political forces they were affiliated with requested the head senator to step in and resolve this matter. Even the Federation president and the Martian colony governor had to treat the head senator with due respect. When he stepped in, the governor finally gave him an explanation for this matter. Wang Baol is fully responsible for the security of the new city. Even I'm not allowed to interfere. Alongside her message was a set of documents that were delivered to the senator at the same time. The documents had been the set that Wang Baol had submitted. They dealt with the situation of the wall's erosion as well as his promised 3-year timeline, which was the basis for his military warrant. The head senator fell silent after reading the documents. A moment later, his eyes started shining with a strange light. It was clear that this play of Wang Baol's had made the head senator reassess Wang Baol seriously for the first time. Chun Mu is no match for him. The senator released the information, the message from the governor, and his own assessment regarding the entire fiasco to the 5-generation Sky Clan, the Galactic Dusk Sect, and the Plume Manifestation Khanate Sect. Then, he withdrew from the dispute entirely. He knew that with the information holding true and the military warrant in effect, as long as the wall continued to be worn down at the current pace, and unless Wang Baol shot himself in the foot, his position was secure. After receiving the head senator's reply, the Galactic Dusk Sect and Plume Manifestation Khanate Sect immediately fell silent. The Galactic Dusk Sect was the swiftest in its reaction. It immediately contacted Wen Huai and told him to distance himself from Chun Mu. At the same time, he was to ally himself with Wang Baol. The sect knew their existing tensions with Wang Baol. In place of the sect lord, who was temporarily exiled in seclusion as punishment, the few elders temporarily taking charge of the sect did some research and decided to increase the quantity of resources they were providing Divine Armament New City. At the same time, they also acknowledged and supported Wang Baol's decision to consolidate all resources for reallocation under the temporary military rule. Wen Huai's autonomous zone didn't require as many resources, so the reason for the excess in resources needed no further explanation. Such a move showed the Galactic Dusk Sect's decisiveness and boldness. When Wen Huai received the message from his sect, he bit the bullet and sent a voice transmission to Wang Baol, explaining what his sect was going to do. Wang Baol was momentarily stunned. The Galactic Dusk Sect is indeed something. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He was inwardly pleased with how the Galactic Dusk Sect was handling this matter. However, he felt that he could still try and get something more out of this. He coughed and sent Wen Huai a voice transmission. Wen Huai, the work in the new zone is overwhelming. You're still young and growing, and I'm worried you can't cope on your own. Wang Baol hinted. Wen Huai fell silent. He wasn't a fool. He knew what Wang Baol was trying to say. In the past, he might have resisted violently, but now, seeing how his own sect yielded, he felt no shame in doing the same. He smiled wryly and said, I thank the city lord for your understanding. Your humble subordinate indeed is overwhelmed with work. I'd like to request the city lord to send an assistant over. Wang Baol was comforted by how well Wen Huai was playing along. He exchanged a few more words with Wen Huai, casually mentioning Lu Daobin. Wen Huai immediately caught on and took the initiative and proposed to get Lu Daobin over to serve in the capacity of the vice mayor. He would take care of all the administrative work for the transfer. After ending the transmission, Wang Baol stood up and went to the window to gaze outside. He patted his tummy. He was extremely happy. He could clearly sense that he had slowly grown accustomed to his authority as a city lord. He wielded his power with ease. He sent a voice transmission to Lu Daobin and instructed him briefly. Lu Daobin was beside himself with excitement and joy, his voice trembling. Don't worry, City Lord. I, Lu Daobin, will watch the new zone closely. If anything bad happens, I will cut my own head off and bring it to you. I won't disappoint the hopes the city lord has placed in me." Wang Beol was extremely satisfied with Lu Daobin's attitude. He spent some time instructing him further on the matter before ending the transmission. Lu Daobin was moved to tears and near sobbing at the end. Wen Huai was indeed efficient as well. He took only a day to settle all the administrative matters. Lu Daobin was promoted without a hitch, rising to become Wen Huai's vice mayor. It would be difficult to promote his noble ranking within a short period of time, but there was no problem with him assuming his office. Satisfied, Wang Beol instructed Lin Tianhao to end the lockdown for Wen Huai's autonomous zone. The doors were opened, and Wen Huai was freed. Large quantities of resources began to flow in. Wen Huai finally released a breath of relief. He made up his mind then. In the future, anyone who wanted to make trouble would have to do it alone. Unless it concerned matters of life and death, he, Wen Huai, wasn't going to stand against Wang Beol. Wen Huai's betrayal angered Chen Mu tremendously, but he was powerless to do anything. Fang Jing, who had witnessed everything, also received instructions from her sect. Despite her unwillingness, she still yielded and chose to do what Wen Huai had done. Wang Beol successfully resolved his tensions with 2 out of 3 autonomous zones. Only Chen Mu remained fighting. However, as time passed, the impact of the blockade intensified. Chen Mu's autonomous zone was nearing complete depletion of food and other resources. Without any new resources flowing in, construction had ceased. The towering wall gave them immense psychological stress. It felt as if they were trapped in prison. Every one of Chen Mu's 5-generation Sky Clan cultivators was repressed and depressed. The 5-generation Sky Clan had no choice but to compromise in the end. Despite Chen Mu's extreme unwillingness, he had no choice but to submit a request to the Martian administration. As for the contents of his request, it was to accept Divine Armament New City's direct supervision from now on. The battle that had gone on for 2 weeks finally ended with Chen Mu and the others' admission of defeat and submission to Wang Beol. All cultivators in the new city had been following this matter closely during these 2 weeks. After witnessing how it had ended, everyone realized clearly that Wang Beol's authority had remained unshaken. He was immovable. After all, the 5-generation Sky Clan, the Galactic Dusk Sect, and the Plume Manifestation Khanate Sect all had to compromise on this matter. That itself revealed all manners of problems. Other political forces in the Federation had also been following this matter closely and with interest. It had been through this that all political forces in the Federation began to view Wang Beol with increased interest and greater seriousness. Most importantly, since the beginning of this incident, Wang Beol had not made use of his connection with the 4 Dao colleges. He had solved the entire matter on his own. During the same period, in a region of the Federation unmarked on every map, was a place in the mountains where clear waters flowed. This place was a highly secretive location in the Federation. A cultivator wouldn't be able to locate this place based on their spiritual senses. Within the region was a pavilion. At present, the skies were colored orange by the sunset. The setting sun cast its last rays of light onto the top floor of the pavilion. Within sat a man in his middle ages. He was dressed in simple, old-fashioned, long-sleeved robes, and reading a letter he was holding in his hands by the light of the setting sun. The man's features were ordinary. However, if there had been anyone else in the room, they would have thought they were seeing things. It was as if this ordinary-looking man was one with the entire heaven and earth. Looking at him was like seeing the laws of heaven and earth before oneself. In this spirit inception era, most people were already using jade slips. Few read letters like this man. He was reading the letter. A moment later, he set the letter down. Then he raised his head and gazed into the distant sky, smiling faintly. Recommending him as a seedling candidate? So be it. Let's monitor and assess the situation for a while. Having said that, the man placed the letter on the last shelf of the bookshelf beside him. There were 3 shelves on the bookshelf. There were 3 red letters on the top level, 7 to 8 blue letters on the second level, and on the last level were letters identical to the one he had in his hand, all 17 of them.